Joel and Ian looked at Nora in shock. She had just declined the offer of a lifetime. Access to the Imperial League. She didn't need it? Joel sighed. I know that your focus is all on medical research and that you have never thought about doing business. So this account may be something that's nice to have, but not a necessity for you. But in the future... Nora pressed her lips together. One of the rules was that they were not allowed to reveal anything about the account to outsiders. It was an Imperial League rule that no one, except for the successor, was allowed to know of its existence. Those few subordinates of Joel's were only aware that an incredible commercial account existed, but they didn't know what kind of account it really was, or what organization it was part of. Additionally, their family's situation was a special one. Joel and Nora were both Ian's successors. That was why they were laying out everything and were able to talk about it. Even Tanya was not qualified to be a part of this meeting. Because of this, Nora couldn't explain everything clearly in the beginning. But judging from what Joel and Ian were saying, if she didn't make things clear, then she would have to accept the account. Nora held her forehead. She didn't want it. By then, she had figured out why Mindy wanted to take action against her. As it turned out, it was for the account. She interrupted Joel and confessed, I already have an account with the Imperial League. The room fell silent. Ian and Joel looked at her, both stunned and puzzled. A brief moment later, Joel coughed and cleared his throat. Nora, you don't have to make things up and say that you have an account in order to reject me. Ian was taken aback, but he seemed to understand and asked, Is Justin in the group? Did he leave his account to you? That shouldn't be, though. If he was in there, why didn't he say anything when King was selling his shares the other time? Seeing that the two of them were so flabbergasted, Nora had no choice but to tell the truth. What I mean is, I have one of my own. This time, the two men became even quieter. A short while later, Ian recovered from his shock. He took out his cell phone, opened up the group chat, and asked, Who are you? Kat. Ian scrolled through the old messages. Once he knew that Nora was Kat, her messages in the chat started to make more sense. He looked over at Joel and nodded. She was telling the truth. The two men were stunned. They looked at Nora in unison. After a while, Ian asked, How did you join the group? Nora shrugged. King added me. Nora didn't understand either. So I became part of the group. It was simple like that. Ian couldn't believe it at all. That's it? So simple? Yeah. Ian felt like he got the wind taken out of him. His worldview was now severely impacted. Back in the old days, in order to join the group, he had fought and struggled abroad for so many years. On top of that, it was only after he developed the Smith Corporation and made a huge profit that he finally qualified for an evaluation. On top of that, one needed at least 2 referrals to join the group. One shouldn't be fooled by the small number. There weren't many people in the world who knew of the Imperial League's existence, let alone know who was in it. It was only by a stroke of coincidence, as well as his own capabilities, that Ian managed to get 2 people to recognize his worth. After the referrals, he had gone through another 3 years of probation before he was allowed to join the group. Yet Nora had been directly invited into the group by King. The corners of his lips spasmed, and he could only sigh. You outdo even me, Nora. Joel nodded. That's amazing, Nora. Nora smiled and explained, I don't need the account, therefore Joel deserves it. Give it to Joel. Ian had given Joel the account long ago, but it was when Ian regained motivation to live on for Nora's sake after her return to the family, Joel had returned the account to him. Ian handed over the account to him once more. "Since your sister has one, then I will give this back to you. The password is still the same." The password was still the same. Whenever Joel needed to, he could log in to check the news in the group at any time. When Joel heard this, a touch of tenderness flashed across his eyes again. Ian genuinely loved his adopted son. He nodded and, with a voice full of gratitude, whispered, "Thank you." After the matter about the account was settled, Ian looked at Nora. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Nora, what are your plans for the future?" Nora raised her eyebrows. "What?" Ian hesitated for a moment before he continued, "The Hunts were in a difficult situation some time ago, so I didn't bring it up then. But you and Justin are engaged, not married. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the law, he is just your lover." "He's my fiancé." For some reason, Nora didn't want Ian to call him her lover, so she corrected him. Ian paused for a moment and then spoke again. "He's ultimately just your fiancé. You have to look forward to life. If you want to find another—" "No, it's fine." Nora interrupted him. "I don't have time for all that." All of a sudden, she stood up from where she was sitting. "If there's nothing else, then I'll get going." "Okay, you can go first if you have something to attend to." By the time Ian finished speaking, Nora had left the study. After she left, Joel mused for a moment before he spoke. "Dad, I think Nora still has feelings for Justin." Ian sighed. "Yeah." After a short silence, he muttered, "Everyone in our family is very devoted when it comes to love. You and Tanya have reunited as lovers, so I won't say anything about that. But Nora, I wish she would be more fickle and avoid going down the same path I did." Yvette was the only one in Ian's eyes all his life, but he only spent 2 short years with her. For the 26 years, 8 months, and 3 days that came after, he had been all alone. He'd thought about looking for another woman, but none of them could compare to her. Even if they were better than her in a certain aspect, in his eyes and in his heart, they still weren't as good as her. He'd also thought about making exceptions, but in the end, he simply couldn't. He had already tasted the pain, loneliness, and reclusiveness of being devoted to love. So when he found out that Nora might have another lover, despite his surprise, Ian had been relieved. He'd rather his daughter be a little more fickle in love than have her be like him and suffer the pain of love because of someone. At first, he had been disapproving of Nora's relationship with Justin, just because the elderly Mrs. Hunt didn't like his daughter, so he didn't want her to suffer any grievances. Later, it was because he was afraid that his daughter would sink too deeply into the relationship. The deeper one loved, the more painful it would be when they got hurt. But Justin was too outstanding. He visited the Smiths again and again, proving to Ian his love for Nora. Towards the end, in fact, when they got engaged, Ian had accepted him deep down as someone who could care for his daughter. Who knew that he would suddenly die at such a young age, though? He'd used the word lover on purpose to mislead himself and Nora, so that Nora wouldn't be concerned. So what if the children were part of the Hunts? Nora and Justin were not married. She still had the freedom to look for another man and to be happy. But judging from Nora's stance, it looked like she didn't plan on looking anymore. While Ian was feeling troubled over his daughter's future, all of a sudden the door swung open and Cherry rushed in. She screeched, "Grandpa, you have to come with me!" After hearing how scared and frightened his granddaughter was, Ian stood up in a flash. He demanded, "What is it, Cherry? What's wrong?" Cherry looked at him with a puzzled expression, then laughed. "Grandpa, I've started my live stream. Come on." Ian felt a wave of relief wash over him. I thought you were talking about something serious. Cherry was standing in front of him and took out her phone. Grandpa, this is serious. I'm live streaming. You have to download the app first. Eh? You already have the app. Don't tell me you watch other people's live stream too. Cherry scowled. Then why don't you look at my live streams? Cherry, of course I watch your... Ian cut himself off. Since his granddaughter tricked him, he was going to trick her back. Actually, I don't know what you're talking about. Cherry was furious. Yes, you do. You must have gone to watch someone else's live stream. You don't like me. I'm angry. Ian laughed and waved her off. Now, Cherry, it's only an app. There's no need to get upset. Cherry sounded angry as she opened his app with a stern expression. I want to see who Grandpa looks at every day. Is she cuter than me? Ian looked at her with mischief in his eyes. She is definitely as cute as you. Cherry's fingers froze as she pursed her lips. Grandpa, you're so rude. You think those wild flowers outside are cuter than me. Boo-hoo. Ian touched his forehead. Who did you learn to speak like this from? Cherry grinned. Xander, he said that all the boys find the wild flowers outside more cute. That's why Pete keeps mentioning Mia. However, I've already corrected Xander. Mia isn't a wild flower. She's a family flower. She's our family. Cherry was very loyal. Mia had long been included in the family. Ian didn't know what to say. This was too much energy to deal with so late at night. Cherry opened the livestream app. When she logged in, she was still asking, Grandpa, then who's cuter, Mummy or the streamer you like? How could he compare his daughter and his granddaughter? He was stumped by Cherry's question. He was about to say something when he heard Cherry warn him angrily. Don't say they're equally cute. Ian put his forehead in his hands. Enough, Cherry. Look at the live streamer I'm following first. No, Cherry whined. Answer my question first, I'll look at it later. Ian looked outside for Nora and then whispered, I think this girl is cuter than your mummy. Cherry's eyes were wide open like dark grapes as she shouted, Grandpa, you're so bad. How can there be anyone more adorable than Mummy? She stomped her foot and demanded, I want to see who it is. With that, she logged into the app. She glanced at the ID and saw the words, Sponsor Grandpa. Cherry stopped whining immediately. Her first reaction was, Grandpa, your name is the same as my #1 supporter. Then, she saw that Ian had hundreds of thousands of fans too. They were all famous for tipping Cherry. After all, people who could tip millions at once were very famous on the livestream app. But Ian only followed one person. Cherry opened it up and was stunned when she saw her photo. She looked up. You're Sponsor Grandpa? Ian, helpless, could only nod. Cherry blinked at her screen and made sure what she was seeing was correct. Then she understood. Her face blossomed with joy. So you're my Sponsor Grandpa? Grandpa, you're too good to me. Ian was about to be smug when he heard her say with a stern face, But how can you say that I'm cuter than Mummy? Of course Mummy is the cutest and most beautiful. No one can compare to Mummy, not even me. Ian blinked at her in surprise. Usually, Cherry took any amount of praise she could. The child's praise for her mother had really reached the peak. Ever since she learned that Ian was her Sponsor Grandpa, Cherry called him even more affectionately in the livestream. Grandpa, another plane. I want to see a plane. A plane floated past the livestream. Cherry continued to play her game. Grandpa, if I kill all 4 of them, spam a row of hundreds for me. After the 4th kill, hundreds of comments with 100 rewards flew past Cherry's game screen. Everyone in the livestream realized, in the past, Cherry did not want gifts. Even when her sponsor grandpa gave her too many gifts, she would stop him. But now Cherry has changed. Someone below commented, "For some reason, I don't like this attitude of wanting gifts. I can give it to you, but if you ask me for it, I'd like you less and less. I wonder if sponsor grandpa feels the same." Same here. I keep feeling that Sweet Cherry doesn't treat us as outsiders today. Besides, isn't that sponsor grandpa's temper too good to be true? Is Sweet Cherry short of money? She asked for so many tips today. What a wonder. Isn't asking for a gift too straightforward? Other streamers are more reserved. Sweet Cherry is too blunt. There was a flurry of discussions below. Cherry saw it and pursed her lips. She replied, "He's my grandfather. What's wrong with me wanting gifts from him?" Everyone began to mock her. Is he your biological grandfather? He's only called a grandfather if it's biological. Do you really think that calling him grandpa a few times will make you the granddaughter of a wealthy family? Will he acknowledge you? That's right. The child is so young she can't tell the difference. Her parents don't care either. Of course, not everyone spoke against Sweet Cherry. Among the many comments, most were positive, so Cherry did not notice. However, this matter reached the old madam's ears. After Mrs. Hunt learned that Cherry was live streaming and that Justin did not mind, she did not care either. It was fine as long as her child was taken care of. At this moment, no one knew that Mrs. Hunt was watching Cherry's live stream. Cherry had seen many of those bad comments and did not care about them. However, Mrs. Hunt did not understand them, especially when Cherry called him Grandpa so affectionately. It made Mrs. Hunt angry. She walked over to the villa. At the same time, Nora was considering what kind of excuse to make so that she could go to Switzerland and look for the V16. She planned to set off within 2 days. She had taken care of the mess Justin had left in the country. Even without her, the company would still operate fine. But she could not delay finding the gene serum for Xander a moment longer. Mrs. Hunt swung open the door to her room and rushed in. When she saw that Nora was lying on the bed, she got angry and bellowed, "Nora, why are you lying on the bed again?" Nora raised her eyebrows and got up. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing that she had not stopped being lazy, Mrs. Hunt was so angry that she did not know what to say. She hissed, "Hurry up and control Cherry. It's bad enough that she keeps calling an outsider to the family grandpa in the live stream. But she keeps asking for gifts. Our family doesn't lack money. Why is she making a fool of herself in front of outsiders? I'll give her whatever she needs. What have you done to this poor child?" Cherry was calling an outsider grandpa. Nora knew that Cherry had a loyal fan on her live streams. He was her sponsor grandpa. However, she knew that Cherry had never been a child who did not know her limits. She could not possibly ask for things from a fan unless it was someone she was familiar with. Familiar person. After some thought, Nora had a guess. She nodded. "Let's find out what's going on." With that, she leapt out of bed and went to Cherry's room. Cherry's live stream was noisy, so she rarely watched her during the live stream. On the way to Cherry's room, Mrs. Hunt glanced at Nora, who was expressionless. She thought about it and explained, "I don't mind that Cherry is embarrassing us, but I know that your father will be unhappy if he hears her calling an outsider grandpa like this." She was making up for her harsh words that she had said to Nora a moment ago. Someone like Mrs. Hunt cared a lot about the Hunt's image in the outside world. How could she not care that Cherry wanted something from others? However, when she thought about how this old madam had always been arrogant to her in the past, and now she was taking the time to explain her feelings to her, Nora decided to tolerate it. There was always progress to be made. After all, once she and Justin got married, the old madam would be her mother-in-law. With this in mind, the two of them arrived at Cherry's room. Nora knocked on the door. After opening the door, she looked at Cherry and pointed at her phone. Cherry understood and cried, "Mummy, just wait a minute. It's the last team battle. I can push the crystal if I win the team battle." Nora nodded and walked to the sofa beside her. Mrs. Hunt watched their interaction and felt faint. She looked at Nora and felt that, as a mother, she was spoiling her child too much. She was here to chat with her, but she had to wait for her to finish this round. Although Mrs. Hunt was dissatisfied, when she thought of how Justin pampered Cherry even more, she could not say anything to criticize her. She could only sit on the sofa with Nora unhappily. Cherry said that one could push the crystal if they won the team battle. However, in this group battle, the two sides were in a draw and there was only one person left. Therefore, they were late, causing the game to be extended for a full 15 more minutes. Mrs. Hunt was getting impatient from waiting. She turned around and glanced at Nora, but she saw that she was leaning against the sofa again. She had fallen asleep. Mrs. Hunt scoffed. Everyone's behavior was unbelievable. Cherry was still talking. "Grandpa, do you think I have to fight for another 15 minutes? That's impossible. I'll end the battle in 5 minutes. What if it doesn't end? Play with you for 3 hours. There's nothing wrong with that, but what if I win? What are you going to give me, a sports car? No, I already have a sports car. Dad bought it for me. What do I want? I don't really need anything. You're buying me $1 million gift. That's small. I want $2 million. Mrs. Hunt's expression changed. Play for 3 hours? Is this what a serious girl should be saying? Cherry was young, but she was already being led astray. She coughed and woke Nora up beside her. Nora rubbed her eyes and looked at Cherry. She asked, "What time is it?" Cherry was anxious. She had fun with the team battle and pushed the other party's crystal. "I want it to end the game now. Mummy is getting anxious. Also, Grandpa, I won. Don't shower me with gifts yet. Wait until next time. Bye." After saying that, she ended her live stream. Then she looked at Nora and Mrs. Hunt and asked, "Mummy, what's wrong?" Nora yawned. "Your sponsor, Grandpa." Before she could finish, Mrs. Hunt interrupted her. "Cherry, you have to stay away from that sponsor Grandpa in the future." Cherry was puzzled. She tilted her head and asked, "Why?" Mrs. Hunt growled, "Because he's not a good person, of course." Cherry argued, "What do you mean? He gives me gifts all the time. Besides, he's—" Mrs. Hunt interrupted her. "Everyone you know on the internet is bad. Look, he keeps sending you gifts. He must have ulterior motives." Cherry shook her head. "No, my sponsor Grandpa is not. He—" "What?" Mrs. Hunt's face turned cold. "Look at the request he made to you. What do you mean by accompanying him for 3 hours if you can't win? You're the daughter of the Hunts. How can you play with him? Who does he think he is?" With that, she could not help but say, "You haven't even played with me for 3 hours." She sounded jealous. Cherry blinked. "But Grandpa, he—" "Grandpa? What Grandpa? I think he's a cheat. Cherry, I don't object to you live streaming, but you have to be careful about your words and actions, okay? Besides, he's not your mother's father. Why are you calling him Grandpa?" Cherry tried to explain again. "Grandma, he's—" But Mrs. Hunt continued to interrupt, getting more angry by each passing second. "In short, you have to cut ties with this sponsor Grandpa. The children of the Hunts can't ask for a gift from others. I'm telling you, other than your own elders, you can't accept money from anyone else, okay?" Cherry blinked her big, black grape-like eyes and looked at Nora. She pleaded, "Mummy!" Her great-grandmother would not give her a chance to speak. When she shouted this, Mrs. Hunt scolded her with even more anger than before. "It's useless if you call on your mummy. Your mummy can't listen to you. Let me tell you this, it's impossible. Delete all the contact details of your sponsor grandpa right now. Return the money for the tips. You can't ask for anything from him anymore. I forbid it." Cherry looked shocked. Then she burst into tears. She wasn't used to being scolded at all. Out of nowhere, Nora laughed out loud. That smile was faint, but it made Mrs. Hunt angry. "Nora, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" The old lady was angry and began to speak without restraint. "Grandpa, grandpa, grandpa. You called him so affectionately, but your real grandpa never gave you any tips. I'm your great-grandmother. Even I tipped you." Cherry was stunned. "Huh? What?" Mrs. Hunt crossed her arms. "Look at your daily rankings. I'm 4th on it. I gave you tens of thousands of dollars for fun, but your biological grandfather didn't come to support you. Cherry, can't you see it clearly? Even if your surname is Smith, you're still a child of our family. So be good. Let's change your last name to Hunt, okay?" Nora narrowed her eyes now. Mrs. Hunt had always had a grudge against Cherry for having the surname Smith. Now she had a chance to tempt Cherry. Nora chuckled and looked at Cherry. "Listen to your great-grandmother. Return all the money to Grandpa. Yes, and tell him not to give you anything in the future." Cherry blinked. "Okay." When Mrs. Hunt heard this, she was stunned. "Wait, what did you say? What did you call him?" Could it be that Sponsor Grandpa is Grandpa? Cherry's words stunned Mrs. Hunt even more. "Huh?" Cherry explained word by word. "Grandpa is Sponsor Grandpa. That's why he gave me so many gifts. Great-Grandma, why can't I take anything Grandpa gives me?" The little girl looked up with a very serious expression. Her face was identical to Pete's, but it was filled with cunning and intelligence. She tilted her head. "Why not?" Mrs. Hunt's heart skipped a beat. She was not belittling Ian on purpose. It was that Cherry was never as close to her as she was to Ian. Even when she called people on the internet, she called them her friends. The way she called him Grandpa was really sweet. She was her biological great-grandma. How could she not compare to a fake grandfather? In her panic, she had said those things on purpose to say that Ian did not support her because she wanted Cherry to like her more. However, she did not expect to be slapped in the face. She shuffled her hands awkwardly and looked at the floor in shame. "Of course not. Ian is your grandfather and your surname is Smith. You can take whatever he gives you." "Yay!" Cherry squealed. "Great-Grandma, Grandpa is number 1 on my rankings." "I think you're right. Although my surname is Smith, I'm also a member of the Hunts. Can you reach number 1 on my rankings too? It doesn't matter if you can't reach it, number 2 is fine too." Mrs. Hunt had a sudden change of heart. "Of course, I'll rush to the first rank when I get back." With that, Mrs. Hunt stood up and rushed out of the room. After leaving the villa, Fanny could not help but smile. "Look at you. You always said that you wanted to hand over the company to Miss Smith, but you can't let yourself stay idle every time and worry. Cherry and Nora are much better off than we imagined." Mrs. Hunt sighed. "The main thing is that Nora was raised in that sorry state of a family. I heard that she never went to school. When I think of this, I can't stop worrying, especially with Cherry. Look, compared to Pete, Cherry is so much worse. She doesn't learn well and plays games all day. She's the same as that brat Chesty. When she grows up, she'll be useless too. Pete grew up beside Justin. That's why he's different." At the mention of Justin, Mrs. Hunt became depressed. If Justin was here, he could correct Cherry and Xander's habits. But now that he's gone, what can Nora do for the children? Can she even put the children to sleep every day? Fanny sighed. No matter how unwilling Mrs. Hunt was, she would try to reason with herself. Nora is smart. She might seem lazy, she still became a genius in medicine. If she was more diligent, she would be just like Justin. Fanny nodded. Miss Smith is smart. Look at how she handled the company's matters this time. And she's beautiful. Furthermore, after Miss Smith took over the company, everything in the company remained normal. No accidents happened. Mrs. Hunt nodded again. She decided, all right, I'm the one who's overthinking. I keep feeling that she can't do it, but she's actually very capable. With the Smiths backing her, she won't need any advice from an old woman in the future. The only thing I can do is get her to wake up every day, to exercise, and sleep less. Look at her. She sleeps so much her body will collapse. When a person lies in bed for a long time, their bones turn soft. Tomorrow we'll call her for physical training. Fanny nodded. Okay, Mrs. Hunt. You're stubborn but soft-hearted. You're clearly worried about Miss Smith's health, but you find so many reasons to hide behind your true feelings. Mrs. Hunt did not speak and followed Fanny forward. I can't interfere in her business matters. The only thing I can do is correct her daily life. Fanny echoed. You did the right thing. Miss Smith is pitiful. She didn't have a mother from a young age and grew up in a messed up family. I heard that she was locked at home when she was young. I guess she only slept because she had nothing else to do. After all, sleeping is the best way to kill time. Ian is her father, after all. He can't say that his daughter is lazy, so no one criticized her after her return. Perhaps she doesn't know any better. Mrs. Hunt nodded again. Fanny continued, Fortunately, she met you. You treat her like your biological granddaughter. I don't think you care as much about Miss Brenda as you do about Miss Smith. The old lady became more satisfied. She doesn't have a mother, and the elders in the family can't interfere. Therefore, there are some things that only I can say. As the two of them chatted, they bumped into a tall woman in a white coat walking over. She was clearly walking towards Justin's villa. Mrs. Hunt stopped in her tracks. Isn't that Lily, the one who works with Nora? Lily stood still and nodded with a smile. Hello, Mrs. Hunt. Mrs. Hunt frowned. Why are you here? Lily explained. I'm here to check on Boss. Mrs. Hunt nodded. Yes, go take a look, quickly now. She looks like she doesn't have enough energy. Let me tell you, it's because she sleeps for 10 hours a day. This is a really big problem. Nora had slept too much, which caused her health to deteriorate. But before Mrs. Hunt could finish, Lily nodded. Yes, you're right. I don't know what's wrong with Boss. She sleeps for 10 hours a day. This is bad for her health. Mrs. Hunt nodded. So she should train more. She sleeps too. Before she could say the word too much, Lily interrupted her. Yes, you're right. I'm glad you agree. She sleeps too little. With her condition, this is very dangerous. Mrs. Hunt was stunned. How could Nora be sleeping too little with all the naps she takes? Lily continued, With her physical condition, it's very bad not to sleep 14 hours a day. I really don't know which idiot keeps disturbing her and not letting her sleep. The Hunt Corporation doesn't have that much work for her, and there are very few things that I arrange for her. Tell me, why is she doing all this when she's free to sleep? Mrs. Hunt was confused. She said, I think 8 hours of sleep a day is enough. 14 hours, isn't that too much? Lily sighed. Old madam, an ordinary person would definitely have enough sleep in 8 hours. But his boss a normal person? Mrs. Hunt fell silent. Wasn't Nora normal? Lily explained. Her body has been weak ever since she was young. Her IQ is ridiculous. She knows so much and is constantly learning more, so it's very draining. Think about it. She's a top surgeon and the last disciple of Dr. Zabe. She knows almost everything about both alternative and Western medicine. She's also a hacker. Most people wouldn't be able to reach her level of hacking in their whole lives, but she is already so capable. How many brain cells have to die every day for these things? I've studied it before. Her brain cell reproduction speed is double that of a normal person. If she can't get sufficient sleep, she will not have enough energy and she will become stupid. I really don't know who has such a grudge against her and wants to harm her by keeping her awake. Mrs. Hunt was surprised. She swallowed and asked, "Did you just say that she has extraordinary intelligence?" "That's right," Lily said. "Boss is very smart and has an incredibly high IQ, almost the highest. Why do you think Pete is so smart?" Lily realized Mrs. Hunt might not understand. "Let me explain. Men have XY chromosomes and women have XX. The IQ gene is on the X chromosome. A boy's Y chromosome is inherited from the father, while the X comes entirely from the mother. So Pete's IQ is inherited from Boss." Mrs. Hunt was amazed. She felt like her worldview had been refreshed. She always thought that Pete was indeed Justin's son because he was so smart at a young age. But as it turned out, his intelligence was because of Nora. Lily sighed. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll go check on Boss first and see if she's asleep. She hasn't slept well for a few days. I told her to rest early today." With that, Lily left. Mrs. Hunt swallowed. She looked at Fanny in a daze and asked, "Did you hear what she just said?" "I heard her." "So I'm harming her by not letting her sleep. Her sleep is so abnormal. Did I do something bad out of kindness?" Fanny smiled bitterly. "Seems like it." Mrs. Hunt frowned. She couldn't believe that she might have hurt Nora. On the cruise ship, Iris and Mrs. Landis were shopping in the luxury store. They both noticed that the waiters in the distance were pointing at Iris. Iris walked over, curious why they were pointing. But when she walked over, the waiters immediately stopped talking. Iris frowned, not understanding what was going on. With no cell phone signal on the cruise, the only way she could contact the outside world was with the satellite phone. But Philip was afraid that she would contact Justin, so he wouldn't let her use the satellite phone. Iris's eyebrows started twitching. She glanced at Mrs. Landis. Mrs. Landis understood what was going on. She took a few steps back and Iris entered the luxury shop. Iris began to buy things carefully. She did not have to pay for her purchases, of course. She would settle the bill with Philip. The cruise ship belongs to his company, after all. Iris pointed at the luxurious items and said to the staff, "Wrap this up for me." The staff was overjoyed. They earned commission on how much they could sell. However, because the cruise was only booked by a single person, they worried they might not make much money from this trip. Iris was not a person who liked to buy much. She went shopping every day, but only to take a look. It was rare for her to buy so many things like she was doing today. After Iris finished shopping, Mrs. Landis walked over to her with a pale face. Her legs were a little weak. Something had happened. Iris held her and asked, "What's wrong?" Mrs. Landis stammered. She swallowed and held Iris's wrist. "Miss, you have to hold on. Just now they said that Mr. Hunt is dead." Iris was confused. "Dead? What do you mean? And who is dead? Herman?" Mrs. Landis's eyes turned red as she burst into tears. No, it's Justin. Justin has passed away." Upon hearing the news that Justin was dead, Iris's vision went dark as if she was struck by lightning. She felt that the space around her had twisted. Shocked, she looked at Mrs. Landis. Justin passed away. Mrs. Landis cried, unable to respond. Iris did not cry. Instead, she turned around and walked to the guest room. I don't believe you. I want to go back. Iris looked very calm. She walked steadily towards the control room. Philip was handling some work matters there. There were many things the consortium needed him to sign. Jason was standing in front of Philip and told him the news. We have received word from a reliable source. Our people have also gone to New York to take a look. We have confirmed that Justin has indeed passed away. Philip pursed his lips. King hasn't contacted us lately, has he? That's correct, Jason replied. Ever since Justin passed away, King hasn't asked for our men anymore. I'm guessing that King's sudden appearance might have been because of Justin. Now that Justin's gone, King doesn't care anymore. Boss, you don't have anything to be afraid of. Can we go home now? Philip was wary of King. Because King had contacted them, the people hiding on the cruise ship could not go back. Now that Justin was gone, there was nothing to worry about. Philip's expression was tense. Tell me, how should I tell Iris about this? How will she accept the news? Because of her son, Iris willingly trapped herself in a suburban villa for 20 years. Now that her son was dead, what would happen to her? Thinking of Iris, Philip ordered, Don't dock yet. Yes, sir. Jason understood. Philip did this because Iris would hear the news when they reached the shore. She might not be able to take it, and there were too many uncertainties on the shore. King's attitude was unclear. What if, once they reached the shore, King immediately came looking for Iris to take her away? Philip wanted to observe her for a while longer. The two men had just finished talking when Iris suddenly pushed the door open. She looked straight at Philip. I want to dock. I want to go home. Philip and Jason exchanged looks. Jason lowered his head respectfully and exited the room. Philip and Iris were alone. Philip took 2 steps toward Iris. Iris, you know about Justin, but it's useless for you to go home now. The people I sent have already confirmed that his corpse has been burned and buried. There's no point in you going back now. Iris closed her eyes in despair. She clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Let me go back and take a look. I'll go see him. And Cherry, Pete and Xander. Oh, Nora too. They must be so sad. I want to go back. Philip forced a smile. Iris, don't worry. They're living well. Nora took control of the company and will hand it to Justin's son in the future. You've already sacrificed more than 20 years for your son. You abandoned me for 20 years. You only get so many decades in this life. Now that he's gone, I'll be by your side for the next 20 years. You don't need to accompany me, Iris objected. Philip, let me go. They need me now. Philip lowered his eyes. I told you, he's already in the coffin. It's useless even if you go back. It's fate that he died in an accident. The universe has handed your future to me. I won't let go. Iris gritted her teeth and glared at him. Philip, you pervert. If you don't let me go, I'll hate you. It doesn't matter if you hate me. Philip looked at her, greed shining in his eyes. Iris, even if you're not willing, as long as you're by my side, it's fine with me. For the past 20 years, I've been considering your feelings. That's why you and I missed each other for so long. Now I want to be selfish for once. I want to be selfish for us. Iris was sad and furious. She wanted to hurt him with her words. Us? You're selfish. You only care about yourself. Philip, you're crazy. Philip nodded with a smile. If I'm crazy, you're the one who drove me crazy. Iris, you're responsible. You! Philip's expression turned cold. He suddenly threw a dagger on the table. The metal clashed loudly. Philip spoke flatly. Unless you can kill me, don't even think about leaving. Iris stared at the dagger. Suddenly, she picked it up and aimed it at Philip's heart. I'll kill you. Kill me then, Philip laughed. The normally gloomy man had an exotic handsomeness. At that moment, he was even more sinister. There was a madness in his eyes. Leaving you hurts more than death. If you kill me and leave, I won't feel pain anymore. Come on. He held Iris's hand and applied a little pressure. The tip of the knife pierced through his skin. He stared her down. Can you bear to? Could she bear to? So close to him, Iris could see that the corners of the man's eyes had grown wrinkled. They were both old. As she was thinking, Philip used his strength to apply more pressure. The knife stabbed deeper into his chest. Blood gushed out. The warm blood jolted Iris back to reality. She subconsciously took a step back and let go. The dagger fell to the ground. Philip looked at her and laughed out loud. You can't do it. You love me deep down. Iris, don't lie to yourself. Iris looked at the man in front of her. She did not know why he was so stubborn. But after all, he was someone she had loved sincerely. She smiled bitterly and turned to leave the room. After she left, Jason entered. Philip instructed, Don't dock for the next 2 months. Use a helicopter for supplies. And find the person who leaked the news and throw him off the boat. Philip's eyes were vicious and filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Jason was shocked. He would be killing someone by throwing them off the boat. But Jason did not dare to resist. He lowered his head and said yes before leaving. Philip smiled slightly and narrowed his eyes. This was the happiest time of his life. No matter what happened, even if the sky collapsed and the earth exploded, it could not stop him from being with Iris. Jason ran back in. Boss, something's happened. Philip had just rushed over to the deck when he saw Iris standing at the edge. The wind blew her white dress, and she looked like she was about to fall into the sea. She looked right at Philip and said each word very carefully. I said, I want to go home. The sea breeze rustled and whistled wildly. Iris's skirt fluttered as though it was going to take her with it and fly into the air. The emaciated woman stood on the edge of the deck, swaying in the wind. It felt like she would lose her balance and fall at any moment. Philip's eyes widened. Iris, come back here. Come back. Iris looked at him, her eyes resolute and determined. She said firmly, Let me go home, or I'll jump down from here. Philip frowned. Are you threatening me with your life? Even if you jump off, there are doctors on the cruise ship. I won't let you die. Without my permission, you are not allowed to die. Really? Iris suddenly smiled. She turned around and jumped down without hesitation. The sea was very blue and the wind was high. In the distance, the sky was very clear. When the white figure fell into the water, she was quickly swallowed up by the waves. She rose and fell in the sea. Iris! Philip shouted. He dashed forward and jumped into the sea without thinking twice about it. Half an hour later, in a lounge on the ship, Philip was wet all over. The seawater made his hair cling to his face. He hated the terrible, sticky feeling. Even though the heater in the room had been turned up to the max, he still felt awfully uncomfortable. He stared at Iris lying on the bed. The woman's eyes were tightly closed. Her pale visage was without even a trace of rosiness. Her eyelashes trembled gently. Her body shook from the cold. Even the quilt wrapped around her couldn't help her warm up. Philip looked at her. Iris's lips moved a little. She spoke slowly. "Philip, I want to go home." As he stared at her, Philip tightened and loosened his clasped hands again and again. A while later, he stood up abruptly and shouted at the door, "Jason!" Jason quickly entered. "Boss." Philip's sinister eyes fixated on Iris. The corners of his lips curled into a mocking arc. He ordered, "Return to shore." Jason was surprised. He glanced at Iris and nodded. "Okay." The cruise ship made a U-turn and went straight back the same way it came. Philip sat in the room for a long time. He didn't shower. He merely stared at Iris in astonishment until she opened her eyes and glanced at him. Her tone was a little light and her voice was pitifully soft. Her words were clearly so gentle, yet also so cruel. "Philip, aren't you doing everything you want because you know that I like you, so I won't bear to kill you? I can also do the same." Philip stared at her in shock. This was the first time in so many years that Iris had said that she liked him. Ever so slightly, he started crying with joy. His eyes were damp as he stared at her. "Iris, you like me. You admitted it. As I expected, you do like me, right?" Iris pulled her hand back and turned her head to look away. Philip continued, "Then let's be together. Your son has already died, so no one can tie you down anymore. Come with me." Iris let out an icy laugh. She looked at him and said, "If you insist on taking me with you, then what you'll eventually take with you will surely only be my dead body." The room was awfully quiet. One could only hear the waves outside. Philip looked at the stubborn Iris. He didn't understand. "Iris, I like you so much and you return my feelings. We are in love with each other. Why can't we be together?" Iris replied, "Perhaps this is what they mean when they say it's just not meant to be." Sometimes love was letting go and fulfilling oneself, but Philip would never understand the meaning of these words. He would never, ever understand what it meant. Iris didn't want to discuss this with him anymore. She found it pointless. She just wanted to go home now. She wanted to go back to New York and return to the people who needed her. Philip looked at her, her cold attitude making him mad as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists tightly. After a while, he finally said, "I can let you go back and have a look if that's what you want. But once you've seen them, you must leave with me at once. Iris, I told you I love you. Even if what I take with me is your dead body, no one can separate us." After saying that, Philip stood up abruptly and exited. Jason followed suit. Philip looked back at the room. He lowered his eyes and said, "Gather our men at the shore and tell them to wait there. After taking Iris to Justin's grave, we'll bring her back immediately." Jason immediately asked, "What if King's men are also there?" Philip narrowed his eyes. "That shouldn't be the case." He lowered his eyes and said, "No matter what, I still have a bit of status in the Imperial League. Now that Justin is gone, I am the closest to Iris. King likely won't meddle in our affairs anymore." After he said that, a ruthless look formed in his eyes. "But if he insists on meddling, then he can't blame me for not showing him courtesy anymore." Jason was stunned. He felt that his boss must have lost his mind. To think he dared to resist King now. In the past, he more or less still had some reservations in his actions, but there wasn't any left anymore. When Jason saw the bloodthirsty look in his boss's eyes, he could only nod and leave to make the arrangements. It took 2 full days for them to return. When Iris saw the coastline in the distance, Mrs. Landis helped support her while Iris's body trembled slightly. She was about to go home. How she wished that the news she had heard was fake. Even now, she still felt like she was in a dream, as though none of this had ever happened. That Justin was not dead, but was waiting for her to come home. In Switzerland, in a large room with poor lighting, a low and hoarse voice spoke slowly. "They're back. That's quick." Lawrence lowered his head. "Yes, they've already disembarked. They'll be heading to New York soon." "Well, since they're back, let's save Mum," the man opposite Lawrence said. Lawrence nodded. "I've already arranged for our men to be there. However, our men ultimately still have to think twice before they act in that country, so they may not be as liberal as Philip's men. I'm afraid that when the time comes for them to fight it out, accidents may happen." In the shadows, the man with his back to Lawrence fell silent for a moment. He finally said, "Find a way to notify Nora about this. If she is there, she will help." Lawrence sighed. "I'm afraid you're just trying to delay her from coming to Switzerland. But, boss, considering how smart Miss Smith is, will she really be unable to guess what you've done?" The man didn't answer his question. He merely stood by the dark window for a long time. He finally turned around, slowly. At the sight of his current appearance, Lawrence was alarmed. "Boss, you..." Back in New York City, Iris stood in front of Justin's grave and stared at the tombstone in shock. The Hunts were actually supposed to be buried in the family cemetery in California after their deaths. By rights, his body should have been returned there, after which all of his assets would be split among the inheritors. But Nora had refused to send the body there. She wanted him to stay in New York with her until she died, after which the family could then move her and Justin's graves to California together. Mrs. Hunt had immediately made up her mind to have Justin buried in the cemetery in the outskirts of New York. After all, people would be lonely without company after death. Justin and Nora weren't legally married yet, so she was not considered his wife. Should Nora meet another man suitable for marriage in the future and remarry, she would not be able to be buried in the family cemetery anymore. And Mrs. Hunt didn't want to make life difficult for Nora. If Iris could keep Nora in the family and have her protect Pete's inheritance for him, so that the Smiths and the Hunts would still have a connection to each other, Mrs. Hunt would be willing to do anything, even wait upon Nora every day. So it was a very easy decision for her to have Justin buried in New York. Iris looked at the tombstone in front of her and at Justin's photo on it. It was an ID photo of him. In the photo, his expression was stern and serious, without a smile. His eyes were cold, and there was a beauty mark at the corner of his eye. Iris still felt that all of this wasn't real. She shook slightly as she stood there. After standing there for so long that Iris's legs had turned weak, Philip took a step forward and held her hand. "You have already seen him, now let's go." But Iris remained where she was and said, "I want to go home. Nora and the others need me." Philip's expression darkened at once. "Iris, you should count your blessings that I allowed you to come back. Don't push your luck." But Iris shook her head and said, Justin is gone, but he left behind 3 children and Nora. I have to go and see them and help them get through this difficult time. I need to be with my family." Philip frowned. "I only agreed to let you come back and have a look. I didn't agree to let you stay. Iris, Justin is already gone. Do you think you can still escape?" He grabbed Iris's wrist. Iris lowered her eyes and sneered. "Here in New York, do you think that no one will come and save me just because Justin is gone?" She balled up her fists tightly and looked around her. At once, 8 black-clad bodyguards swarmed out and walked towards them. Philip lowered his gaze when he saw them. He let out a low laugh and said, "I've always known that you are no bimbo and that you would definitely build your own forces. You claimed that you didn't want so many people to disturb your son's peace, so you only allowed me to come here with you. But do you think these few guys can stop me?" He clapped. Philip's bodyguards, who were waiting outside, rushed in. 16 of Philip's men immediately surrounded Iris's 8 bodyguards. Iris paled. She'd originally thought that Philip would not go too overboard. She only made use of her son so she could stay and assist Pete. So even if Justin were to know what she had done, he wouldn't blame her for disturbing his peace. Unexpectedly, Philip had made a backup plan. In this regard, she ultimately still couldn't compare with Philip. Iris bit her lip and clenched her fists. After the 16 men restrained the 8 bodyguards, Philip clasped Iris's shoulder tightly again and said, "Let's go. Don't bother seeking death anymore. If you're dead, you won't be able to see your grandchildren anymore." Iris wouldn't seek death in vain, of course. She was so mad that she couldn't say anything. At this moment, a young and tender voice reached her. "Grandma, little Cherry is here to pick you up." When the voice rang out, Philip frowned and turned to look outside. He'd initially thought that it must be a large group who had come, but in the end, he only saw Nora walking leisurely with her 3 children. Philip breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, it was Iris who panicked when she saw them. She shouted, "Nora, why did you bring the children here? This has nothing to do with you guys. Hurry and leave this place. I don't want you to accidentally hurt yourselves." Nora's gait was slow and lazy, as if she had to use a lot of strength even just to walk. As she shuffled, she yawned. It couldn't be helped. Philip and Iris had come to the cemetery early in the morning. She was usually still asleep at this hour. Although she'd received news that they would be coming over the day before, Nora couldn't just go to bed at noon, right? The night before, she waited until 8 p.m. before she went to sleep. She woke up at 6 a.m., resulting in a lack of sleep. Nora was terribly sleepy. Pete handed her a piece of tissue and said, "Mummy, wipe your tears." Nora took the tissue and casually wiped her eyes. Another small hand reached towards her. When she looked down, she found that it was Xander's. Seeing her lower her head, he looked at the tissue in her hand and said, "I'll hold it for you." Only after Nora handed Xander the tissue that she'd wiped her tears with did she look ahead of her. Just as she was about to say something, she couldn't help but yawn again. Pete and Xander waited nervously for Nora to speak to Iris and Philip, but Nora was taking too long. Cherry, who had long been accustomed to her behavior, decided to just speak in her stead. "Grandma, don't worry. Pete, Xander and I won't get hurt. If that fierce grandpa dares to hit us, then I will get Mummy to smash his butt into pieces." Iris gasped. "Oh my, that is quite the threat." Philip stammered, upset at being threatened by a child. The corners of Philip's lips spasmed a little and he glanced at Iris. When he saw her staring at him, he said, You guys can go. I won't do anything to children. Just like it had been decades, even though Iris had rejected him and chosen to stay in the suburbs of New York because of Justin, Philip hadn't taken any action against Justin. Iris breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She looked at Nora and said, "Nora, stop this and take the children away. Although Philip has said he won't do anything to the children, it would be terrible if they got hurt." Nora nodded. She looked down at the 3 children and said, "You 3, stand aside." "Okie dokie." "Okay. 'Kay." After the 3 children respectively answered in their own ways, they looked at one another. They ran to a corner at the side where even if a fight broke out, it probably wouldn't reach them. After they took their positions, Cherry shouted again, "Grandma, don't be afraid. We're here to take you home." Iris cooed, "My grandchildren." Philip yelled, "Don't listen to them." The corners of Philip's lips spasmed again. He looked at Nora and said, "Don't waste your breath. Do you know how many of my men are waiting outside?" In order to prevent Iris from playing tricks, as well as to prevent Justin's men from saving Iris, Philip had brought almost 100 mercenaries with him. Upon hearing what he said, Nora rubbed her wrists and picked up her cell phone impatiently to check the time. She said, "Relax, it's almost time." Philip didn't understand. Almost time? Nora was about to explain when Jason suddenly rushed in and shouted, "Boss, I don't know why, but New York's underworld forces are here. We have been surrounded." The underworld forces of New York? Mercenaries and the underworld were 2 different worlds. They shouldn't have anything to do with each other. What were New York's underworld forces doing here? Even Philip was a little dumbfounded. He looked at Nora in astonishment and asked, "How much did you have to spend to get the underworld forces to do your bidding?" People from the Quinn School of Martial Arts also walked in. Behind them was a group of thugs, each with a baseball bat in their hands. They looked like ruffians, led by the thick and muscular Jordan. As it was still early, there wasn't anyone around the area. Coupled with the fact that this was a cemetery, the surroundings were even quieter than usual. Jason said, "They're all people from the underworld, although they didn't bring firearms with them, probably to avoid accidentally hurting the children. Because Ms. Iris had said that cemeteries are sacred ground and we shouldn't bring firearms here, we didn't bring any with us either. And they're all skilled martial artists. That man, named Jordan Hoffman, offed Paul Quinlan, a boss from New York's Dark Forces, and is now the new leader of the city's Dark Forces. It's said that he owns a car racing club, so he shouldn't be short of money." Philip took a step forward and asked, "Mr. Hoffman, I also have some dealings with New York's underworld forces. Is there some kind of misunderstanding between us?" Jordan didn't want to offend Philip either, of course. Although Philip was not from America, he nevertheless had a lot of influence globally. Jordan coughed and replied, "Sorry, Mr. Coleman, but I have no other choice. I owe the Quinn School of Martial Arts' big sister a favor. Now that she has given the word, I can't disobey her." Philip had no choice but to look at the people from the Quinn School of Martial Arts. He said, "I have no grievances or feuds with the Quinn School of Martial Arts. Why is Big Sister hostile towards me? Is it because the Hunts offered you money? How much did they offer you? I can give you double the amount." Philip's gaze landed on Lucas. Lucas was known to outsiders as the Quinn School of Martial Arts' manager. Philip didn't want to become enemies with the Quinn School of Martial Arts, so he said, "Mr. Lucas, I wonder if that's okay with you." Philip continued, "We have also worked with each other before. Every time I'm in America, I pay the Quinn School of Martial Arts a visit. We can be said to have some ties with each other. So why become enemies?" Lucas glanced at Nora, coughed, and said, Big Sister personally gave me the order today, so I can't call the shots here. Mr. Coleman, we don't wish to become enemies with you either. As long as you let Madam Iris go, we can still be friends." Big Sister again. The Big Sister of the Quinn School of Martial Arts was well known everywhere, but she was too mysterious and was nowhere to be seen. No one knew who she was. A curious Philip stepped in front of Iris and asked, "Has Big Sister personally come today? May I know who it is? Can we talk this out properly?" Nora yawned again and stepped forward. "What do you want to talk about?" Nora was simply too sleepy. She kept yawning again and again. She looked up at Philip and slowly asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Her voice was a little hoarse and carried a bit of impatience from having just woken up. Philip asked, "What do you mean?" His brows drew together tightly. Jason said, "The one we want to talk to was Big Sister. Miss Smith, you—" But before he could finish, it suddenly dawned on him, and he looked at Nora in disbelief. Then he turned to Philip. "Boss." Philip lowered his gaze, his lips suddenly curling into a smile. "I see. Miss Smith is none other than the Big Sister of the Quinn School of Martial Arts. No offense, but do you really want to interfere in the affairs between me and Iris?" His voice was clear and he spoke in an exceptionally relaxed manner. "There are some misunderstandings between Iris and me, so we are in the midst of a petty lover's argument right now. You understand deep love, or you should understand, right? You wouldn't want to split up a pair of lovers, right?" Nora looked at Philip and said, "Women are independent. Whether she wants to continue her relationship with you or not, and whether she wants to leave with you or not, is entirely up to my God's Aunt Iris to decide." Philip responded with a gruff, Nora raised her eyebrows again. "Release her, and I'll let all of you leave safely. Otherwise, Mr. Coleman, you might as well stay here for the countdown on New Year's Eve." Philip broke into a huge frown. Next to him, Jason whispered to Philip, "Boss, we can let Iris go right now. We'll just find a way to take her away again in the future." Philip took a deep breath and looked at Iris. He thought that with the Smiths and the Hunt's capabilities, they would not be able to keep him here in America. Never had he imagined that the Quinn School of Martial Arts and New York's underworld forces would also get involved. If he met them head-on, his 100 or so men would surely be goners. Philip was a man who knew how to retreat when he should. Yet, if he were to let Iris go just like that, he didn't want to. At the side, the three children stood on their tippy-toes as they watched the show. Xander asked, "Will he let Grandma go?" Cherry said, "That fierce Grandpa definitely will." Pete nodded. "Yeah, he won't hurt Grandma." Cherry replied, "That's not necessarily true, but since Mummy is here, there definitely won't be any problems." Pete responded, "I hope so." Xander agreed, "Me too." A foreign mercenary not far from the kids suddenly rushed towards them. He stood right in front of the three children, looked at Nora and threatened, "Let us go, or else I will kill your children." "Excuse me?" Nora asked calmly. Everyone raised their eyebrows and looked at Philip reproachfully. Iris shouted, "No!" She looked at Philip and said angrily, "Philip, is this the moral boundary that you claimed to have? Didn't you say that you wouldn't do anything to the children?" Philip didn't expect this turn of events either. He clenched his fists and sneered, "You think I ordered him to do that?" Iris let out a cold laugh. She wanted to say something, but the mercenary at the side had already spoken again. "Mr. Coleman, this is the only way we can leave safely. Even if you let that lady go, this group of people is still free to do whatever they want to us." Even if they handed Iris over, it was still entirely up to Nora whether she wanted to let them go or not. Philip hated things going out of his control the most. To be honest, the best solution at the moment was to threaten them into letting them go of Iris's safety. But Philip couldn't bring himself to do that. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 children blocked by the man. He'd thought that the children would be very panicked and flustered, but surprisingly, all 3 of them were very calm. Cherry turned to Pete and Xander and said, "I think he may kidnap me if he thinks I'm the weakest." Philip lowered his gaze. For some reason, even though Cherry looked somewhat like Nora, he instead saw a semblance of Iris on Cherry's face. The look in his eyes had softened a little. The tense atmosphere had calmed down significantly. Philip expelled a breath of air and slowly said, "Let the..." But before he could say the words, "3 of them go," the mercenary reached out to grab Cherry. Philip's brows drew together. Iris took a step forward and shouted, "Let go of Cherry." Everyone wanted to snatch the child. Nora was the only one who remained where she was, calm and motionless. The next moment, the man who was about to grab Cherry suddenly screamed. He suddenly retracted the arm he'd stretched towards Cherry and took 2 steps back. His arm was outstretched straight, with needles and a dagger stabbed into it. His arm dripped with blood, an unbearable sight. Pete had stabbed him with the dagger. After practicing martial arts with Quinn for some time, he'd already picked up some skills. Justin had custom-made the dagger for him after he and Xander were kidnapped, and it was exceptionally durable. Xander was the one who had jabbed the man with needles. He had been learning from Nora which parts of the body would hurt more when attacked, and he remembered the 2 particular locations on the arm. He'd also specially asked Nora to custom-make a few needles for him. He carried them with him everywhere, calling it his form of self-defense. Cherry looked at Pete and Xander. At last, she pouted and said, "Mummy, you and Daddy are too biased. Why don't I have any self-defense skills?" Nora responded, "Oh, Cherry." Pete immediately explained, "When Daddy gave me the dagger, he told me it was for me to protect you." Xander pursed his lips and said, "When Mummy gave me the needles, I also said that I would protect you." Pete added, "So, you don't need any self-defense skills." And Xander finished the thought, "The 2 of us are your self-defense skills." My boys, Nora sighed. Those 2 boys were the sister complex. After the man was repelled, Lucas, who was the nearest to him, rushed over to subdue him. The 3 children were successfully protected. Nora didn't look at the 3 children. She looked at Philip and said domineeringly, "Let her go." Philip wanted to speak, but he couldn't find the words. Instead, Philip didn't look at Iris but stepped aside. When Iris walked out from behind Philip, she was still in disbelief. After being trapped by him for half a month, she had become used to her new way of life. She didn't expect that she would ever be freed. She took 2 quick steps forward and came right up to Nora's side. Nora looked at her. Iris knew what she meant. She shook her head. Then Nora gave a casual wave. With that, the people from the Quinn School of Martial Arts and Jordan's men moved out of the way and allowed Philip to leave. Philip looked at Iris one last time. "Iris, you can't bear to let us fight, right? I know you are afraid that I would get hurt, so that means I have a place in your heart, right? So why can't we be together?" Iris lowered her eyes and sighed. "Philip, Do you know what the biggest regret in my life is? Philip answered right away. That you didn't leave with me back then, right? Iris gave a wry smile. She had no idea where the man was getting all this confidence from. Word by word, she stated as blunt as she could, My biggest regret is meeting you all those years ago. Philip stumbled and he stood still. What? Iris spoke in a louder voice now. I said, my biggest regret is getting to know you. If I didn't know you, maybe I would have been able to live in peace my whole life, right? I could get a divorce if I wanted to, be happy if I wanted to, and go wherever I wanted to, instead of being trapped by you in the suburbs of New York City for 20 years. Philip couldn't believe it. Iris, I don't believe you. You must be trying to provoke me. Otherwise, why would you make Nora let me go so easily? Iris lowered her head. I just don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. I hope you can respect yourself and never approach me or disturb my life ever again. After saying that, Iris turned and left with Nora. They left Philip standing where he was. Iris, you're lying. Everything you said is a lie. Philip shouted and rushed over to chase after her. But he was stopped by Lucas and the others. Mr. Coleman, don't force us to take action against you. After Nora and Iris left, Lucas and the others left one after another. Only Philip and his men were left. A shocked Philip stared in the direction that Iris had left. After standing there for some time, he looked at Jason and asked, Tell me, Jason, have I really made a mistake? Jason sighed. Boss, let's go home. Philip shook his head. Without her, where would my home be? Jason fell silent. His boss's love was too extreme. Probably no woman, no matter how strong or powerful she was, would be able to stand his love, let alone Iris. Jason was about to say something when Philip turned around with a cold look on his face. He looked at the man who had tried to grab Cherry just now and demanded, Who asked you to attack the child? Philip was not a good man, but for Iris, he'd wanted to keep up the last bit of his moral boundaries in front of her. Upon being questioned by Philip, the man got a huge shock, and he got down on his knees right away. Boss, I was only trying to save you. Philip, however, lowered his eyes, turned and strode away. Jason, who was following him, heard him say, There is no need for a man who can't follow orders to return with us. Jason understood at once. Yes, sir. This meant that he was going to have to get rid of this man, permanently. Jason followed Philip and was right behind him. Boss, you can explain to Miss Iris that you didn't order the man to do that. This way maybe she won't blame you for that anymore. Philip chuckled. Would she believe anything I say? Jason was taken aback. Philip muttered, She didn't start getting angry at me because of this incident. Her anger with me started a long, long time ago. Iris, who had returned home with Nora, was looking at the 3 precious children and staring at them with eyes full of love. With a sorrowful face, she looked at Nora and murmured, Nora, if you have anything you want to do, then you need to go ahead and do it. I can look after the children. Now that Justin was gone, she didn't want to trap Nora with the Hunts. If Justin was still alive, he wouldn't want Nora to be alone for the rest of her life either. For her son's sake, Iris had decided to be miserable all her life. She didn't want Nora to be like her. Upon hearing this, Nora confided in her. It just so happens that I'm about to go and look for Justin too. I'll leave the Hunt Corporation to you for now. Iris was stunned by her words. She grabbed Nora's shoulders and looked deep into her eyes. Don't be sad. It happened. You have to face reality. Nora was taken aback for a while. Then she shook her head. I'm not sad. Iris, however, became nervous. I understand. You may not be able to accept right away the fact that Justin is gone. But Nora, if you want to cry, then please cry. You don't have to put up any walls of defense in front of me. She hugged Nora and continued comforting her. Justin wouldn't want you to be like this. He loves you so much he would want you to be happy. Don't waste your own life. Life is not just about romance. Besides, you can still find another man if you meet a suitable one in the future. I know it's not appropriate for me to say such things now, but I'm afraid that you would do something silly. No matter what, you have to stay strong. You still have your father and your children, okay? Nora searched Iris's face. She couldn't wrap her head around what she was hearing. Then all of a sudden, a realization dawned on her. After everything that had happened, Nora realized she hadn't told Iris that Justin wasn't dead. Nora rushed to tell Iris the truth. Iris, there's something I have to tell you. Justin is... But Iris continued to interrupt her. Let's not talk about him anymore, okay? If you're going to look for him, then I'd rather you forget him. Nora, one's own life is what matters the most. Remember this. Iris looked at her. Her eyes were full of heartache. I'd always thought that you're a calm and rational person, but it turns out that you are just human, just like everyone else, when you encounter a situation like this. Nora, I didn't expect you to love Justin so much. Please don't do anything silly. The corners of Nora's lips spasmed. At last, Nora found a break in Iris's speech and interrupted her. Justin is not dead. I know. Iris nodded. Nora was stunned. You do? Iris's eyes became even redder than they were before. Yes, he is not dead. He will always live on in your heart. Nora put her head in her hands in defeat. How was she supposed to get this woman to believe her? Iris sighed and held Nora in her arms. You need to live on properly with him. Justin was only 26 years old when he said goodbye to this world. Take him with you as you look at every place in this world. Nora felt like she was suffocating as Iris cradled her. Iris went on in a dreamy whisper. He'd want you to become his eyes and admire the northern lights and the frozen Antarctic that stretches on for miles. He'd want to watch the 3 children grow up and have their own families. Nora, can you promise me that you'll look at all this for him? The corners of Nora's lips spasmed again. At last, she shoved herself out of her grasp and exclaimed, He's not dead yet. He has eyes too. He can see all that himself. Iris looked at her in confusion. She was stunned. Nora, when you say he's not dead, you mean physically? Nora nodded. It's exactly what you're thinking. He's still alive, so he can look at this world. Your son is not dead. Iris looked as if she was about to faint. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Iris finally wrapped her head around it. She took a deep breath and asked, Then where did he go, and why did he fake his death? Nora recounted what had happened. In the end, she shook her head and admitted, I'm not sure about the specifics either. He's in Switzerland now. Now that you're back, I'm going to Switzerland to look for him. Iris asked. He hasn't contacted you yet? Nora nodded, then began to feel a little uneasy. Iris frowned. Surely he didn't hit his head in the explosion and lose his memory, right? Nora's head snapped up at Iris. She hadn't considered that before. Iris sighed. Maybe that's why he hasn't contacted you all this time. Because he has forgotten you. Nora, you should go to him now, but you need to prepare yourself. Maybe he has been rescued and is mistaking his rescuer for his lover in his days. If that's the case, then Nora, hurry and bring him home. Nora's head went dizzy with this possibility. Did Iris think their life was a TV drama or a novel? How could something that corny possibly happen? But at the same time, it was entirely possible that all of that did happen. The corners of Nora's lips spasmed. I have to go to Switzerland now, so I will leave the domestic affairs to you. As for the children, I will have to trouble you to take care of them. The journey to Switzerland was fraught with unknown dangers, and the V-16's whereabouts were still a mystery. Once Nora left the States, her days would no longer be this peaceful, and dangerous problems might happen at any time. Therefore, Nora would never take the children abroad with her. Iris understood what she meant. Although I don't know what you guys are planning, since Justin had to fake his death, it must be of utmost importance. This is what the two of you have decided. As for me, I shall be your firm and solid support back home. So Nora, go ahead. Leave the children to me. There won't be any problems, I promise. Nora nodded. After handing over the company to Iris, Nora left the villa as soon as she could. By then it was already noon. She didn't want to waste a day, so she got Lily to buy her a plane ticket to Switzerland for the same night. But how was she going to tell the three children, especially Cherry, that Mummy would be away for a while? Cherry was very clingy with Nora. In the past, when Nora was sleeping, the little girl would stay in the same room as her. Later, after she and Justin acknowledged each other as father and daughter, she was sometimes separated from her, but they still saw each other every 2 or 3 days. Cherry had never been away from Nora since she was born. This time, though, Nora would be away for a month at the shortest, or 3 months at the longest before she would be back. She didn't know how to explain it to Cherry. While she was troubled over this, Pete and Xander came out of their rooms. The 2 little boys looked at Nora. Mummy, are you going to Switzerland? Nora nodded. She looked at Cherry, who was behind the 2 of them, and coughed. She explained to them, I can't take the 3 of you with me this time. It's too dangerous. Stay at home and take good care of one another, okay? Pete and Xander looked at each other. No problem. Sure enough, Cherry pouted. Mummy, can't you take Cherry with you? I miss Grand Aunt. Nora shook her head. I have something to do over there this time. I will be back as soon as possible. Cherry hung her head. The way she looked was as though she had been abandoned, and it made Nora's heart soften. As she was about to speak, Cherry raised her head. Then say hi to Grand Aunt for me. Okay, I will, Nora answered. She didn't expect a goodbye to hurt this much, even if it was with her own child. Cherry turned around and sulked. I won't see you off then, Mummy. I'm afraid it will make me sad. Nora rubbed her head. I understand. The little girl really was very protective, so she must really be sad today. Her sons were the boys they were, though. Pete and Xander didn't react as dramatic as Cherry did. Nora nodded. Okay, I'll go and pack for the trip. You guys can go play. Okay. The 3 children ran off after replying. After Nora packed her luggage, she went out to say goodbye to them. But when she thought of how Cherry had said that she would be sad, Nora decided to get in the car and go straight to the airport instead. That way, it was easier for everyone involved. But as soon as she arrived at the airport, she received a call from Iris. She cried, "Nora, the children are missing." Upon hearing this, Nora's heart tightened. Nora narrowed her eyes and looked straight ahead of her with a sharp look in them. The kids were missing. Philip hadn't left the country yet. Did he change his mind and decide to come back? The thought had only just formed when something occurred to her, stunning her for a moment. She slowly turned her head and looked at the trunk of the car. She was silent for a while. Then she walked over and opened the trunk, upon which she saw the three little fellows hiding inside, all curled up. Cherry, who was in the most squished position, was trying to stretch her legs. "Pete, you're in my space." Pete shifted a little. "What about now?" Xander complained. "You're kicking my butt." They had no idea that their scheme had been discovered. Nora let out a cough. Only then did the three little fellows raise their head and look at Nora. Cherry didn't show any signs of sheepishness from being caught at all. On the contrary, she blinked and asked innocently, "Mummy, have we already reached the airport? That was quick." Her drawn-out last syllable when she spoke amused Nora. These three little kids were too daring. To think they actually hid in the trunk. It was very dangerous for them to come all the way here like that. This was especially true because Nora drove at high speeds. Fortunately, she was on the highway the whole way to the airport, so the roads had been very good. Also, because it was still early and she had time until boarding, she hadn't been in a hurry and had driven leisurely. With a displeased look on her face, Nora glared at them. "Who said you guys can do something like this?" Cherry jumped out and hugged her arm. "But Mummy, I can't bear to part with you." Nora lowered her eyes and took a deep breath. "I know. I can't bear to leave you either. But there's something very important I need to do in Switzerland, and I can't take you guys with me." Cherry interrupted her. "I know, you are looking for medicine to treat Xander's illness, right? If so, then all the more we are going. We can help you, Mummy." Nora spoke in a firm voice. "No." Pete whined. "But Mummy, we don't want to be separated from you. We've only just been reunited. Besides, Daddy is not here anymore. If you leave too, then we—" He did not finish the sentence, but there was no doubt that the sensitive Pete must be feeling insecure. Nora's heart softened a little, but after looking at the children, she hardened her heart. "You don't have to say any more. I'm getting Uncle Richard to take the three of you home. You three cannot come with me this time." Given how dangerous the situation was, how could she bring them along? With that in mind, Nora turned to speak to the chauffeur who had come with her. However, a small hand grabbed her wrist again. She lowered her head to see Xander looking up at her. The little fellow was grinning. Whenever he spoke, there was always a somewhat strange temperament around him, and his canine teeth were so white that they were gleaming. He pointed out, "Mum, today you said that you'll be in Switzerland for a month at the shortest, and 3 at the longest. But you will be back after that. But what if you can't find the V16? Have you thought about that? When you return 3 months later, would it be to bury me? Just like how I buried Butterscotch in the soil. Are you also going to bury me in the soil?" His words breached Nora's defenses. She bent down, lowered her head, and put her arms around Xander. She shook her head. No. That won't happen, Xander. Don't worry. I will find the antidote for sure. Xander continued grinning. But it's also possible that you won't find it. If so, then I only have 3 months left to live. In a low whisper, he continued, For those 3 months, I want to be with you and the tyrant. The stunned Nora was frozen in place. Her mindset all this time was that Xander had only less than 3 months left to live, so she had to try her best to find a way out for him. However, she'd neglected an entirely realistic possibility. What if she couldn't find one? Then, in the last 3 months of Xander's life, was she going to be away from the boy's side? She gave in. Okay, I'll take the 3 of you with me. Yay! Cherry stretched out her arms and jumped right into Nora's arms. She hugged Nora's neck and squealed, Mummy is the best. At last we don't have to be separated anymore. Pete was relieved. Xander beamed, his smile relieved and courageous. But every time the topic of death came up, he was terrified. Nora could tell. Even Xander knew deep down he was scared. Come to think of it, though, if he could die in Mummy's arms, then it wouldn't seem that scary anymore. There were still 2 hours till boarding time. Nora contacted Lily at once and bought 3 first-class tickets for the children. Then she got out of the car with them. The group didn't have much luggage. When they were walking to the airport, a troubled Pete observed, Is it okay that we didn't bring any luggage? We don't even have a change of clothes. Cherry waved his concerns away. Don't worry, Pete. Grandaunt will get everything ready. I'll tell her right away that we're coming to see her soon. I guarantee that Grandaunt will be there to pick us up when we get off the plane. As soon as she said that, Nora stopped her. You must not tell your Grandaunt. Cherry was surprised. Why? Nora explained. We are going there in secret this time. It's not good for us to attract attention from too many people, so we won't be going to your Grandaunt's for the time being. Nora planned to infiltrate the university and search for the V-16 straight away. Truman and the other experimental subjects must all be watching her, especially the expert fighter. She has to keep as low a profile as possible, especially now that the children would be with her. Cherry was disappointed to hear this. Oh, I see. She missed her Grandaunt so much, but in the end she nodded, Okie dokie. 15 hours later, the plane landed in Bern, the capital of Switzerland. Nora had lived there for 5 years, so she was familiar with everything about Switzerland. She dragged the suitcase with Cherry sitting on top. Xander and Pete followed beside the suitcase. The group of 4 got off the plane. There were foreigners all around, but since both Cherry and Xander had grown up abroad, they didn't find it unusual. Although Pete had never been to Switzerland, he had been exposed to many things, so he was calm. When the 4 of them were about to head to the exit, Nora stopped dead in her tracks. This was because she saw a familiar figure in front. Before she could react, Cherry had slid off the suitcase. She ran over and shouted, Daddy! Nora was dumbfounded. The side profile of the man in front was identical to Justin's. Even the height of his nose bridge. Even the firm curvature of his jawline was the same as Justin's. She was aware that Justin was in Switzerland, and that was why she had come to look for him. However, the 4 of them had stayed low-key when they came. In fact, when they were buying plane tickets, they had gotten help from Morris to hide their identities. Therefore, no one would know that she had come to Switzerland. So how come Justin was here? Moreover, if Justin showed up here, then wouldn't he have died for nothing? Or at least faked his death for nothing? While Nora was thinking about this, Cherry had rushed over. As she was about to touch Justin's arm, a few black-clad bodyguards rushed over and stopped Cherry.
"Little girl, no going near this man, okay?"
Cherry blinked and pointed at Justin. "But I'm here for Daddy." But no matter what she said, the bodyguards wouldn't let her pass. Cherry had no choice but to shout at the man standing beyond the bodyguards. "Daddy, Daddy, I'm Cherry. Don't you know who I am anymore?" A puzzled Nora walked over. Perhaps because he had heard the commotion, Justin finally turned his head and looked over. The moment he did, Nora and Cherry were stunned. The man in front of them had a profile almost identical to Justin's, but when seen from the front, there was only a vague resemblance. The man was pale and a little sickly, and there was a sense of weakness in his eyes, which looked just like Justin's. His lips were thicker than Justin's, and he was wearing makeup. He wore heavy foundation which changed his skin tone. The feeling he gave off was completely different from the cold, noble, and sensual one that Justin had. When he saw Cherry, he was taken aback for a moment. Then he let out a low scoff.
"Are you a fan? Fans these days are so inappropriate. Do they bring their children with them when they go star-chasing now?"
Fans? Star-chasing? Nora was dumbfounded. "Kelvin, look over here!" While Nora was still in a daze, several female fans around her rushed forward and shouted, "We have been following you since we got to know that you're coming to Switzerland for filming. Kelvin, can you give us an autograph?" When Kelvin Hart heard this, a smile flashed across his eyes. He covered his mouth and coughed. Then he walked over, took the book from the fan, and signed it with a flourish. Nora took a look at his signature so that she could analyze his handwriting when he signed his name, Kelvin Hart. It was different from Justin's handwriting. She looked at Kelvin closely again. The man did resemble Justin, but his makeup was too heavy so she couldn't tell what he really looked like. She wanted to observe him some more, but a bodyguard had walked over and blocked her prying eyes. After Kelvin gave the fan an autograph, the fan screeched, "Kelvin, I will always cheer you on. I know you have been overseas for shoots all this time, but wherever you may be, our hearts will always be with you." Kelvin's lips curled into a smile. His voice was calm and emotionless as he sneered, "Thank you." Those two words took Nora and Cherry aback. Cherry couldn't help but ask, "Are you really not my daddy? But how do you look like my daddy and sound like him?" Yes, that was right. Kelvin's voice was eerily similar to Justin's. The only difference was that Justin's voice was lower and deeper. Nora's gaze at Kelvin became even more scorching. She really wanted to remove his makeup and see what he really looked like. Her gaze was too intense, causing Kelvin to look over. He ruffled Cherry's hair and then said with a chuckle, "Did your mom play video games of me at home every day and tell you that I'm your father? Did that give you the wrong impression? Miss, you should be more rational." After saying this, Kelvin gave them another dry smile and then turned to leave. Nora wanted to chase after him but was stopped by the bodyguards. "Mr. Hart is very tired. Please go back." When the fans heard this, they were forced to leave. Nora stared at Kelvin from the back as he departed, lost in deep thought. Behind her, Pete and Xander stepped forward. The two little boys stared in Kelvin's direction.
He walked out of the airport under the protection of the bodyguards. However, at the exit, he turned his head at the last second and looked at the four of them. The corners of his lips hooked upward into a sneer, and then he got into the car. Nora was taken aback by that smile of his. Her sixth sense told her that the man knew who she was, yet he was still very different from Justin. What did this mean? When she broke into a frown, Pete comforted her. "That's not the tyrant. Daddy has never smiled like that before." In her young and cute voice, Cherry asked, "Then is he Daddy's twin brother?" Xander curled his lips in disdain. "He doesn't look anything like the tyrant, no." The little fellows finished their evaluation and looked at Nora again. Nora had taken out her cell phone. Let's ask Google. She didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry, so she didn't know of Kelvin or anything about him. But if Kelvin was actually famous, then there had to be information about him on the internet. Maybe there were pictures of him without all that makeup on, too. With that in mind, she typed in the search term Kelvin Hart. The next moment, information about Kelvin popped up on her phone. More than Nora could ever have imagined. There was a lot of information about Kelvin on the internet. He was a famous Hollywood star with an impressive track record. He had been filming overseas a lot due to frequent involvement with foreign productions, but his status in the American entertainment scene was extremely high. The internet listed a lot of movies he had starred in. All of them were big productions, with some being box office hits. He could be found in all those movies. Nora never watched the type of movies he was in. The photos on Kelvin's social media accounts were similar to his appearance from how he looked in person. He had a 30% to 40% resemblance to Justin from the front, while some photos of his side profile were almost identical to Justin's. Nora frowned. A person could hide similarities in appearances from the front with makeup, but they wouldn't be able to hide anything with their profile. That was because a person's skeletal structure was unchangeable. She still wanted to know what Kelvin really looked like under his thick makeup. Nora didn't rule out the possibility that he was Justin. Nora opened up Kelvin's personal schedule. Famous actors like Kelvin had fans and crazy supporters. In fact, some of his fans from overseas even immigrated to America so that it would be more convenient for them to follow him everywhere. Because of this, Kelvin's schedule was publicly listed. They even had videos as proof. But then Nora saw that during the time Justin was with her in America, Kelvin had been filming with a crew. There were pictures to prove it. At the sight, Nora frowned. From the looks of it, Kelvin was not Justin. But the two men looked so much alike. Were they really unrelated to each other? Nora put down the phone. Never mind. It didn't matter what Kelvin's relationship with Justin was. She was here in Switzerland to look for the V16 for Xander, not for a vacation. She had work to do. Nora put down her cell phone, looked at the children, and proposed, "Let's find a place to stay first." Cherry pouted. "But Mummy, if we're not going to Grandaunt's, then where are we staying?" Nora smiled. "I've already made all the arrangements." Her grandaunt had a special status in Switzerland, so there would be a lot of people paying attention to her. If the four of them went to her, it would be too easy for them to accidentally expose their identities. Before she found a suitable excuse for them to be in Switzerland, Nora would be forced to keep a low profile. She went straight to the parking lot with the children. Soon she spotted an old and run-down car parked below. The car wasn't locked, and there was no one inside. Nora walked over and opened the door. "Get in." Obviously, this was part of Nora's arrangements. The 3 children sat in the back. Nora started the car and drove out of the airport. On the way, Cherry watched as the familiar environment around her went zooming past her. She remarked, "It's been so long." Pete was observing the surroundings. Xander pouted and asked, "Mummy, where are we staying? Not the basement, right?" Nora smiled. "Of course not. We'll reach it in a second." As she spoke, she turned the car on the corner to a residential area. A bright-eyed Cherry asked, "Mummy, are we staying here?" "Yep." Nora turned a few more corners in the car. Soon she stopped in front of a gigantic villa. She announced, "This is where we'll be staying." The 4 got out of the car and entered the 3-story villa. The villa was neat and clean. It was obvious that someone had cleaned it up not too long ago. Nora had lived in Switzerland for 5 years, so she still had her own connections here. She took the 3 children to look at the rooms and allowed them to choose which rooms they wanted. Later, when they were all settled and she was about to take the children out for a bite to eat, someone knocked on the door. Nora walked over and opened the door to see a man in a black suit outside. "Hello, Miss Smith, right? My boss would like to invite you to dinner." Nora frowned. "Your boss?" The man in black nodded. "Yes." He shifted to the side and nodded in a certain direction, where Nora saw a huge black car parked in the driveway. The windows were tinted so people on the outside would not be able to look inside. Nora looked at the car and back at the man with deep suspicion. She was about to refuse his proposal, but then the van's window rolled down a little, and the man inside appeared in front of Nora. His profile was strong and his silhouette well defined. He looked so familiar to her that Nora became excited. The next moment, however, the man turned and looked over. The man was not Justin. It was Kelvin. Nora watched as his lips curled into a smile. "You want to know who I am, don't you?"
Nora had to find out more about Kelvin and his true identity. She wouldn't be able to sleep at night if she didn't. So she agreed to go to dinner. The interior of the limousine was luxurious and sleek. Nora sat in it and she found that the car was extremely comfortable. The space in the center was very wide, and there was a tray with expensive red wine and crystal wine glasses on it. After she got in, the man handed her a glass of wine. Nora raised her eyebrows and took it from him. Before she could do anything, Kelvin had picked up another wine glass and bumped hers, making a sweet-sounding clink with the light touch. The clink resounded in the van. By this action alone, Nora became sure that the man was not Justin. Justin would never act so pretentious. The corners of her lips spasmed and she put down the glass of wine. Kelvin nodded. "Drink, and I'll tell you who I am." The man had a malicious smile on his face, and he was leaning forward, his attitude high and mighty. With her eyes lowered, Nora looked at him. The man glanced at the wine glass, much like he was forcing her to drink. "Don't you want to know who I am?" The inside of the van became quiet all of a sudden. Nora and Kelvin looked at each other, both with great momentum. After a while, Nora revealed, "I know who you are." Her words took Kelvin aback. Nora leaned backwards away from him. A person who looks like Justin must have blood relations with him. Chester and Roger both look a little like him. but neither of them resembles him as much as you. Someone who bears a 30% resemblance to him. Right, Kelvin? Or should I say, Calvin Hunt? Kelvin was his stage name. Many changed their names when they entered the entertainment industry. This was a common practice. Nora knew that his real name was Calvin Hunt. When Nora did a Google search and found that Kelvin and Justin were not the same person, she had sent a text message to Howard and made him check the genealogy of their family. Sure enough, he had found the name Calvin Hunt. The Hunts would never reveal their genealogical information to outsiders so easily. After all, Nora was not married to Justin, so she was technically not a Hunt yet. Howard could not show her the actual family tree, but instead sent her a family relationship chart that he had drawn himself. The Hunts were a century-old family, so they had many branches of lineage. For example, Howard and Justin didn't even share the same grandfather. Instead, they had descended from sibling grandfathers. Therefore, Howard's family, who lived in and looked after the family home, was referred to as the Californian Hunts. Howard's grandfather was the second oldest among his brothers. As for Calvin, he was a child from the third brother's line of descent. His grandfather was Howard and Justin's grandfather's younger brother. Because Howard was living in the family home, he had a higher position in the family. People on the fringes, like Calvin, would never be noticed by the main branch. In other words, this meant Justin and his immediate family. Howard was cooperative because he was full of admiration towards Nora, the big sister of the Quinn School of Martial Arts. After all, a single sentence from her had allowed him to become Quinn's disciple. He would do anything for Nora because of what she did for him. Through the relationship chart he drew, Nora had figured out Calvin's identity and status. Although they were distant cousins, Calvin and Justin's grandfathers were said to resemble each other a lot. So it wasn't a surprise that Calvin and Justin would bear a 30% resemblance to each other. Nora had now exposed Calvin's identity. Calvin was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened in surprise. "Everyone says that my sister-in-law is both smart and beautiful. It seems that it is true." After he spoke, he smiled again. "It's a shame that you became a widow at a young age." There was hostility in his words. When Nora realized Calvin's true identity, she had asked Howard how his relationship with Justin was. Howard's reply to her had been, "Those two were like oil and water. They were mortal enemies." Justin was the big brother at home. He was always held high up in the air, and he was always the best in everything he did. Since a young age, children like him were naturally the center of attention. Under such circumstances, Justin would be faced with two situations. One where people admired him, like Howard and Chester. People like them saw Justin as an idol. However, the other option was with people like Roger and Calvin, who resented him and hated him. Roger's resentment stemmed from his desire to fight for the Hunt's inheritance. As for Calvin, he was too far away from the direct line of descendants, so he didn't have the right to fight for anything. Howard once said that after Calvin grew up, his family had planned to send him to work in the Hunt Corporation. They had wanted Justin to arrange a good position for him. But Calvin had his own pride. Without even saying a word to anyone, he'd moved to another city to become an actor. The Hunts didn't want an actor in the family. After all, like Katharine Hepburn once said, acting is the perfect idiot's profession and not a very high-class way to earn a living. And the Hunts agreed. They thought very little of acting. Therefore, Calvin had taken on the alias Kelvin Hart in the industry and told his family he was not to make use of the Hunts' connections for his career. Calvin's parents had approached Justin. They warned Justin not to help him. They hoped this would force their son to change his mind. No one in the world knew that Kelvin was a Hunt. Because of all this, Calvin had become hostile towards Justin. Nora couldn't be bothered to speak any further with a rebellious child like him. Calvin looked like he was only 25 or 26 years old. She turned to get out of the car, but before she could, someone grabbed her shoulder. Calvin's voice rang out in her ear. "Are you leaving already, Nora? I called you over to ask you something. Have you heard how some men like playing with their sisters-in-law?" Calvin's tone was mysterious. When he spoke, his breath stuck to Nora's neck. The hand pressing on Nora's shoulder was not friendly either. It pressed firm against her and was filled with tense energy. Nora's back froze. As Calvin's words fell out of his mouth, she turned back towards him. She waved her arm and slapped his hand away on her shoulder. "Why? Nora, do you think I don't earn as much money as Justin or something?" Calvin leaned closer to her. "And doesn't all the money in the hunts belong to you now? With the money in your hands and my appearance being similar to him, I don't look any different from him. Everyone says I'm the most handsome man in the US. Nora, are you not interested in me?" Nora narrowed her eyes and swept her gaze across his face. She muttered, "You're a little handsome." Calvin narrowed his eyes and looked pleased. However, then Nora continued in an abrasive tone, "After all, you look a little like Justin. But then I see things in you that don't look like him and I feel disgusted." With that, Nora pushed open the car door and got out. She strode into the villa, leaving Calvin staring at her back in the car. His gaze was full of anger. Calvin was so angry that he gritted his teeth in the car. What did she just say to him? That she felt disgusted by him? How could this be? He was the most handsome man in the hunts. His facial features were even more iconic than Justin's. His looks, which were enough to make fans go crazy, were worthless in her eyes. She was too much. Too much. Calvin was so angry, his chest heaved up and down. He glared ruthlessly in the direction Nora had left in, and then slammed the car door. After the car door was closed, he picked up his phone aggressively and made a call. "Hello, brother. Am I not handsome? Nora is really, really too much." On the other end of the line was a deep voice. The man paused for a moment and asked in a low and hoarse voice, "You saw her?" Calvin groaned. "Yes, I saw her. She's already in Switzerland. She's quite smart. She knows that staying here won't attract much attention. I saw Pete. He grew up in the blink of an eye. The last time I saw him, he was still drinking milk." After Calvin rambled on, he finally snapped, "But brother, I don't care. Nora said I'm disgusting. You have to take revenge for me." The man opposite him chuckled and assured him, "Yes, you can come back." Calvin was stunned. "What for? I still have a shoot tomorrow. One of my scenes is in a university." The person on the other end of the line continued, "You don't have to go." Calvin sputtered. "What do you mean? Of course I have to go." "No, I took care of everything for you." The line went dead. After Nora returned to the villa, she greeted her new neighbor with the 3 children. The neighbor was enthusiastic. "Oh, we're all Americans. We should help each other. By the way, guess where I come from?" Nora shrugged. "Florida?" The neighbor was shocked. "How did you know?" Nora returned a polite and awkward smile before taking the children to visit another house. The people living here were all Americans. She had done background checks on all of her neighbors before she decided to rent the villa. The people on both sides of her were very kind and safe. But to be safe, Nora had arranged a few secret guards around to prevent anyone from hurting the 3 children when she was not at home. After visiting the neighbors, Nora walked the 3 children around the area. If nothing went wrong, they would be staying here for the next 3 months. They might as well get used to the new place and the people. After walking around for a while, they bumped into an old lady when they returned. She was standing in front of their house. When she saw the 4 of them, the old lady revealed a look of disdain. After sizing them up, she pursed her lips. "What do you work for? The people living in our villas are all high-class people. We don't want any shady neighbors." Nora raised her eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" The woman continued in a shrill voice, "You have 3 children at such a young age. Don't tell me you got pregnant at 17 or 18. Are these 3 children illegitimate too?" Cherry placed her hands on her hips and replied, "My daddy and mummy are husband and wife. We're not illegitimate children." Being engaged meant they were husband and wife to Cherry. Hearing that, the old lady pursed her lips. "What about your father?" Cherry refused to lower her gaze. "He's somewhere in Switzerland." Nora pushed Cherry behind her before the little girl could say anything else. She explained to the old woman, "I'm working outside. I'm not home very often." "Are you working part-time? How much money do you earn? If you don't have money, why did you go overseas? You just want to stay here when you don't even have the money to match our standard of living. Let me tell you, my son has a decent job. He's a director at NTT." The old lady raised her chin proudly as she talked. Nora cleared her throat. Cherry was stunned. "NTT?" "Yes, NTT. Have you heard of the company? Let me tell you, my son works there. He's a really respectable person, understand? He's not like you guys. You're working part-time. Can you even afford to rent this place? Why do you have to stay here? I advise you to go where you belong, to the slums." Cherry's mouth stretched into a devilish grin. She laughed. "Heard of the company? Lady, we practically own the company." How could she not have heard of it? She had grown up in the NTT headquarters. NTT was her grandaunt's company. The old woman sneered at them. "I don't believe you." Cherry could not expose her grandaunt's identity, because that would mean exposing her own identity. But Cherry was not one to be bullied. She retorted, "Grandma, I thought your son was NTT's boss, but he's working for someone else." They're all working for others, so why is she looking down on them? The old lady was furious. "What do you know? There's a difference between working for someone else and working part-time. NTT is the hottest company in Switzerland in recent years. Everyone working at high positions there can get $1 million annual salary. Your father worked hard every month, but does he have $10,000? The rent here isn't cheap. In my opinion, you should live on the streets. How many months can you afford the rent here? You're preventing others from renting a house here. You're a dog in the manger." Cherry was about to say something rude when a plump, middle-aged woman jogged over. When she heard the old lady's voice, she placed her hands on her hips and scolded, "Hey, what's wrong with you? You promised to live together peacefully in my house. How can you bully the new tenant?" When Mrs. Long saw the woman, she pursed her lips. "Landlady, you have to understand. Who bullied them? Don't make irresponsible remarks. I'm telling them the rules of living here. Besides, who knows where this woman came from? Everyone who lives here has a clean background." The plump landlady retorted angrily, "She's renting my house. What rules are you talking about? If you don't want to stay, then fine. Can't you please leave? Many people are lining up to rent my house. Besides, this isn't some random person. She's a foreign student from Stav University." Okay, I'll stop talking about it, okay? After Mrs. Long said this, she looked at Nora again before turning around. Even though she was far away, she was still nagging at them. Doesn't she have a few stinky houses? What's she showing off for? My son works at NTT. He'll be able to afford such a house sooner or later. After Mrs. Long walked away cursing, the landlady finally looked at Nora. Miss Smith, right? Come, there are a few things to take note of in the house. I'll show you. With that, she opened the door but did not enter first. Instead, she waited respectfully at the door. After Nora brought the 3 children in, the landlady closed the door and walked in. The next moment, the arrogance on her face disappeared and was replaced with kindness. Miss Smith, you're back. Oh, let me see Cherry. Has she gained weight? Cherry smiled and beamed up at the woman. Cindy! Cindy was a friend Nora had made when she was overseas. Back then, Cindy was homeless with her husband. It was Nora who took her in and asked her to stay here to collect the rent. That's right. This row of houses belonged to Nora. When she had bought and rented them out years ago, the price was not high. It was to give those Americans who came to Switzerland a resting place. Cherry was curious. Cindy, why did such a bad old madam rent Mummy's house? Cindy smiled bitterly. That old lady sounded too pitiful back then, so I let her rent the house. Her son is earning money now, and she wants to bring her sister over to live with her, so she asked me to rent her this house you're staying in. However, Ms. Nora asked me to keep it for her, so I didn't rent it out. I said that somebody has already booked the house. She didn't dare to offend me, so she took her anger out on you. Cherry was stunned. Why does she have to rent this house? Cindy shrugged. Well, who doesn't want to rent our place? It's cheap and the house is good. Miss Nora has no intention of earning money from this rent, so many people want to stay here now. Besides, she got her sister to rent a house nearby. Don't worry, their contract will expire next month. When the time comes, I won't rent it to them again, no matter what. A person with such a character doesn't have the right to receive Miss Nora's care. Besides, isn't her son rich? Go out and rent an expensive house then. She only knows how to take advantage of others. With that, she put down Cherry and looked at Pete. This is Pete, right? I heard from Miss Nora that she finally found you. I haven't seen you before. Your small body is stronger than Cherry's. Cindy patted Pete's head before turning to Xander with a grin. This little kid must be Xander. Am I right? Xander narrowed his eyes. Because of the gene serum, he was now as smart as a 14-year-old. He felt childish when she spoke to him in such a patronizing tone. The corners of his mouth twitched. He grabbed Cherry and Pete. Let's go upstairs and take a look. Okie dokie. Cherry and Pete did not plan to go to school. These 3 months would be considered vacation. The children went upstairs together. Only Nora and Cindy were left downstairs. Cindy turned to Nora and offered, Ms. Nora, go to Stav University tomorrow without any worry. I'll help take care of the 3 children. Nora nodded. She then gave Cindy some instructions regarding Cherry, Pete, and Xander's hobbies, as well as their favorite foods. She was grateful for the connection she made abroad all those years ago. The next day, at the entrance of Stav University, Nora took out her student ID. After handing them to the guard, she entered the school. She came here as an exchange student from the New York University School of Medicine. Every December, there would be exchange students coming to study. As a professor at New York University School of Medicine, creating a fake identity and getting a place was a piece of cake. She needed to report first and then take the opportunity to go to the library to look for files. After entering the university, Nora felt attracted to everything in front of her. She hadn't been inside a school like this one for a very long time. Stav University was indeed one of the top international universities. The environment inside was especially beautiful. As she was admiring it, a voice boomed out from behind her. Oh my God, Kelvin Hart is at our university for a movie shoot. There were many international students at Stav University. This was the center of academic discussions worldwide. There was no hatred between countries, and there was no disdain between skin colors. Everyone who entered this place was a student who worked hard for scientific research. This was the feeling given off at Stav University. The approaching aura was filled with youth and understanding. Of course, in such a friendly atmosphere, there were also young people who chased after idols. Therefore, when they heard the cry, many people turned their heads in unison to look at the door. Kelvin Hart. He was an international superstar. Be it his singing, dancing, or acting, they were all remarkable in the industry. He had even received the title of Best Actor in Hollywood. This man had conquered all the men, women, old and young in Switzerland. Everyone stopped in their tracks. But university students were also well-known figures in their respective fields. They had their own pride, so they were not like the usual fans who swarmed around their idols. After exclaiming in surprise, they stood politely at the side and watched in silence as Kelvin and his assistants walked over. Nora did not want to care about Kelvin, but then the person walking in front of her stopped and blocked her way. She did not want to stand out, so she stopped in her tracks and looked over. Kelvin was still wearing heavy makeup today. His dark circles made it appear like he had not slept for the entire night. The smoky makeup was so thick that Nora could not bear to look at him. She really did not know how this man was so confident that he was more handsome than Justin. Nora thought about this and pursed her lips. Then, Kelvin stopped in his tracks and looked in Nora's direction. Their eyes met in the air. Nora's eyes narrowed and a smile appeared on her lips. This Kelvin was teasing her yesterday, and now he dared to look at her today? Nora was thinking about this when she saw that the disgusting eyes of Kelvin in front of her were very deep at this moment. There was an unfathomable light in his dark eyes. This familiar gaze made her freeze on the spot, as if she had been struck by lightning. However, when she looked closer, she saw that Kelvin's eyes had returned to their usual warm smile. He smiled and greeted the surrounding fans. This made Nora shake her head. What was wrong with her? For a second, she felt that Kelvin and Justin looked identical again. If she had not investigated Kelvin's true identity yesterday, she might have followed him again today to get to the bottom of it. But now she did not want to waste time. Kelvin and Justin were not on good terms. If she went over, she would only be inviting humiliation. When she thought of this, Nora took a few steps forward and walked by the entire scene. She went straight to the Department of Biomedicine. This time, when she came to be an exchange student, the medical academy staff was full. It was not appropriate for her to take someone else's seat. But the Department of Biomedicine happened to have a vacant seat. Therefore, Nora came here as a student of the Department of Biomedicine. It did not matter which school it was, as long as she could get in touch with the archive room. She came here this time to get a student card, and then go to the file room to look for clues about V16. The few lines her mother had left in the metal box had directed her to the private room 004 in the Stav University archives. Nora thought about this and went to report to the Department of Biomedicine. She prepared a student card. After all the procedures were completed, she asked the counselor who had handled these procedures, "Excuse me, may I ask how to get to the archive room?" The counselor was stunned for a moment before stammering, "The archive room in our school is the library. Do you want to borrow a few books?" Library. No wonder she couldn't find the file room on the map. It made sense. It had been more than 20 years since her mother had left the note. The archive room must have ceased to exist long ago. It had most likely been merged into the library. Nora smiled. Yes, I want to borrow a few books related to the curriculum. The counselor smiled. Oh, then you can go to the library. By the way, Lisa, remember to come to class tomorrow. Don't be late. Lisa was a fake name Nora had given herself. Nora nodded. After leaving the counselor, Nora walked straight to the library. Although Nora was already 25 years old and would be 26 years old after the new year, because she looked young and had a slender figure, her fake identity was of a 22-year-old university student. As she walked to the library, she bumped into a few boys who tried to strike up a chat with her. The atmosphere overseas was more open. After rejecting them, Nora went around the field and straight to the library. However, as she reached the entrance of the library, a basketball started to head right for her. The university students on the field shouted, "Move aside, beautiful girl, move aside!" At the same time, everyone's hearts rose. If such a beautiful girl was hit by a basketball, they would feel terrible. As they thought about this, they saw that Nora seemed to have heard the wind. She turned around and gracefully caught the ball. On instinct, she turned the basketball on her wrist and aimed it at the basket, throwing it over gently. The ball entered the hoop. Everyone was silent. Then someone asked in surprise, "Are you from New York?" Nora nodded. The person cheered, "Impressive!" The other students applauded. Nora instantly became the focus of the crowd. Nora grimaced and continued walking, but the boy playing basketball chased after her. "Hi, I'm Jack. May I ask where you're going?" Nora responded in a blunt voice, "Library." Jack spoke with a toothy smile, his teeth white and bright. "Oh, then I'm sorry to tell you that Kelvin's crew is filming there now. You might not be able to enter. They booked it for 2 hours." Jack looked down at his wristwatch. "You have to wait another hour and a half." Nora stopped dead in her tracks. Seeing that the clue to V16 was inside, how was she supposed to wait that long? She frowned and was lost deep in thought. Out of nowhere, a low male voice came from ahead. "Director, let that girl in. It'll be strange if there's no one in the library. I think she can be an extra with her gorgeous looks." Nora turned around and saw Kelvin Hart. He was staring at Jack with hatred in his eyes. Whatever Kelvin wanted, the director would agree to. He was the star, after all. He got someone to let Nora in. Jack raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, director, look here. I want to be an extra too. It's free. Can I? I can pretend to be a couple with this girl. No." Before the director could speak, Kelvin rejected him, stunning Jack. He scratched his head in confusion. Why? Nora was confused. Jack was frowning. Kelvin ignored him and looked at the director. "The scene we're filming focuses on how hard the students work. Acting romantic in the library is bad for the school's image." Jack understood. "Then I will do something else. Can I read? I can read with this person, can I?" Kelvin laughed. "No, there are already too many extras." In the end, it couldn't be done. Kelvin had made up his mind. Jack was furious, but he could only watch as the bodyguards and the security personnel on the scene made way for Nora to enter the library. Nora didn't waste any time and walked by all of them, leaving Jack in the dust. The scene they were filming was a classic Hollywood fight scene. It was about the male lead, played by Kelvin, who had discovered the secret of genes in the university. As a weak little boy, he was bullied, until one day he decided to become stronger. He and his professor developed the spider gene. The professor used him as an experiment and injected him with the spider gene. He wanted to become Spider-Man. He succeeded and his physical abilities improved, but in the end, he was swallowed by the gene and he became a real spider. His humanity was swallowed up as he became stronger and stronger. He then lost his mind and became a killing machine. The National Security Bureau sent agents to kill him, but he was too strong. He defeated all of the agents alone. While being chased, he was saved by the female protagonist. During the time they spent together, he went from being ignorant to one in touch with his feelings. The professor had seen him become stronger, so he injected himself with the genes to become a true Spider-Man. He wanted the male protagonist to rule the world with him. The professor used the video of the male protagonist being bullied to anger him and restrain his awakening consciousness again. The male protagonist accompanied the professor to destroy the city. In the end, his girlfriend appeared and pulled back the male protagonist with love. She made him overpower his genes, and he was finally able to control his abilities. He then defeated the professor and saved the city. At the end of the story, he joined the National Security Bureau and began to protect the world. In short, it was a story of a person who recovered his humanity with the help of love. Right now, they were in the early stages of the filming. The scene Kelvin was filming today was of the male protagonist being bullied again. He hid in the library while the strong students outside whistled and waited for him to come out so that they could beat him up. The male protagonist was flustered and stayed in the library until nightfall. At the end of the night, he discovered the secret of genes in the library. His high intelligence was recognized by the professor. The two of them hit it off and began the development of the spider gene. Nora did not know the storyline, but she found it fun to watch Kelvin film his scenes. But she was not here to watch a show. She had more important things to do. She pretended to be a passerby and walked around inside, wanting to look for file 004. There was a corner in the library where files were placed. In order to make it look real, the male protagonist, played by Kelvin, was in this corner. An abandoned gene file was needed. Nora searched in the library. After learning that the files were all in the corner where Kelvin was, she started to move over to where he was. This continued until, "Cut!" the director shouted and growled to Nora. "Student, may I ask what's wrong with you? Why do you keep walking in front of the camera? Do you want to get my attention or do you want to act too?" After the director finished speaking, he looked Nora up and down. Then his eyes lit up. "Wait a minute. There are not many girls as beautiful as you. If you want, I can add a role for you." Nora shook her head. "There's no need." The director pestered her. "You may be used to rejecting others, but you don't have to talk to me like that. If you want to act, I can be your way into the entertainment industry." Nora continued to reject his offer. There's really no need. She was not interested in acting at all. She only wanted to complete her mission and go back to sleep. The director did not believe her. "How could you not want it? If not, then why did you run in front of the camera? I noticed you the moment you entered. You've been trying to approach the camera for a while. You might think you're sly, but it's obvious you're doing this for the camera." Nora narrowed her eyes. She didn't like it when people called her a liar. She explained, "I'm not doing this for the camera." "Then why?" the director questioned. Nora bit her lip. Of course, her getting closer to the camera was for file 004. But could she say that? No, she couldn't. She was a new student, so it was odd for her to need a file from here. Nora thought about this and was about to reply to the director when Kelvin's deep voice interrupted. "What else could it be for? It's for me." Both Nora and the director looked over at Kelvin, their eyes wide. Kelvin walked over and looked at Nora. "I know, you're my fan. You're crazy about me. But this is the production team. Please don't interrupt our shoot." With that, Kelvin touched his nose and looked at the director. "Director, since she likes me so much, why don't we let her stay beside me? Someone has to come to the archives to make it seem more real." The director nodded enthusiastically.
Great idea, Kelvin. Okay, let's do that.
Nora sighed, but at the same time was thankful to be closer to the files. She looked at Kelvin and was about to speak, when Kelvin turned to her and sneered. When the filming starts, don't look at me like that. You have to pretend not to know me, okay? Although it's difficult for you not to like me, hold it together for the shoot. Nora wanted to say a scathing remark, but she kept quiet. Hold it together? Who does this man think he is? And why was this confident and narcissistic look so familiar to her? Nora was about to speak when the director shouted and the filming began. She retracted her thoughts and turned to take out a file on the bookshelf. The file was labeled 009. 009. Nora's eyes lit up. The library's files were regularly needed. They were all placed in order. If 009 was here, then 004 must be in this row. As she thought about this, Nora turned around. She retracted all her thoughts, including how Kelvin had taken advantage of her earlier. She began to look for her file in the row seriously. 004 was the V16 her mother had left behind. She had to find it. Sure enough, beside 009 was 008, followed by 007, 006, and 005. Then, beside 005 was 004. Nora took down the file beside 005. At the same time, she felt nervous. She had been looking for this file for a long time now, and a lot was at stake. V16 concerned Xander's life, and Justin had faked his death for this. Furthermore, the bosses of a certain industry were all eyeing this medicine with greed in their eyes. Now, this drug was in her hands. As she was thinking, she looked down and saw that the title of the file in her hand was Archive 003. Nora's eyes were stunned. She took a closer look and saw that it was indeed 003, not file 004. When she opened it, she realized that it was about the data of a mouse experiment that was once done by the school 50 years ago. The data was critical. It indicated that it was because of this set of experimental data that a vaccine was successfully created. However, it had nothing to do with the gene serum. Nora put down 003 and flipped forward in the pages. She found 002 and 001. She continued to flip back. It was 005. This row continued until 035, but there was no 004. Nora frowned and turned around, wanting to continue looking at the shelf beside her. As she was about to walk over, a loud clap suddenly came from behind. Nora looked up in a daze and saw the director and the others looking at her. The director praised. "Hey, lady, you're too talented in acting. You vividly portrayed the appearance of a genius looking for a certain piece of information. You were so engrossed. It was as if you had completely forgotten the existence of the camera. You're a natural-born actor." Nora tilted her head to the side. She had forgotten that she was on a movie set entirely. She had forgotten about the camera because she was trying to find file 004. The corners of her mouth twitched. The director stepped forward and handed her a card. "If you're interested in acting, you can contact me." Nora remained silent and glanced at the name card. Kelvin beside him walked over to her. His tall figure stood beside Nora. The two of them looked very pleasing to the eye. The director looked at them and sighed. "Kelvin, your partner has already been confirmed, but how good would it have been to let this lady play your girlfriend? The feeling when you two stand together is too strong. The two of you look like real lovers." Nora's head shot up when she heard his suggestion. She took a wary step back and leaned to the side, but then she heard a low laugh. She turned her head and saw Kelvin smiling maliciously. He lowered his head and smiled. "Well, Nora, do you really want to act as a couple with me?" Nora rolled her eyes and took 2 steps to the side to maintain a distance from Kelvin. The director seemed to want to say something else. Nora interrupted them. "Are you done filming?" "I'm done filming." The director then realized something and looked at Kelvin. "Let's go film the next scene. Kelvin, we're going to film the scene where you meet your girlfriend. This part needs to be more romantic." Nora ignored them and continued to flip through the files. She did not see Kelvin glance at her and laughed softly. "Director, I'm not in a good condition today. I'll only film the action scenes. As for the romantic scenes, I'll film them another time." The director pursed his lips. "Okay, Kelvin, you're too professional. However, when you were filming earlier, your mood was not right. You did not show the urgency and fear of being chased by bad people." Kelvin continued to smile. "Yes, tomorrow I'll do a retake." The director whined. "But why tomorrow? Can't we do it now?" "I'll be better tomorrow. Besides, we rented the library for 2 hours. Don't stop the students from learning." The director sighed in defeat. "All right then." The crew packed their equipment and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Kelvin turned back and looked at Nora, who was searching through the files again. His eyes were filled with deep longing and a smile. It turned out that Nora was cute sometimes. The production team left and the library became quiet. Nora searched through the archives once again. In the end, she felt helpless and went to the librarian. She asked, "Hello, may I ask why some serial numbers are missing in the archive room? Are they lost?" The librarian replied, "Oh no, some of the file's contents are too important. They're protected by us. Only tutors and students who have reached a certain level can apply to check them. Why don't you tell me which file you want to see? I'll help you." Nora narrowed her eyes. "No, there's no need. I'm just curious." With that, she smiled and glanced at the administrator's screen before turning to leave the library. Outside, she found a random chair and sat down. Then she picked up her phone and hacked into the library system. She searched the files and entered file 004. 50 years ago, computers were not widely used, but later on, many files were entered into an electronic system. However, 004 was not recorded. The system only showed that 004 was an S-rank file. There was only a physical file. Nora groaned. Of course there was only a physical file. She then checked file 048 because she realized that 004 was not the only one missing there. After counting, many serial numbers were not there. As it turned out, file 048 also only had a physical file. This meant that if she wanted to see Archive 004, she had to become a professor at Stav University or a student of related research projects. How annoying. Nora could not wait to break into the archive room at night and steal it, but this would not do. It would attract the attention of those looking for the gene serum. Justin had faked his death to make those people turn their eyes away. If she caused too much of a ruckus, the secret might get out at any moment. When she thought of this, Nora suppressed the urge in her heart and finally decided to think about what to do next very carefully. Nora did not gain anything from the library, so she left the library and returned home. The car had just rolled into the driveway when she saw the old lady from the neighborhood scolding Cherry. The old lady was wagging her finger at the little girl and howling, "Thief! You're a thief! You're so young and yet you behave so horribly. I can't believe you stole from me." Hearing the commotion, a lot of people came out from their houses and started to surround the villa where Nora lived. Everyone stood outside and pointed at them as the old lady continued to scream and yell at Cherry. Mrs. Long had her hands on her hips as she cursed. "Like I said, these people haven't even been here a day and they've already started stealing. She's not a good person. We shouldn't let such a person stay in a district like ours." Someone beside her advised, "Mrs. Long, you've been scolding her for so long. The young lady is so cute. She doesn't look like a thief. Tell me, what did she steal?" Mrs. Long stomped her foot and yelled, "She stole my scallion pancakes." As soon as she said this, everyone looked at the scallion pancake in Cherry's hand. She had already eaten half of the pancake, and now she was holding the pancake and looking at Mrs. Long with eyes as large as saucers. Hearing this, Cherry took another bite of scallion pancake. Her mouth was stuffed full, making her look super cute. Someone beside her defended Cherry. "Mrs. Long, isn't it just a cake? Can't you just let it go? We're all neighbors and the child is very young. She might just be hungry if she ate your cake." Mrs. Long sneered. "What do you know? She's already so bad at a young age. She's a crooked thief. Do you know what her father does? He's a worker. Do you know what her mother does? She's so young and doesn't look like a proper mother at all. I think she didn't even go to school and only fooled around with a man. She gave birth to these 3 little bastards. She gave birth early but didn't raise them well. If we let them stay here, they'll become the stinky bugs in our district sooner or later." With that, everyone looked at Cherry in confusion. However, Cherry took another bite of the pancake. Her clear eyes were staring at Mrs. Long as she stood there and asked, "Grandma, who is a stinky bug?" Mrs. Long scoffed and pointed at her. "You are, of course." "Oh." Cherry smiled and began eating again. The scallion pancake was delicious. She took 2 mouthfuls and the crowd burst into laughter. Before Mrs. Long could understand what was going on, someone beside her laughed. "The little girl is teasing you." Mrs. Long gasped and her cheeks went hot with rage. Where do children nowadays learn to tease like that? She did not react for a moment. Cherry shrugged. She had learned this from her mother last time. Although it was an old trick, it was very effective in angering others. The vicious old woman was so angry that her chest was heaving. Cherry grinned and continued to eat her scallion pancake. Mrs. Long took a few deep breaths. Her fingers were trembling. "You little girl, you have a sharp tongue. I can tell at a glance that you won't be a good person when you grow up. I think you're gonna be like your mother. You're so young, but you didn't learn to be good. You'll live well with bad men." Cherry did not understand her words, but her eyes lit up. "Do you think I'll be like my mummy? Yay!" Mummy was so strong, how good would it be if she was like her? Cherry grinned at the thought. "Thank you very much. You're too kind." Mrs. Long was furious. "Look at her. Her skin is so thick. I scolded her and she thanked me. What right does a person like her have to stay with us?" All right. Some people could not stand to see her bully Cherry anymore and stepped forward. "The little girl looks fine. She doesn't look like she comes from a bad family at all. Mrs. Long, you must have some misunderstanding. Besides, if she came from a bad family, could she afford to rent a house here?" Although the houses here were cheap, not everyone could rent them. Mrs. Long refused to back down. "Heh, that's not right. Today she stole my family's scallion pancake. She might steal your watch tomorrow. Do we have to guard against thieves every day if we stay here? Are you willing to do that?" These words made everyone around shut their mouths. No matter who it was, they did not want to be neighbors with a thief. Therefore, everyone looked at Cherry and suggested, "Young lady, I think you should apologize to Mrs. Long. Isn't it just a scallion pancake? Your parents will definitely be able to afford it. Apologize well and ask for forgiveness. We won't pursue the matter with you." Mrs. Long sneered as well. "Ha! Apologize? You can't apologize about this. Why don't we call the police? We have to get the police to teach this little brat a lesson." "Don't call the police." "That's right, it's just a small matter. We're all neighbors. Why must you do this?" "The child is only 6 years old. What does she know?" "Mrs. Long, don't fuss too much." When the others heard this, they began trying to persuade her. Only then did Mrs. Long look at Cherry. "All right, then let her kneel and apologize to me. Kneel to me as an apology." Kneel and apologize? This was too humiliating. Although everyone felt that Mrs. Long was being a little too much, they still looked at Cherry. Someone advised, "Young lady, kneel. Get down on your knees." Cherry pursed her lips. "I'm not doing that." She had never knelt for anyone before. Her grandparents could not bear to make her kneel, and her mother protected her as well. As for the grandfather and great-grandmother she met when she returned to New York, they all loved to treat her well. How could these people make her kneel? Cherry whined. "I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't steal her pancake." "You didn't steal it?" Mrs. Long sneered. "You're still lying, even now. If you didn't steal my pancake, then why is my pancake in your hand?" Cherry took another bite of scallion pancake. "You gave this to me." Everyone was shocked and looked at Mrs. Long. Mrs. Long straightened her back and sneered. "I gave it to you. Then I accused you of stealing my family's pancakes. You're really funny. Do I have nothing better to do than bullying a child like you? I didn't plan on fussing about you stealing one of my pancakes, but you're even lying to me now. You're hopeless. Someone has to teach you a lesson." Nora stood in the crowd and looked at Cherry. She was not anxious because Cherry was so calm. This meant she must have a plan. Otherwise, Pete and Xander would have rushed out of the house a long time ago. The two were overprotective and had a sister complex. Why would they keep watching as if it was some show? She looked inside the house from where she stood. Mrs. Long's words were more believable. After all, there was no need for an old lady to target a child. Furthermore, they had just moved in, so there was no dispute. Everyone looked at Cherry and advised, "Little kid, you should apologize. Stop being so stubborn." Of course, there were also people who trusted Cherry, but Mrs. Long was very domineering. And because her son worked in NTT, she became even more domineering. They could not offend her, so they advised, "Little kid, stop being stubborn, apologize." Cherry pursed her lips. "You're the one who gave it to me?" She took another bite of the scallion pancake and chewed. Mrs. Long looked at the others and sighed. "See? She's so young, but she still doesn't admit to her mistakes. Can you tolerate a child like this living here? I won't call the police, but I suggest we make them leave. I don't want to be neighbors with such people." Cherry blinked. "Bad, Grandma. Call the police. You're the one who gave me this pancake. I didn't steal it." When the person beside her saw that she was still saying that, he hushed her. "Child, stop talking. Where's your mom? Call her out right now. You said that Mrs. Long gave it to you. Do you have evidence? If you don't, Mrs. Long will not let you off easily. You—" As the kind person was persuading her, Cherry pursed her lips. "Who said I don't have evidence?" She blinked and took another bite of the scallion pancake. Her hand reached into her pocket, and it looked like she was going to take out her phone. Nora's eyes curved upward. She had raised quite a little smarty pants. She knew that Cherry would not lose. Mrs. Long had scolded them yesterday, and she had ill intentions for coming to give them scallion pancakes today. Although Cherry was more straightforward and not as perceptive as Pete and Xander, She was not so stupid as to fall for the bad guy's trap. She had to have evidence. As Nora thought about this, she saw Cherry take out her phone and say, "I have." Cherry was about to say that she had evidence when a weak voice sounded from somewhere deep in the crowd. I can prove it." Everyone turned around and saw a thin girl in her 20s raising her hand. Nora, who was about to walk forward, stopped in her tracks. The girl was very thin and short. She looked very weak and had a timid expression. She looked a little like Mia, but Mia was the pampered daughter of the Smiths. She looked small and weak. Her figure was so slender that others couldn't help but protect her. However, this girl seemed like the kind of person who had to work to survive, probably because of bad family conditions. This was the first impression she gave to Nora. Nora knew who this girl was. Cindy had already given her information on everyone who lived here. She had made sure that there was no danger before daring to let the 3 children stay there. The girl's name was Renee. She was an orphan and had been adopted by a couple in Switzerland. However, her adoptive parents did not treat her well. They had beaten and scolded her since she was young. She had only escaped from that house when she was older and was currently living here with her boyfriend. They were poor, but they were stubborn and had been working hard. Cindy pitied their plight and had reduced their rent. The house they rented was the smallest and in the worst condition. Renee spoke softly as well. It conveyed the trauma of enduring a tough life. When she spoke, she did not dare to look at anyone. Her long hair almost covered her entire face. "I can prove that just now, when Mrs. Long, she gave the child a scallion pancake. I was there, I saw it." Renee had a pitiful background that everyone knew about. Everyone believed her words. Therefore, they turned to look at Mrs. Long as soon as they heard Renee's testimony. "Mrs. Long, what's going on?" "Yes, how can you bully a child? You're too evil. We're all Americans. We're from the same country. How can you bully one of our own?" At this moment, Mrs. Long knew she had been exposed. She groaned unhappily. All right, I was just teasing her. What's wrong? I was just joking. All right, disperse. Get out of here. What are you looking at?" Mrs. Long placed her hands on her hips. "My son works at NTT. Do you think I won't ask him to stand up for me?" With that, half the people around immediately left the scene. NTT was now so popular in Switzerland that everyone had bits and pieces of it in their lives. No one wanted to offend NTT executives. When most of the people had left, Mrs. Long looked at Renee and shook her fist at her. "Renee, don't you have anything better to do with your time than get involved with my personal business? Why? Are you here to prove that you're impressive? Do you think you're a messenger of justice? I think you should worry about yourself before you try to mess with others." With that, she sneered, "Your boyfriend seems to be working at NTT too." Renee then panicked. "Mrs. Long, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? Ha! Your boyfriend is just a worker at NTT, but my son is a senior executive. You dared to mess with me over a little girl? Fine. I'll see if your boyfriend can still stay at NTT. Let's see." After saying this, Mrs. Long glared fiercely at Renee and turned to enter her house. However, she suddenly saw Nora standing behind her and was shocked. Mrs. Long quickly recovered and gave a sarcastic smile. "Say, Miss Smith, I think you should still move away with your 3 children. Otherwise, if my son finds out that I was bullied today, I really can't say what he'll do. Also, if Renee's boyfriend loses his job, they'll become homeless. That will all be because of you." With that, she raised her head arrogantly and entered her house. She slammed the door shut. Renee's body trembled in fear when the door was closed. Then her eyes turned red as her entire body trembled. She was frightened and in a state of shock. Now all she could think about was if her boyfriend, was really going to lose his job. Nora walked over to Renee. She was about to talk to her, but Renee suddenly turned away and ran into the smallest house at the side, as though she was badly frightened. Nora thought, oh. Nora didn't understand Renee's fear. Through the window, she saw Renee pick up her cell phone, hands shaking. She made a phone call. The person on the phone said something that frightened Renee so badly that her eyes reddened and she started to cry. Nora frowned. Renee seemed to have sensed Nora looking at her. She was so scared that she suddenly drew the curtains and curled up in the corner. As for what she was doing, Nora couldn't see. "Mummy, isn't Auntie Renee a little too timid?" Cherry asked. Nora nodded. After a moment's thought, she told Cherry to go back into the house. Nora then walked up to Renee's door, raised her hand, and knocked on the door. Renee's timid voice rang out. "Who is it?" Nora replied, "I'm your neighbor. I live next door. Thank you for speaking up for Cherry." "You're welcome." Renee sounded like she was about to cry. "Please, I beg you, don't come to me anymore. I don't want him to lose his job." Nora hurriedly comforted her. "He won't lose his job, don't worry. Can you open the door? I have something to tell you." I have nothing to say to you. Please don't disturb me, okay?" Renee stammered a little when she spoke. She didn't sound confident of herself. Nora's brows knitted together. She wanted to knock on Renee's door again, but the door to Mrs. Long's house on the opposite side opened. Mrs. Long sneered. "She won't dare to open the door for you. Considering how much of a coward she is, if she dares to open the door for you, then wouldn't she offend me? If her boyfriend loses his job, she will have to go back to her family. When that happens, her foster father will make her life miserable." Mrs. Long kept ranting. "Don't step forward to speak up for others if you're not that capable. If you do something, you must be brave enough to own up to it. Ha! Her boyfriend must be really unlucky to fall for her. He's a graduate from a prestigious university, and Staff University at that. So why did he fall in love with someone like Renee? When my son came home a few days ago, he even mentioned her boyfriend and said that he was planning to promote him. But now, he can forget about getting promoted and just wait to be fired instead." Mrs. Long was very loud. Renee's rental house was the most run-down one of the lot, so sound insulation was not very good. Renee heard everything that Mrs. Long said. Upon hearing Mrs. Long's tirade, she huddled up in fear and started shaking all over. Nora broke into a frown and sneered. "It's not certain who will be the one to get fired yet." Mrs. Long curled her lips disdainfully. "You're all talk. Maybe you're just not aware of the situation here. My son is her boyfriend's direct superior." Nora wanted to say something, but Renee's door suddenly opened. Renee, thin and skinny, just like a sheet of paper, appeared. She looked at Mrs. Long timidly and then, with choked sobs, spoke. "I was wrong. Please don't fire my boyfriend. I was wrong. Please. I'll even get down on my knees." She got down on her knees with a thud. Mrs. Long, however, was unmoved. A male voice suddenly yelled to them, "Renee, what are you doing? Get up!" A big and tall figure rushed over. The man looked about 23 or 24 years old and was obviously a fresh college graduate. There was a sense of boyishness on his face from having just entered the workforce. He was wearing a suit and looked like someone from upper-class society, yet his actions and behavior carried a sense of youth. He looked very bright and cheerful and was very dashing. He rushed over and held Renee up. Renee, whose voice was nasal from crying, said, "Liam, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. You have a promising future ahead of you. I mustn't hold you back." She couldn't keep talking as she was sobbing too hard. Upon hearing this, Liam Martin pulled Renee up even more forcefully. He said loudly and firmly, "Renee, don't be afraid. I told you that I would protect you. Since I've taken you out of that house, I will protect you. Even if I can't continue with this job, I can still get other jobs. Trust me." Renee looked at him timidly. No, it's my fault. If I get on my knees and beg Mrs. Long, she will forgive you. I can't mess with your career." Liam sighed. "Renee, that's enough. All right, I'll handle this. Go back into the house, okay?" Renee wanted to say something, but Liam reached out a finger and pressed it against her lips. "All right, just go in first. I'll handle this." A dazed Renee glanced at him before she finally lowered her head, her long hair covering her face, as though this was the only way she could feel safe. She slowly retreated into the house. Liam closed the door and then looked at Nora. Nora was about to explain when Liam said, "You don't need to say anything. Renee has already told me everything that happened. She did the right thing." He looked at Mrs. Long. "You're already in your 60s, yet you bullied a 6-year-old? Do you think that makes you very impressive? You may scare Renee, but you won't scare me." Mrs. Long sneered. "It seems that you really don't plan on staying in NTT anymore, right? Okay, I'll call my son right away." She took out her cell phone and made a phone call. In no time, someone answered, upon which her son, Fred Long's voice rang out. "What's up, Mom?" After Mrs. Long told him what had happened, Fred sneered and said, "I see. Don't worry, Mom, I'll make him pay." Fred shouted into the phone, "Liam, I know you are listening. You can go straight to HR tomorrow and hand in your resignation. NTT does not welcome people like you." With that, Fred hung up. Mrs. Long sneered and glanced at Nora and Liam again. She said, "Mrs. Smith, he was fired entirely because of you." Nora's eyes were already narrowed. She said dispassionately, "He won't be fired." When Mrs. Long heard this, she scoffed. "Do you think you're a supervisor in NTT? You're saying that he won't be fired?" Nora replied, "NTT is well known in the industry for being fair and just. Liam has not made any mistakes. NTT has no right to fire him." Mrs. Long found her words hilarious. "Oh my goodness, you sure are naive. Do you think this is a utopia? Or do you think you're in a movie? Not only is NTT's hierarchy very strict, but Liam is also a fresh college graduate. He has no one in NTT who can speak up for him. My son can easily fire him." "Really?" Nora's lips curled into a smile. "Then let's see who will be fired tomorrow." Nora spoke very lightly, but her words chilled Mrs. Long. Mrs. Long frowned, but she still felt that the woman in front of her was just talking big, so she said, "Okay, then let's wait and see." After she spoke, she viciously looked at Liam and said, "What are you acting like a knight in shining armor here for? I'll wait for you to come crying to beg me tomorrow." She snorted loudly and entered her house. After Mrs. Long went in, Liam finally looked at Nora. Nora immediately said, "You won't be fired, don't worry." This was a statement. However, Liam obviously didn't believe her. He smiled wryly and said, "You don't have to blame yourself, don't worry. I got into NTT with my own capabilities, so even if I am fired, I can still support Renee and myself.
We're neighbors and fellow Americans, so let's watch out for each other in the future."
He entered the house with an anxious look all over his face. The sound of Liam softly coaxing Renee came from the house. Nora did not enter her house. Instead, she stood outside and listened for a while. Something was very wrong with the state Renee was in. Not only did she wear shabby clothes, but her hair was also dirty and greasy, making her look like a homeless person on the streets. And when Renee heard Mrs. Long say that her boyfriend would be fired, her reaction had been highly abnormal. So much so that it even made Nora dubious as to whether Liam was a good boyfriend or not. After all, Liam was leading a glamorous life outside, so why would Renee look like this at home? Nora was worried that Liam was not what he seemed like, so she'd deliberately stayed behind to eavesdrop on them. When Nora was surfing the internet recently, she had learned that a lot of men emotionally manipulate their girlfriends. They would say things like, "It's a blessing that an excellent man like me is interested in you," and "No one will want you except me." Men use notions like these to completely control a woman's thoughts and make them feel that they couldn't live without them. The fact that Renee was unemployed, and the way she'd looked, and that she was so scared and horrified at the thought of Liam being fired, was very similar to how women under their boyfriend's control would behave. However, despite her eavesdropping on them outside for a long while, all Nora heard was Liam coaxing Renee in an extremely patient manner. Renee's condition gradually improved. Renee kept apologizing, but in the end, the two still went off sweetly to prepare dinner. Liam sincerely treated Renee well. Nora turned and returned to her villa. Cindy was preparing dinner for her and the children. When Cindy saw Nora, she said, "I didn't go out when Mrs. Long came over." She was afraid that Mrs. Long would become suspicious of Nora's identity if she saw her. Nora nodded, indicating that she'd done well. She then asked, "What's up with Renee and Liam from next door?" Cindy replied, "Liam is really a very good man, and he also loves Renee. Liam graduated from a famous university, and he comes from a very good family. He fell in love with Renee, who has been a victim of domestic violence since she was a child. Doesn't Renee look just like a beggar in front of him?" When Liam brought her home, his family disapproved of their relationship, so he decided to move out and live with Renee. For Renee, Liam is her redemption. Nora was surprised to hear that. Her brows knitted together a little. "What's wrong?" Cindy asked. Nora smiled. "It's nothing. I was just thinking that I've never seen love like that between the two of them before." A handsome and cheerful boy who was high up in the air and had grown up in a well-to-do family, and a filthy girl who was timid, overcautious, and jumpy. No matter how one looked at it, they were a strange combination. To give the lovers a happy ending, Nora picked up her cell phone and made a call. "Yeah, it's me," Nora said. "Make some arrangements for me. I want to fire someone and retain someone else in the company." Early the next morning, when Liam woke up, he saw that Renee was already up and preparing breakfast for him. Renee's fingernails were a little long, and the undersides were also a little grimy. She looked slovenly, but Liam knew that it was because she didn't dare to cut her nails. Since she was a child, cutting her nails had always been a form of torture for her. Her adoptive parents abused her and had even gone so far as to pluck out her nails before. The pain made her never want to cut her nails for the rest of her life, so she never cut her nails unless she absolutely had to. Usually, when they got too long, she would just bite them off. She put a slice of butter in between bread slices and handed it to Liam. Without finding it dirty, Liam took the bread from her and took a bite. After he finished breakfast, he gave Renee a kiss on her forehead. The look in Renee's eyes turned gentle and blissful at once. The way she looked at him was as though he was the only light in her life. Liam smiled and pinched her cheek. "Why are you so cute, Renee? Don't worry. Even if I'm fired, I will still find a way to feed us. So don't be scared." Renee nodded happily. "Well, you may not necessarily be dismissed from the company. Besides, I can also go and find a job. I can also contribute a little to this family." Liam touched her head. "Yeah, my little Renee has grown up." After saying that, he picked up a folder, put on a suit, and left the house. But after he stepped out, his expression sank. He expelled a heavy breath of air. Fred was his superior. According to NTT's regulations, Fred could decide whether Liam stayed or left all by himself. Liam knew that there was no chance of him lucking out today. When he was walking out with his head down, he saw Mrs. Long standing at the door and looking at him with a big smile, like a victor. "Liam, I will show you today just how wicked and sinister this society is. So what, even if you're a Stav University graduate? If you must blame someone, then you can just blame yourself for having bad taste and falling in love with such a slovenly woman. However, I can still give you a way out. Break up with that woman. My niece is an excellent girl. I can introduce you. If the two of you are in a relationship, my son will take care of you." Nora heard what Mrs. Long said the moment she stepped out of her house in the morning. She frowned, wanting to say something, but when she looked over, she saw Renee hiding at the window of her house. Renee was staring nervously at Liam, her eyes fixed on him as if she was afraid that he would not want her anymore. Renee was so nervous that her hands were tightly wrung, but she didn't have the courage to call him out, interrupt Mrs. Long, or argue with her. Her hair was still dirty and greasy because she was unwilling to wash it, and the clothes she wore were old and worn out. Her head was constantly down, and she looked like she didn't have any confidence at all. It wouldn't even be surprising if she was mistaken as a beggar when she walked down the streets. Someone like her certainly seemed out of place next to Liam. Mrs. Long was still talking.
"Renee is a piece of trash. Besides, she has been abused by her adoptive parents since she was a child. Liam, you should have thrown away your future because of someone like her."
Liam sighed. The cheerful man said, "I'm not gonna leave Renee." His firm voice made Renee's eyes overflow with happiness. Mrs. Long wasn't pleased.
"How come you can't even distinguish between something good and bad? Your family will never accept a wife like her. Did your parents raise you just to let you marry a good-for-nothing like her?"
Liam sighed. "She's not a good-for-nothing." Liam walked towards the gates. "I'm going to work. I'll be late if I stay any longer." Mrs. Long grabbed his sleeve.
"Liam, listen to me, my niece."
"Is your niece so ugly she can't even find a man by herself?" Nora's light words interrupted Mrs. Long's boasting of her niece. Mrs. Long was stunned for a moment. She abruptly turned to look at Nora.
"What a busybody. Mind your own business."
Nora smiled sarcastically. Mrs. Long retracted her outstretched arm. Failing to achieve her goal, Mrs. Long was very indignant. She snorted coldly.
"Liam, I will give you your options here and now. The first, stay with that beggar and get fired today. Second, break up with that pushover and I will let bygones be bygones. My son will take care of you in NTT, so you will definitely rise through the ranks."
Nora also looked at Liam. Liam sighed helplessly and shook his head. I told you, I will never abandon Renee. After saying that, Liam went straight out the door. Mrs. Long yelled angrily,
Fine. You refuse to choose, right? What an ingrate. You can just wait for my son to fire you.
Liam ignored her completely and walked away. Mrs. Long stomped her foot angrily. When she turned and saw the smile on Nora's lips, she became annoyed.
What are you laughing at? He is going to be fired all because of you. He is being chauvinistic now, so he won't blame you for it yet. But what about it in the future? When he thinks of how he once had a great future waiting for him, yet it was shattered because of you, do you think he won't blame you for it in the future?
Nora ignored the lunatic. She had already notified Cindy to evict Mrs. Long and drive them away. Nora, who couldn't be bothered to talk to her, walked out the door without even a side glance. Liam walked down the road, his head down. Although he had comforted Renee and said that he might not lose his job, he knew very well that Fred had always been very domineering and had been suppressing newcomers like him in the company. Since Mrs. Long had complained the day before, Fred definitely wouldn't let him off. There was a 90% probability that he would be fired when he went to work today. He sighed. He took out his cell phone and sent his resume to other companies, hoping that a company would immediately hire him after he was fired. Otherwise, Renee would really feel guilty. He called many of his ex-classmates, hoping that they could get him a job through referrals. Unfortunately, all his ex-classmates had only just entered the workforce, so none of them were qualified to give referrals. An ex-classmate sent him a message. "Liam, you went to the best company. Why are you changing jobs?" Liam didn't know how to answer. He sighed, put down his phone, and got on the bus. Even though he had gone from being a rich boy to a life where he had to take a bus whenever he was out, Liam did not feel uncomfortable at all. Before he knew it, the bus had arrived. Liam got off the bus and glanced at his watch. 8:55. Oh no, he was going to be late. Liam hurriedly ran to the company, but as he ran, he suddenly realized that he was going there to be fired. Even if he was late, it didn't really matter, right? Liam slowed down. He became downcast and dejected again. After he reached the company at the last moment, he sat in his seat. The person next to him suddenly leaned over and whispered, "Hey, Liam, did you offend Fred or what? Why did he ask for you with a long face the moment he arrived at work today? I saw him calling HR just now and saying that he wants to fire you." The last ray of hope in Liam's heart was gone. He'd originally hoped that Fred wouldn't act based on his emotions, but only now did he realize that he was exactly someone like that. Liam clenched his fists. Although he had just graduated, his salary here was very high, enough to support him and Renee. He was used to being a big spender and everything he ate and drank was top-notch, so he didn't have much savings. What was he going to do during his job hunting period after he got fired? While he was thinking about this, Liam's arm was suddenly bumped. He looked up to see Fred standing in front of him. Liam hurriedly stood up and said, "Mr. Long, about what happened last night, There's nothing much to say about it." With a big belly, Fred said, "You will receive your letter of dismissal shortly." As he said that, an HR staff member walked in with a letter of dismissal. Liam stared blankly at the HR manager walking in, utterly stunned. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. He said in a daze, "How can this be?" Fred smirked smugly. "I told you, in NTT, a word from me is enough to decide your life and death. Liam, you are simply too insensible. You've really disappointed me." Liam objected. "But please, sir." Fred then lowered his head and added,
"And if you sent your resume to other companies, know that in the name of NTT senior management, I will be punishing you for your dereliction of duty. Let's see which company would dare to hire you."
This would ruin Liam's career. It was useless even if he was a staff university graduate. Liam's eyes widened. He clenched his fists tightly. Seeing how Liam was obviously livid, yet he still had to bear with it, Fred raised his eyebrows, feeling as pleased as Punch. He simply loved how fantastic it felt seeing someone dislike him, yet unable to do anything to him.
"Pack up your things," Fred barked. "Oh, you don't have much to pack anyway. You guys watch him. Don't let him take away anything confidential from the company. You'd best leave obediently, otherwise I'll call the security."
Liam, fists were balled up, were shaking all over. The colleagues around him found Liam very pitiful. At this moment, the company's HR manager walked up to Fred. When Fred saw her, he smiled and said, "Lucy, it's just a small employee being fired. Why have you come in person? You could have just let your subordinates run the errand and bring the letter of dismissal instead." In NTT, ordinary HR personnel were enough for the dismissal of low-ranking employees. Only when someone from the senior management was being dismissed would the HR manager be personally involved. Fred felt that Lucy was kinda making a mountain out of a molehill today. Lucy looked at him and opened her mouth. But before she could speak, Fred looked at Liam.
"Lucy, a general manager, has personally come to deliver the letter of dismissal. You'd better just leave obediently. It's best that you don't make any trouble or embarrass yourself."
Fred looked at Lucy triumphantly.
"Lucy, come on. Take out the letter of dismissal. Don't waste everyone's time."
Lucy slowly looked at the dismissal letter in her hand, seemingly thinking about what to say. How should I say this? The way she looked as though she was in a dilemma pleased Fred, who said,
"Isn't it just a letter of dismissal? Don't worry, Lucy, the company would definitely have their reasons for dismissing an employee. Besides, no matter who it is, would they dare to sue NTT? After all, NTT has the most powerful team of lawyers in the world."
After he spoke, he looked at Liam.
"I should think that no one would dare to make any trouble in NTT, right?"
Every word of his was warning Liam against making a scene. It was useless. Even if Liam did make a scene, NTT would definitely have a legitimate reason for dismissing him. Even if he took them to court, there was no way he would win. This was the darkness of society. Fred, terribly excited, stared at Liam. Liam took a deep breath. He didn't want to make a scene either. He had liked NTT. He didn't want to give himself a bad impression of NTT just because of Fred. He picked up his bag without taking anything else, stood up, and grabbed the letter of dismissal from the HR manager. He glanced down at it. The next moment, when he saw the name on the letter of dismissal, his eyes suddenly widened. For a moment, he felt that he must be seeing things. He rubbed his eyes. Fred was still blabbing on.
"Liam, although you haven't been at NTT long, you should still work hard after you go to other companies. Don't make the same mistake you made in NTT again."
Liam turned his head in disbelief and looked at Fred. Fred was still smiling.
"What now? You don't want to leave anymore? It's no use begging me now. Once the dismissal letter is out, it's impossible to keep you in the company anymore."
The HR manager finally couldn't bear to watch anymore. She sighed heavily and said, "Sorry, Fred. I'm going to announce the company's decision now." Everyone in the office was looking at them. Fred replied,
"Oh yeah, of course. This is the company's decision, so of course it has to be announced. Lucy, you can say it. No matter what, I will always support the company's decision."
Lucy sighed again and glanced at him. She took the dismissal letter from Liam and stuffed it into Fred's hand. Fred was confused.
Are you telling me to hand the dismissal letter to Liam myself so that it will look more formal?
Lucy finally had to break the news. Fred, you're fired. Fred stammered.
What are you saying?
Fred frowned, but then immediately smiled.
Lucy, what kind of joke is this?
After speaking, he lowered his head and looked at the dismissal letter in his hand.
It's not funny at all.
But he saw that the name on the letter was indeed Fred Long. Fred was dumbfounded. He felt that he must have read it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked at it again. For the first time, Fred felt like he couldn't quite recognize his name anymore. How could this happen? Fred raised his head sharply and looked at Lucy.
Did you make a mistake? Why would I be fired? Who gave you the guts to fire me?
Lucy replied, It's Jessie. Jessie was Fred's direct superior. Fred usually shared a good relationship with him. One could say that it was precisely because of Jessie that Fred could do whatever he wanted in the company. So Fred didn't believe it at all.
That's impossible. What's the reason? Why would Jessie fire me?
Lucy sighed. The reason for dismissal is written in the letter. Fred hurriedly opened the dismissal letter. He saw things he had done recently that violated the company's principles, listed one after another. Everything was clearly listed. Fred swallowed. He suddenly looked at Lucy.
Where's Jessie? I want to see him.
Lucy took a step back. Jessie doesn't want to see you, so please leave. After saying that, she paused and went on. You said it yourself just now. The company must have their reasons for dismissing an employee. And no matter who is dismissed, would they dare to sue NTT? NTT has the best team of lawyers in the world. So I should think that no one would dare to make any trouble in NTT, right? I'm already showing you a lot of courtesy by personally handing over the dismissal letter. Don't embarrass yourself any more. Lucy continued. If you don't leave, I'll have to call the security. You wouldn't want the security officers to drag you out, right? That would be really unbecoming. Oh, by the way, because you were fired for such major mistakes, we will be declaring all of this on your employment record. This may have a certain impact on your job search in the future, but, my dear friend, I believe you can overcome this, right? Every sentence she spoke was the same as what Fred had said to Liam just now, which made Fred feel as if someone had just slapped him across the cheek. He couldn't say anything at all. He looked at Lucy in shock. Lucy tilted her head and gestured to the outside. This way, please. Everyone kicked the man when he was down. Everyone had long been dissatisfied with Fred's behavior. So the moment she said those things, someone added, By the way, when Liam was being fired just now, he was asked not to take anything from the company. Then what about Mr. Long? Of course he's not allowed to either, Lucy replied with a straight face. She then looked at Liam. Liam, since you're still working with us, why don't you monitor Fred? Don't let him take anything related to the company with him when he leaves. Liam, who was still dazed and shocked, only recovered after he was spoken to. He hurriedly replied, Okay. After speaking, he looked at Lucy again in shock. Does this mean I won't be fired anymore? Lucy nodded. Yes, the notice to dismiss Fred was issued last night, so, strictly speaking, he had already been dismissed by the company this morning. Therefore, the orders he issued are invalid. Liam's eyes lit up. He became excited. Okay. He looked straight at Fred. Mr. Long, oh no, wait, I mean Fred. Can you please leave the company at once? Their roles had been instantly reversed. From someone being suppressed, Liam had become the one suppressing Fred now. Liam felt indescribably fantastic. He was simply too lucky. Who would have thought that Fred would make a mistake at this juncture? Jessie was practically his lifesaver. Everyone in the office congratulated Liam. Liam, you're so lucky. Yeah, you escaped. Liam chatted and laughed with the others, totally relieved. He didn't have to leave NTT anymore. He was so happy. I'll treat you guys to dinner later. Now I have something important to do. Liam led Fred to his former office. Fred's office was separated from the rest. When he entered the office, he was already starting to break down. His eyes were red and swollen. After entering, he went straight to the phone without hesitation. Liam hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. What are you doing? Go away. I'm going to ask Jessie what the hell is going on. Fred pushed Liam away. Liam frowned. He wanted to act resolutely and call for the security officers, but the phone call suddenly went through. Fred shouted, Jessie, you betrayed me. Why? I just want to know why. Liam, who wanted to stop him, paused slightly. He also wanted to know why. Jessie replied, Because you've offended someone you shouldn't have. He had offended someone he shouldn't have? Who was it? While Fred was thinking about it, Liam stopped abruptly. Could it be that... Could it be his neighbor, Miss Smith? Surely not, right? Liam shook his head and dismissed the idea. It was impossible. The previous evening, Miss Smith had told him with certainty that he would be fine. But if Miss Smith was capable of doing something like this, how could she live in an ordinary neighborhood like theirs? No, it couldn't be her. But Miss Smith's confident gaze and tone made him uncertain again. Who is it? Who did I offend? Jessie, you have to let me know why this is happening to me, Fred shouted. On the other end, Jessie fell silent for a moment before he lowered his gaze and whispered, I told you, you offended someone you shouldn't have. That's all I can tell you. Fred, leave. Don't make any trouble, otherwise things will become even worse for you. With that, Jessie hung up. Fred wanted to call him again, but security officers barged into the room. Fred, you are to leave the company at once. Nora reported at Stav University again. She had come pretending to be an undergraduate exchange student, so she was assigned a solo dormitory room. Nora had submitted an application for living outside of the school premises. It had been approved. At Stav University, exchange students must have a classmate partner to guide them in their studies. The counselor had assigned her the best student of their major to guide her. She was a tall girl and was a little chubby. Blonde and blue-eyed, she wore glasses and looked like a stickler for the rules. The counselor instructed, Olivia, please take care of Lisa for the next 3 months, okay? Olivia nodded. Yeah, I will take good care of her. I mean, I'll try my best, but if she can't keep up with my pace, I won't slow down my work for her because I find that a burden. That's okay, right? The counselor nodded. Of course. Lisa is the best student in the Department of Biology at the New York University School of Medicine. You should be able to show her the difference between Stav University and the NYU School of Medicine, right? The New York University School of Medicine's Department of Biology was not ranked in the country. They were able to have an exchange program with an international university like Stav because the New York University School of Medicine's president had struck a deal with Stav University's president. All of the students in the department looked down on the New York University School of Medicine. Only upon the counselor's request did Olivia reluctantly agree. She looked at Nora unwillingly and sized her up. She asked, "No offense, but does your school choose exchange students based on how they look?" After she said that, afraid that Nora might misunderstand, she shrugged and added, "What I mean is, you're really pretty." This girl looked down on the New York University School of Medicine, so she naturally had a sense of superiority. Nora could understand, though. They had ranked universities in America too. Would MIT, Stanford, or Harvard students think highly of bottom feeders? No matter how great the bottom feeders' achievements were, star students would always subconsciously have a kind of pride in them. Olivia didn't try to hide her bias. Instead, she displayed it straightforwardly and openly. Nora didn't dislike her. She liked it when people were honest. Nora smiled and replied, "You're also very pretty." Olivia shook her head. "But beauty cannot replace knowledge. You should know that the courses in our university are extreme, and the lecturers here are all impressive people. The lecturer for our class is a famous figure in the field of biology. His name is Epson, and you should have heard of him. He is a top-class figure in the pharmaceutical profession, and the drugs he developed have all become the ceiling of the pharmaceutical industry." Nora smirked to herself. Her acquaintances were simply everywhere. How could she possibly not know Epson? That guy used to send her emails because he wanted to research a clinical drug with her. Because of the difficulty and precision of the study, Epson had sent her emails for a whole year. Of course, she hadn't agreed. Yet she was going to have to attend his classes as a student now. How interesting. Nora lowered her head and entered the classroom with Olivia. Olivia was a model student, and she wanted to rush straight to the front the moment she entered. Unfortunately, because the counselor had summoned her over to meet Nora, they came a little late, so the front row was full. Staff university students really loved studying. Olivia looked at Nora resentfully. "It seems that we will have to come earlier next time." Nora nodded. She and Olivia could only sit in the corner of the last row. Even so, many people continued to stream into the classroom after that. Some students even stood at the back to listen. Nora was puzzled. Were there not enough seats in a university as big as Stav? As she was wondering about this, Olivia relieved her doubts. Everyone loves Professor Epson's classes, so people from other majors always come to listen every time he teaches. But they are self-aware, so they let us have the seats first. Nora's eyes widened. The academic atmosphere here sure was intense. Even a lazy person like her found it a bit touching. She thought about how she had been too lazy before and had wasted all her time sleeping. In the future, she must tell the 3 children never to learn from her. The moment she thought of this, Nora yawned. She had become tired again. Olivia looked at her. "You must be serious in class. If you space out for even a moment, you won't be able to keep up with Professor Epson's train of thought. During his previous lecture, my stomach started to hurt, so I went out for 5 minutes. When I came back, I felt like he was speaking Greek." "Aren't you exaggerating?" "No, I'm not," Olivia continued. "The theoretical knowledge of students from New York University School of Medicine is very weak, so it's okay if you don't understand the lecture. I can lend you my notes after the class." Nora paused for a while. She asked, "I have a question. How can I obtain the qualifications to access a file from the Department of Biology?" "Are you talking about file number 004? Olivia glanced at her again. "You don't have any chance of that. That file is precious. Only a few in the biology department have ever seen it. There are a few requirements you need to fulfill if you want that access. The first requirement is that you must understand Epson's lessons." She shook her head. "One must be grounded in their learning. Take it slowly, step by step. Don't be greedy." Nora frowned. What if I can understand Professor Epson's class?
How can that be?
Olivia giggled, and it was obvious that she found what she said a joke. Even I can't fully understand it, so how would you possibly understand? As Olivia spoke, Professor Epson marched in. As soon as he entered, his eyes swept across the whole class and fell on Nora. Epson was a big and tall white man. He was 30 years old and a little fat. There was a trace of hostility in his eyes. Nora narrowed her eyes. Did Epson recognize her? But they had never met before. While she was wondering, Epson raised his voice from the front of the room. "That girl I've never seen before. The one in the last row. Yes, you. Tell me your name." As Epson's voice rang out, all the students in the classroom looked at Nora. Although Nora was weirded out, she answered in a calm voice, "Lisa." "Lisa." Epson smiled. "You must be the exchange student from the New York University School of Medicine, right?" Nora nodded. "Yes, I am." Epson lowered his gaze. "I heard that the courses there are quite simple. By the way, you are from the Department of Biology, right? The professor that your school externally hired. No, she's not an external hire anymore, but an internal one. Have you attended Professor Athena's classes before?" Nora raised her eyebrows, puzzled. Athena is the director of the Department of Surgery. She's not from the Department of Biomedicine, so she has never taught classes there. "Is that so?" Epson's voice was full of displeasure when he talked about Athena. "She sure is as arrogant as ever." Nora understood now. Epson had sent her an email every day for more than 300 days, but she had never replied to him. To Epson, she must be arrogant. Epson must have something against Athena. Nora did not reply. Epson continued, "I have to say that it is regretful that she never taught you." Before Nora could speak up, he went on, "Therefore, you have no way of evaluating our classes, let alone realizing that I am actually much smarter than her." The corners of Nora's lips spasmed a little. Her eyes narrowed and she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him anymore. She lowered her head and opened the textbook. She had already studied and researched biomedicine a long time ago. In order to become Sylvester's student, not only did she have to be skilled in alternative medicine, but she had to have pharmaceutical knowledge. Biomedicine was an important tool in pharmaceuticals. When a bored Nora flipped the book from beginning to end, she found that she knew everything in it. So she put the book aside and put her head down on the table. The hardest part of becoming a student was that, because she had to go to class at 8 o'clock, she had to get up at 7 in the morning every day, wash up, and then drive over. She was too sleepy. Olivia, who was sitting next to her, stared at Epson nervously, wishing she could record everything he said so that she could go back and study it carefully. The girl, who was listening to the class earnestly, turned her head abruptly. When she saw Nora sleeping on the table, she frowned a little and then sighed. The 2 periods were over soon. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock. As they were juniors, they didn't have that many classes, so there were no more classes for the rest of the day. The laughter of her classmates around her made Nora slowly wake up. She raised her head with a groggy look in her eyes. Because she had been sleeping on the table, there was a mark on her cheek. "This girl is so cute. She actually had the guts to sleep in Professor Epson's class. What a pity. What Professor Epson talked about in this class was simply amazing." "You really can't blame her for that. Without a foundation of knowledge, she won't be able to understand anything." Nora didn't care about what they said at all. She stretched and looked at Olivia. "There aren't any more classes today, so see you tomorrow?" After speaking, she picked up her bag to leave. Olivia was stunned.
Where are you going?
Nora replied, Home, of course. Olivia slapped her forehead.
How can you go home? There's a cellular and molecular biology exam tomorrow.
Oh my God, I forgot that you don't have a schedule yet. Olivia continued. We are already at the end of the term, so exams are around the corner. Although you are an exchange student, you happened to be in time for it. I don't know what your school is thinking, sending an exchange student here at this time. Why didn't they send you here at the start of the new semester instead? It was because Nora couldn't afford to wait for the new semester, of course. But Nora wasn't going to explain that to Olivia. So she nodded and agreed, Okay, I see. Olivia smiled and suggested, Then let's go to the library to study together. I can teach you some basics. Last-minute cramming may be useless. We should still try, right? No, it's fine. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Without giving Olivia another chance to speak, she walked out with her backpack. File number 004 wasn't even in the library, so why would she waste her time going there? The place she wanted to go to now was Stav University's Advanced Archives. Nora strolled around the school. After asking around, she came to the building where the archives were located. She looked left and right. When she saw that no one was paying attention to her, she went straight upstairs. The Advanced Archives were Stav University's secret base. All the archives in the room were classified SSS level and held top priority in the school. A special ID card was required to enter, no matter who it was. Nora bumped into someone coming out of the room. The man looked at her with a frown and muttered, Sorry. In a hurry, he ran away in a panic. After he had gone far away, Nora looked at the ground. In the end, what she had wanted so badly had come to her so effortlessly. An access card for the Advanced Archives lay on the ground. It had slipped out of the pocket of the man that she had bumped into. With the opportunity right in front of her, Nora wasn't going to let it slip by. She bent over and picked up the card. When she looked around and saw that no one was around, she swiped it on the lock at the door right away. The metal door opened. Nora narrowed her eyes and entered right away. The Advanced Archives had a metallic interior design. Although they called it an archive room, it was more like a gigantic safe. Nora looked at the room full of technology. The room was more than 5,000 square feet, and there were many shelves on the walls. There were small boxes on all the shelves. Each box was marked with a label. Nora looked over. From the outside all the way to the inside, there were hundreds, almost 1,000 boxes. In the middle was a long table with paper and pens on it. It was neat and clean. The files in the Advanced Archives were all important confidential material that could not be leaked. For confidentiality's sake, they had never been digitized in order to prevent hacking attempts from hackers like Q and XYZ. The files here were never loaned out either. One had to read all the files they wanted to check out in the room itself. Therefore, there were elites from various industries seated at the long table when Nora entered. Most of them were postgraduate students, working on projects with their mentors. Some lecturers had to come over to refer to the materials. Only 1 or 2 undergraduates were eligible to access the room. Nora didn't make much noise when she entered, but she was startled when she saw the room full of people. She hadn't expected it to be so crowded. After she entered, a student on duty asked, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Nora pondered for a moment. The student on duty seemed to have a hesitant look in his eyes. There were only a few people who could come in here to study and refer to the materials, so he would know who had access and who didn't. Therefore, she wouldn't be able to pretend that she had come in to read the books here. Nora replied, "I came the wrong way." After speaking, she wanted to leave, but she was stopped by the student.
"Miss, you can't go. You must explain clearly why you're here. Otherwise, we have grounds to suspect that you are here to steal important data from the school."
The advanced archives were Stav University's crucial capital that had allowed it to establish its position and be ranked third among the top universities in the world. The security here would have to be very strict. Nora looked down at the card in her hand. She was about to explain that she had found a card and came in without knowing what this place was, when a low and deep voice reached them.
"How did you find this place?"
When Nora turned, she saw Kelvin's heavily made-up face. He had eyeshadow on and his eyeliner was drawn long, which made him look even more bewitching than usual. His complexion was very fair from all the makeup, but the thick foundation was not cakey. After not seeing him for 2 days, the man's skin condition seemed to have improved. Nora didn't understand why a thought like that would pop up in her mind at a critical moment like this. The next moment, though, Kelvin looked at the student on duty and said with a sense of resignation, "She's my fan." The student sighed at once. "I knew it. Kelvin, we agreed to let you shoot here, but only for half an hour. And you are also not allowed to touch any of our stuff here. But even your fans are breaking in now." Kelvin was tall. He leaned against the wall lazily and shrugged.
"Sorry. Since she's my fan, I'll deal with her myself."
After speaking, he walked straight toward the door. As he passed Nora, he stopped dead in his tracks and held his hand out to her. Nora was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the hand. She glanced back at the student on duty and decided to take Kelvin's hand. Kelvin smiled and guided her out of the room. His hand. The warmth of his palm was similar to Justin's, but at the same time, it was different, because there was a burn scar on the back of his hand. Kelvin had burnt himself. The incident took place a week before Justin had faked his death. Therefore, this man could not be Justin. After leaving the archives, Nora came back to her senses and shook off Kelvin's hand. She asked, "Why did you help me?" When Kelvin heard this, the look in his eyes turned a little deeper. Damn it, those eyes looked just like Justin's. Nora frowned. The next moment, she heard him chuckle and say, "Didn't I tell you? Some men like playing with their sister-in-law." When the man spoke, he bent over and leaned close to her ear. When he spoke, his breath tickled her neck. "What do you think, Nora? Won't you consider me?" Nora took a step back and avoided his seduction. In a flash, she bent her knee to hit him in the crotch. Shocked, Kelvin quickly jumped back a step. He only narrowly managed to avoid the woman's attack. With a sharp look in her eyes, Nora said in a murderous voice, "Keep a distance of 3 feet from me from now on. Otherwise, don't hold it against me if my arms or legs itch for some action." After saying that, she turned and left. After the woman disappeared into the distance, Kelvin touched his head. His Nora was still as straightforward and explosive as always. Wasn't she a little too harsh? She had almost kicked him, on purpose. Nora went home. Nothing special happened that night, except Liam coming over to give everyone a cake in the evening.
"Renee made it, so I hope you guys like it. By the way, I managed to keep my job. Mrs. Long's son has been fired. The landlord approached Mrs. Long today and informed her that she was going to evict them. Mrs. Long has been ranting and swearing all afternoon, but the landlord is powerful and isn't someone she can afford to offend, so she has agreed to move out in 3 days."
Liam looked at Nora as he spoke. He wanted to see what her reaction was. He wanted to know if she was the person whom Fred had offended but shouldn't have. but the woman's expression was so calm and peaceful that he couldn't tell anything from it. Liam could only return empty-handed. Nora didn't care about such matters. All she cared about was a good night's sleep. The next day was the cellular and molecular biology examination. As soon as Nora entered, Olivia frowned and looked at her. Her expression looked like she expected something better from Nora. She handed her book to Nora and advised, "The exam is starting soon. You'd better take a quick look. Otherwise, you won't pass." Before Nora could decline her offer, the person next to her laughed. "It's useless if she looks at it now." "Yeah, there's no way she'll do well in the exam. All the exchange students that come here every year from the NYU School of Medicine's Department of Biology are really lousy." "The NYU School of Medicine is too lousy. Even though they are a top medical university in the US, they are still far behind in biomedical engineering." "Yeah, I think so too." The group of people expressed their concern for her. Olivia started to get anxious. The girl sat next to Nora and begged, "Can you please take a look? If you get an F, it'll embarrass us too." Unlike most universities, the grading system here ranged from A to F, where A represented excellent, B represented good, C represented a pass, D represented a fail, and F represented an extremely unsatisfactory performance. When Nora heard this, she raised her eyebrows and pushed the book back to Olivia. Right after, she curled her lips into a smile and assured her, "Nah, that's not gonna happen." Olivia was stunned. "What? Are you saying you won't read it, or—" Before she could finish, Nora spoke in complete confidence. "What I mean is, the NYU School of Medicine won't score badly." She had no intention of hiding her strength. Since only excellent people could go to the archives to read the material there, she would become an excellent student. Olivia couldn't believe her ears. "You actually think you're going to get an A on the exam?" When Olivia heard what Nora said, she thought Nora was trying to push herself beyond her abilities. Olivia explained, "It's not that we look down on the NYU School of Medicine, but for so many years, all the exchange students that come from your school take last place all the time. They have never produced any respectable grades." This was also the reason why no one in the Department of Biomedicine wanted to be an exchange student. The New York University School of Medicine's Department of Biomedicine was not ranked in the country, and it was not the university that had the best specialist institution in the country. Their best courses were in surgery, medicine, and other specializations to do with medical skills. They were weak in pharmaceuticals. Meanwhile, Stav University was the best school in the world when it came to biomedical engineering. This was the most difficult course to get into at Stav University every single year. Without a doubt, there was a gap between the two universities. Although no one knew why the two schools had an exchange program each year, it was a form of torture to have the biomedicine majors study here. Olivia thought that the students' comments had hurt Nora's self-esteem, so tried to comfort her. "Your grade in the exam is what matters most. Nothing else matters. Lisa, you disappoint me. It's not bad for one to be poor. What's worse is when one is poor and still tries to defend their hollow pride. If I were you, I would try my best to absorb knowledge and use my best grades to shut them up instead of giving up on myself like what you're doing." After Olivia finished speaking, she took back her book. "Lisa, do you know why the counselor asked me to guide you? It's not because my grades are the best. Rather, it's because I'm the most hardworking. The counselor does treat you well. We are all her students, so she doesn't look down on you. On the contrary, you're trying to prove yourself everywhere and maintain your pitiful self-esteem. Don't be such a sad person." After saying that, Olivia didn't look at her anymore. She had her own form of arrogance too. Even though she found Lisa's standard in the specialized course poor, she was still trying to help her. Olivia never looked down on students who were slow in learning. She only looked down on students who were slow in learning but refused to work hard. Nora wanted to explain, but the lecturer had entered. "Let's start the exam." Nora had to shut up. Then the exam commenced. Olivia took her exams more seriously than studying. Only through exams were her efforts reflected each time. She liked the feeling of taking first place. The exam questions were not difficult for Olivia, so after she finished the multiple choice questions at the front, she glanced at Nora to see that she had already turned a page. Olivia frowned. Did she not know how to do any of them? Was she just randomly picking a few options? Olivia shook her head. Why was she such a sensitive person? She lowered her head and continued with the paper. There was a question in the middle that stumped Olivia. She frowned as she contemplated the question. She wanted to deduce what the answer was. She had two ideas in mind, but she didn't know which one was correct. After thinking about it for a long time, she chose one and wrote it down. Right after she wrote down the answer to the question, she heard footsteps. Olivia raised her head to see Nora getting up and submitting her papers. Olivia nearly fell over in her seat. Her expression turned even more awful, and her contempt for Nora grew even stronger. She liked people who worked hard and disliked people who gave up easily. She still had 2 pages left to complete, but that woman had already submitted her papers. She must have completely given up on the exam, right? Not only was she poor at her studies, but she didn't work hard and relied only on guesswork for her exams. On top of that, she submitted her papers ahead of time. Even her attitude towards her studies wasn't respectable. She had completely given up on herself. An expression of disappointment came over Olivia's face. She took a deep breath and continued with the exam. After the exam, when she left the classroom, she happened to see the counselor waiting for her outside. The counselor asked, "Olivia, where's Lisa?" A displeased Olivia replied, "She handed in her papers ahead of time, so she already left." The counselor looked at her. "Are you looking down on her? Olivia, this is an academic institution. We mustn't look down on anyone here, okay?" Olivia muttered with dissatisfaction. "I didn't look down on her. I look down on people who don't care about their studies." After speaking, she requested, "Can I stop being her guide? We don't get along and we'll never be able to work together." The counselor frowned. "Oh, have you given up on Lisa, dear? You are the best student in the class. If you give up on her, then what is she going to do?" Olivia's heart softened, but after thinking about it carefully, she hardened her heart and shook her head. "Ma'am, I didn't give up on her. She's the one who gave up on herself. I'm not going to study with such an unmotivated person." The counselor tried to reason with her. "What must she do for you to help her? Olivia, I believe you have to give it a try." Olivia shook her head. "That's impossible. I'm not interested in her anymore. Besides, I want to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Ma'am, you know me. If you want me to guide her, well, I'll only do it if she does better than me in the exam." The counselor hung her head. "You know that's impossible. You are the top student among the juniors and always score the best in exams." Olivia shook her head and walked off with her school bag in her arms. "So there's no way I'll ever guide her again. I'm going to the library to read. Please don't take up my time anymore." With that, Olivia left, leaving only the counselor standing there as she sighed. What was Lisa supposed to do if Olivia refused to guide her anymore? What a headache. After thinking about it, the counselor decided to go to the cellular and molecular bioscience professor's office. She asked, "Professor, how did Lisa do in the exam?" The professor waved dismissively and groaned.
They've just finished the exam, so I haven't looked at the papers yet.
The counselor asked. Can you take out Lisa's test paper and take a look first? The counselor hoped that Lisa wouldn't score too badly in the exam. If Nora could get a C, then she could try talking to Olivia again. The professor was reluctant, but he began to flip through the exams. The counselor looked over his shoulder. Is it possible that Lisa got at least a C on the exam? The professor snorted.
The American exchange student? That's not likely.
Professor Wilson couldn't help but shrug.
But the papers have only just been collected. They haven't been given to me yet, so...
He couldn't see Nora's test paper either. Counselor sighed. Never mind then. Professor Wilson was curious and asked,
Are her grades very good? I happen to need 2 undergraduates as assistants in my lab. If her grades are excellent, then I can consider her for the position.
Oh no, the counselor explained. As you know, she's an exchange student from America. Olivia doesn't want to guide her anymore, so I was thinking that if she could at least score a C, then I can try talking to Olivia about it again. Upon hearing this, Professor Wilson waved and continued,
The American students from that school are terrible, so I doubt she can score a C. Even in her best condition, the highest she can score is probably a D. I'll go easy on her.
The counselor nodded. She thought for a while and then asked, Professor, you said that your lab needs assistance from the undergraduates, right? You'll definitely want Olivia, so why don't you take Lisa too? As an exchange student, everyone looks down on her. If you let her help out at the lab, maybe she'll be motivated to do better. Professor Wilson thought for a while and shook his head.
I only want Olivia. My experiment requires the assistants to go to the archives to refer to the materials there, so I didn't pick that many postgraduate students. It is impossible for me to accept someone who doesn't know anything into the team.
The counselor frowned. But our school treats the exchange students so coldly every year, which reflects badly on us. This year, the school has ordered me to treat Lisa well. Besides, Lisa is so pretty. She's the prettiest among all the exchange students I have seen. She has an indescribable, mysterious feeling about her. Before she could finish, Professor Wilson interrupted her.
I see. You want me to accept her so that it looks like our course values the exchange students, right? But there are many professors conducting experiments. It doesn't have to be me. I can recommend someone.
The counselor blinked. You mean?
The university's deserter, of course. Didn't that guy come back this year? The one who takes a salary from the school every month but doesn't do his job? I heard that he plans to set up an experiment lab. Can't you just shove Lisa into his lab?
The counselor understood at once. You're referring to Professor Myers? But Professor Myers was the best professor of microbiology in the past. Will he accept an exchange student? Wilson smiled.
Wayne Myers is from America, so who knows? You can try asking him. Besides, you said it yourself. That was all in the past. Do you think he is still the best when more than 20 years have passed? I heard that his lab hasn't gotten any investors so far, and none of the students have applied to be under him.
When Wayne disappeared more than 20 years ago, everyone had said that he left to go into business. This was because he had kept asking people from the university's School of Economics and Business Management business-related questions. It was said that his company didn't do very well, so he had returned to campus. Many looked down on him upon his return. Everyone mocked him for living in the past and thinking that he was still the best microbiology professor, which had made him set extremely strict standards for students applying to join his projects. As a result, he still hadn't established a team for his project. Because of this, no one was investing in his project. The counselor found Wilson's suggestion careless, but when she thought about how Olivia had rejected Lisa, she was afraid that even Lisa would give up on herself if she didn't arrange for Lisa to be assigned to a lab. She nodded. I'll try talking to him. For Lisa, she had to bite the bullet and give it a go. After saying this, she turned and saw a cranky figure at the door. Wayne was staring at Wilson. The two were once old friends. Wilson had competed with him many years ago, but he didn't expect him to have become so despicable. Didn't he take care of Idelian Pharmaceuticals for Ms. Yvette for only a few years? Yet now they were talking about him like he was a nobody. They were so disrespectful. Wayne was a chatterbox from the start and incredibly naggy. He was so furious that he started ranting. Wilson, you piece of garbage! How dare you look down on me like that? You couldn't catch up with me back then, no matter how hard you tried. I was in first place while you were always in second. Yet now you're shoving a student you don't want over to me. Do you think that I will take them? You. Wayne ranted at him for a whole 10 minutes without any pause in between, causing both Wilson and the counselor to be dumbfounded. When Wayne finally stopped to catch his breath, the counselor interrupted him. Professor Myers, that's not the case. Lisa is a good student. Before she could finish, Wayne retorted, Do you think there is something wrong with my brain? Why would I accept someone Wilson doesn't want? I'm not stupid. He scolded Wilson for 10 minutes without any pause again. After he was done, he became thirsty, so he picked up a glass and poured himself a glass of water. Wilson glanced at the counselor and muttered, Since Myers doesn't want her either, then let's just forget it. American students are poor in their studies anyway, so neither of us would want them in our labs, isn't that right, Myers? His question angered Wayne right away. How dare you? Who are you looking down on? I am an American myself. American students are not poor in their studies at all. Wilson waved him away. The facts are right in front of you. I don't want that American student, and neither do you. If American students are really that excellent, then why wouldn't you want them? Wayne, who had been checkmated, was at a loss for words. Just like the students here, there are good and bad students in America. How can you lump them all together? Wilson scoffed. And Lisa is apparently the best student there, yet neither you nor I want her. So, I can only say that American students are lousy in biomedical engineering. When Wayne became the best microbiology professor back then, he had made his country proud. There might not be any borders in science, but there were among scientists. Now that Wilson was driving him into a corner like this, would he be able to bear it? He countered, Who says I don't want her? I want her. I just don't want your rejects, that's all. But if you let me pick from all the students in the class, I would have picked her. What's her name again? The counselor replied, Lisa. Wayne nodded. Yes, Lisa. She is the most pleasing to the eye among all the students in the class. That's got to count for something. I'll take her. Students from America are not inferior in any way at all. Wilson smiled. Myers, you have to think through this. That student's grades are very poor, you know. Ha! Just because she has poor grades doesn't mean that she's not talented. Maybe she's just not good at exams. Wilson, you are being biased by evaluating a student like that. Besides, they've only just finished the exam, so their grades aren't even out yet. How are you so sure that her grades are bad? Wayne was puffing himself up at his own cost right now. No matter what, he had to accept Lisa into his lab team today. He must not let anyone think that American students were totally unwanted here. At the very worst, he'd let her mooch off the team. While he was thinking about it, the test papers from the exam were delivered to the office. Wilson's eyes lit up. The test papers are here. Let's find Lisa's and take a look. Didn't you want to know whether Lisa would get a D or an F just now? The counselor gulped. She didn't want to know anymore. When the counselor proposed to let Lisa join a lab project, she had only done it for the students' interests and only wanted to boost her confidence. She didn't expect it to turn into an excuse for Wilson and Wayne to fight. She was grateful to Wayne for accepting the student, so she didn't want to embarrass him. As she was about to speak, Wilson had found Lisa's paper from among the stack of test papers. He smiled.
Come on, let's see just how excellent this student from America is.
He sounded like he was mocking her when he said excellent. After speaking, he looked up at Wayne and said,
Come on, Myers, let's take a look at her grades together at the same time.
Wayne's gaze fell on the test paper and he immediately said,
I have somewhere to be, so I have to go now.
He turned and started walking to the door. Wilson called out to him and said with a smile,
Hey, Myers, what's the matter? Are you worried that your heart won't be able to handle her exam results? Don't worry, I'm really good at CPR.
Intense sarcasm oozed from the big and tall man. Wayne stood at the door with his back to him. Suddenly, he turned his head to the back and said, Wilson, you are still as superficial as you were back then. A student's quality should never be judged by their exam scores. This is our school's motto, isn't it? Wilson's expression changed at once, but he still sneered and said,
Then what are you afraid of?
Wayne coughed and answered,
What am I afraid of? I've never been afraid of anything. I'm just really busy. I have an appointment with a potential investor. That's the most important thing at the moment, isn't it?
After saying that, he ran away. In some academic aspects, the New York University School of Medicine students were indeed rather weak. If Lisa were an exchange student from Stanford University or Harvard University, it might not have been this bad. But since he already knew what the outcome would be, why stay and be humiliated? Wayne knew all this very clearly. That was why he had run away at once. Wilson spoke to the counselor.
That man is unbelievable.
The counselor replied, Wayne had to go to a meeting. An infuriated Wilson broke into a huge rant.
That guy is still as shameless as ever. He always says certain things in a highfalutin manner to highlight how noble he is, when in fact, he's a despicable and shameless villain. Ha! So, he's refusing to look at the grades? Then all the more I'm going to look at Lisa's grades. After I mark her papers, please send them to Myers' office. He should at least be aware of his students' level of mastery in the basics, right?
After saying that, a vicious Wilson lowered his head and looked at the neat and clean test paper. The answer to the first question was option C. On the paper, Lisa had picked option C. The answers were to be shaded on the answer sheet. Wilson curled his lips disdainfully. Well, the first question was really easy. It wasn't surprising that she would get it right. If she got even the first question wrong, then she would have had no hope for the rest of the exam. He then looked at the second question. The answer was option B. She had gotten it right again. Well, this was normal too. Next came the third question, the 6th, and the 20th question. She had gotten all the multiple choice questions right. Wilson involuntarily straightened his back. He quickly looked at the fill-in-the-blank questions, which all turned out to be correct. As this was the final exam for the semester, the questions were all very difficult. Wilson had been worried that even Olivia wouldn't be able to get them all correct. But from start to finish, Lisa had gotten all the questions right. She even got the optional bonus question. It was extremely difficult and was about a topic that could only be studied at the postgraduate level. But she had gotten that right too. As Wilson went through the paper, he swallowed and looked up at the counselor blankly. When the counselor caught a glimpse of his expression, she immediately became nervous. Professor Wilson, is it very bad? Did she get a D? Wilson smiled wryly and replied,
You really don't know your student at all.
The counselor misunderstood even further. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Surely it can't be an F, right? If someone got an F for the exam, she would also be held responsible for it. The counselor wanted the whole class to perform well. No one was to be left behind. The counselor hurriedly said, Professor Wilson, this student only transferred in at the end of the semester, so it is normal for her to be unable to keep up. Can you not give her an F? Can we let her take a makeup exam after giving her some time to study? Wilson stammered,
No, she got an A plus.
The counselor couldn't believe it. She was stunned. What? Wilson tossed her test paper aside.
Wait a minute, maybe there's something wrong with my test paper. Maybe it's too easy.
He felt that he might have miscalculated the difficulty of the paper, so he took out Olivia's test paper and started to evaluate it. Olivia got a multiple-choice question and a fill-in-the-blank question wrong. She didn't answer the bonus question correctly either. Wilson couldn't believe it. How was it possible that Olivia couldn't get everything right, and Lisa did? He went limp and leaned back on the chair. He raised his head blankly and said,
If I say that I want Lisa now, do you think Myers will give her to me?
Of course not. Wayne was not to be trifled with. The counselor and Wilson looked at each other. Wilson sneered and said,
What's the use of doing well in one test? No matter how much of a star student she is still just an undergraduate. Undergraduates can only be assistants in the lab. She won't be of any help to our core experiments at all.
Nora was completely unaware that something like that had taken place in the school, let alone the fact that she was about to bump into Wayne again after she came to Switzerland. After she handed in her test paper, she wandered around the school trying to find a way to enter the archives. But in the end, she accidentally spotted Kelvin and his crew filming in the distance again. Nora didn't want to see Kelvin. Stav University covered an area of 5,000 hectares. It stood to reason that it wouldn't be easy for anyone to run into each other in such a large place. This sure was a small world. The corners of Nora's lips spasmed a little, and she turned to leave. But the moment she turned, she accidentally bumped into someone.
Sorry,
the tall man immediately said. Then when he looked at her, he exclaimed,
Hey, it's you. What a coincidence, we've met again.
Nora looked at the man in front of her. He had a strong and muscular frame and well-defined facial features. He gave off a very bright and cheerful feeling. Seeing the blank look on her face, the man laughed and said,
Jack, I'm Jack. I almost hit you when I was playing basketball the other day, but you managed to block it.
Nora, who finally recalled the incident, asked, Do you need something? Jack grinned and asked,
Do you have a boyfriend?
Nora was surprised. Excuse me? In the distance, Kelvin, who was still filming, had already spotted Nora at a glance when she was walking over. The man had to do a lot of work for his filming today. Kelvin had been slacking off the last few days, so he didn't plan on going looking for his sister-in-law at all. However, he didn't expect a boy to stop her and ask such a question. Kelvin smirked. Was that man really trying to court his sister-in-law? He sure thought really highly of himself. Just as Kelvin was thinking about it, he heard Nora reply, I used to have one, but not anymore. Kelvin didn't understand. Jack was surprised.
Did you guys break up?
Nora shook her head. No, he's dead. Kelvin was shocked to overhear that. Jack became even more astonished, but he quickly recovered and said,
Well, that's a shame. Can I pursue you?
In universities, students fell in love quickly and were very straightforward about it. Nora was surprisingly very calm about Jack's confession. After all, she had received a lot of such confessions over the years. She was always attractive. Just as she was about to reject the tall man, a man's voice came from behind her. She turned around to see that Kelvin, who was filming, had come behind her at some point. Kelvin asked sarcastically, "Are Cherry, Pete, and Xander doing well?" Nora was annoyed. Was the man especially keeping a watch on her? Didn't he have work to do? Was the crew this nonchalant that he could just stop filming whenever he wanted to? The corners of Nora's lips spasmed. Jack was a little surprised.
Who are Cherry, Pete, and Xander?
Kelvin raised his eyebrows, looked at Nora, and grinned. He was cold and standoffish to others, but when facing Nora, this younger cousin of Justin's was like a little devil. There wasn't the familiar feeling she had felt when she talked to him the other time, though. Nora was already planning to say that she had 3 lovely children, but Kelvin had interrupted her. Now that Jack was also asking, she replied, "They are my adorable children."
Are you being serious?
Stunned, Jack looked at Nora incredulously.
Oh my God, you really have 3 children? Are you even legal yet? You look 20 at best.
When Kelvin heard him, he snickered and muttered,
"This man sure is smooth. Which part of you looks like you're 20 when you're already so old?"
Nora sneered at Kelvin. "Quit it." A puzzled Jack asked,
"What did you say? I didn't catch that."
Nora replied, "He said you say some really nice things."
Really?
Jack was a little embarrassed.
That's a compliment, right? I've always been like this.
Nora kept quiet. Jack looked at Nora again and said,
"Your children must be really cute. If there's time, I would like to meet them, so can I still pursue you?"
Kelvin frowned. She already had 3 children, yet he still wanted to pursue her. Nora also raised her eyebrows, though. She rejected him again. "No, you don't have to. I have no plans to date anyone at the moment." Upon hearing this, Kelvin breathed a sigh of relief. At least that woman knows what's good for her.
"Oh, all right."
Jack looked a little down, but he quickly looked at her again.
"I've asked around. You're an exchange student who just came to our school, right? How about I show you around the campus?"
His suggestion piqued Nora's interest. Her eyes narrowed a little. It was said that there were many mysterious corners in universities that only boys knew about. Perhaps there might be things that Jack found different or extraordinary about the school. So Nora nodded happily and said, "Sure." She followed behind Jack and was about to leave. Kelvin was dumbfounded. He grabbed Nora's arm and said angrily,
"How can you go with him? He obviously is only offering a tour because he's interested in you. Shouldn't you keep your distance from him for Justin's sake?"
Nora's brows drew together. She didn't understand why Kelvin had suddenly become so nosy. But Kelvin was now giving her the same feeling she had gotten from him the first time they had met. That bit of familiar feeling she had gotten from him, which had reminded her of Justin, was all just an illusion. She grabbed Kelvin's hand and made him release her with just a bit of force. Nora then said, "Don't you get along poorly with Justin? Shouldn't you be very happy to see this?" Kelvin protested,
"No, you don't understand."
After saying that, Nora walked over to Jack. "Let's go." Kelvin practically flipped out after the two walked away. At the side, the director and his assistant came over and said,
"Hey, Kelvin, it's time to shoot."
Kelvin snapped, "Shoot."
"Go away."
The assistant was distressed. It was as if Kelvin had become a completely different person the last 2 days. Although his acting skills were not bad, they didn't quite fit the role. After being off form for 2 days, his condition had finally recovered today, so the director was planning to shoot a little more to make up for the poor performance the past 2 days. What was Kelvin's problem this time? His problem? Kelvin was in a huge panic. His sister-in-law was about to be stolen by someone else. How would he possibly be in the mood to shoot? Justin was the one here the last 2 days. He was supposed to be making up for the scenes he shot today. He picked up his cell phone, walked to the side, and dialed a number. No name was displayed on the screen. As soon as the other side answered, he whispered, "Justin, you've been cuckolded." The deep male voice paused for a moment before he finally asked, "What's going on?" Kelvin repeated parts of the conversation between Nora and Jack. He became indignant and said, "She clearly knows that Jack is interested in her, yet she still went to tour the campus with him. She might have said she rejected him, but she still wants to spend more time with him. That's total scumbag behavior. It's fortunate that you've already separated from her, Justin. You should have a good look at her true colors while the two of you are not married yet." The man on the phone fell silent for a while before he finally asked, "Did she really go off to tour the campus with Jack?" "Yes." Kelvin was furious. He was about to rant a little more when the other man said, "Something is wrong with Jack. Keep an eye on him." Kelvin was taken aback for a moment. Then he became dumbfounded. Of course there's something wrong with him. He has already started to pursue Nora. No, wait, you mean? Justin's low and deep voice suddenly reached him. "Nora must have discovered something. That's why she left with him." An indescribable expression came over Kelvin's face. "Why are you still finding excuses for her? Justin, how come I never realized that you're someone who can't think straight once you fall in love?" "Get lost." Justin paused for a while before he added, "Don't get in her way." Was he telling him to not get in the way of her dating other guys? As expected, Justin was hopeless. Kelvin took a deep breath and became even more displeased with Nora. On the other side of campus, Nora walked around casually with Jack. Jack asked for her contact information. After the two exchanged numbers, Jack left. Nora narrowed her eyes as she stared at him from the back. While she was musing, a voice reached her. "Lisa." Nora turned and saw Olivia approaching. The woman who was holding a book followed her gaze and also looked at Jack's retreating back. She said with dissatisfaction, "You are here to study, not to fall in love. How can you?" Before she could finish her sentence, the counselor spotted them and came over excitedly. "Olivia, Lisa, you are both here. Nice timing, because I have news for you girls. Professor Wilson has already marked Lisa's papers. Her grades are out." Olivia immediately said, "Hurry up and tell us so that she knows where she stands." Olivia was a very conservative girl. From what she knew, studying at Stav University was what so many people dreamed of. The academics here were some of the most challenging in the entire world, and she took her studies very seriously. She was not here to date, but to learn. She barely even had time to study, so how could she date? She despised university students dating, especially Lisa. Olivia knew that Nora was from New York, and that meant her test results were bad to begin with. As an exchange student, not only did Lisa not have any self-awareness, but she was even being pursued not long after she came. Shouldn't Lisa be more concerned about her test scores than dates? But no. Lisa must have handed in the test papers so early in order to go on a date with this person, right? Olivia's disdain for Nora reached the limit. She never wanted to talk to Nora again. She was afraid that she would be affected by Nora's laziness. She wanted to hear what Lisa's test scores were once and for all, so that she could stay away from Lisa for the rest of the school year. It made her furious to know that she would have to attend classes with someone so lazy and distracted. Now everyone would know Lisa was a bad student, and no one would blame Olivia for ignoring her. When the counselor heard Olivia's words, she misunderstood. She smiled. "Yes, I was about to tell you that I want you to continue helping her." "No, I refuse," Olivia said bluntly. "I can't help her with anything." The counselor instantly misunderstood what she meant and said with a smile, "Do you know her results? Although you can't teach her, you can still help her around the university." Every time an exchange student came to the school, the counselor would get a student from the same dormitory to help guide the student. After all, other than studying, there were many other matters to take care of. Exchange students were not too sure about such things. It was better to have someone guide them. This was also why Olivia had said last time that if Lisa's results surpassed hers, she would help her again. However, Olivia did not understand what the counselor meant. "I don't need to see it to know her results. I came to this school to study, not to waste time, so I don't want to keep working with her. I won't be with a person who doesn't study. She affects my life too much. I only want to be with students who have good grades. You should know the saying, one is marked by the company one keeps. I don't want my results to fall behind." Olivia was always straightforward. She was pretty good to Nora previously. Although her words were not very nice, she still took care of her. She was not bad at heart, but her mouth was unforgiving. Olivia worked harder than most other people at the university, and she cared very much about her reputation. Although she was insulting Nora right in front of her, Nora did not hold it against her at all. When the counselor heard this, she finally realized that Olivia was acting how she herself had been acting before she learned of Lisa's results. They both had thought Lisa was a bad student. The counselor hurriedly explained, "But Lisa is..." Before she could finish, Nora interrupted the counselor. She looked at Olivia and spoke sincerely. "I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. You don't have to deal with me anymore." With that, she looked at the counselor. "I'm already very familiar with the school. I don't need anyone to show me around. Thank you. Is there anything else?" The counselor's eyes widened and she was stunned. She shook her head in a daze. "No." "Okay, I'll get going then." Nora left. Looking at how calm Nora was, the counselor could not help but think of the paper Professor Wilson had reviewed. It was clean, very clean. There were not even traces of calculations. What kind of person was this mysterious American girl? The counselor could not understand. She was too shocked by this American girl's presence to even ask her how she managed to perform so well. Olivia pursed her lips and said, "Counselor, I only want to partner with someone with good grades and one who loves to study. Please don't waste my time with such a person next time." With that, she raised her chin proudly and prepared to leave. The counselor looked at her and suddenly sighed. She asked, "Do you know what Lisa's grade was this time?" "I'm not interested in whether she gets a D or an F. Those scores are exactly the same in my opinion." The counselor shook her head, full of wonder. "No, Olivia, but she didn't." Olivia scoffed. "Is it a C?" "Most of the exchange students from New York University School of Medicine and our school get Ds, so people think it's amazing when they actually accomplish a C grade. Maybe at her old school, a C is extraordinary. Ugh, it's no wonder she's so arrogant." The counselor pursed her lips. "She got an A+. She got the only perfect score in the class." Olivia's mouth opened in shock. What? Was she hallucinating? Olivia frowned. Did you see something incorrectly? The counselor sighed. No, Professor Wilson personally graded the papers. Oh, he even evaluated yours. Congratulations, you're an A2, but it's an A-. Olivia couldn't believe it. She knew that she could not get full marks this time because the questions were especially difficult. She was very satisfied with this result. But how did Lisa get a perfect score? She was stunned. The counselor patted her shoulder. I know you love to study and you're very hard-working. You're the type to bury your head in books. When I heard that Lisa scored full marks, do you know what my first reaction was? Olivia shook her head. The counselor sighed. What you lack is proper technique for studying. I originally thought that while showing Lisa around, you could start observing how she studies. A person like her is clearly talented. You two could complement each other. You said that you would have to lead her, but actually, I wanted her to lead you. After all, Lisa was leaving after 3 months. No matter how good her results were, she was not a student of their school. Olivia was still stunned. She suddenly turned her head to look into the distance and saw that Nora had just turned a corner in front of her. She had disappeared. She suddenly realized what she had lost. Nora did not care too much about Olivia and the counselor's thoughts. Olivia liked the hard-working type. Yes, Nora was born far from this type. If she had the time to work hard, she might as well sleep more. Since their personalities did not match, it was better for them to separate. Nora was not really there to learn anyway. Her goal was to find the V16. No matter what, she would never forget this. Nora was about to walk forward when she suddenly saw a few familiar faces walking over. She stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned around. The few familiar faces were none other than the senior executives of NTT. The person in the lead was Royce, her youngest aunt's second in command. He was in charge of the company's investments. Behind him were a few employees from the investment department in the NTT. They did not notice Nora, but she was afraid that Royce would recognize her, so she hid herself. She could not let her aunt know that she was back. Because of her aunt's exaggerated personality, everyone in Stav University would know about her. Nora did not want to attract attention right now. After all, there were 5 psychopaths like Truman watching her look for the V16. It was better to keep a low profile. Nora avoided them, but she did not notice that among the staff behind Royce, Liam was looking away in confusion. He thought he saw Lisa, but wasn't positive. Why was that poor neighbor, the mother of 3 children, Lisa, here? Liam was American, and American faces were more recognizable to him, especially Nora's bright and beautiful looks. She was stunning at a glance and was difficult to miss. He felt that he could not have seen wrongly. But Renee had said that Lisa was studying at Stav University. Although it was rare for college students to date, have children, and even get married, it was not unheard of. There were 1 or 2 such people every year, so Liam did not think much of it. But why was Lisa avoiding him? Liam shook his head and looked away in confusion. He entered the office ahead with Royce. As he walked, the person beside him asked, "This project is clearly not outstanding enough. Why did you come here?" Royce said, "Because I want to give him a chance." Wayne was sitting there in the office. When he saw them, he immediately stood up eagerly. After shaking hands with Royce, they sat opposite each other. "Professor Myers, we've already studied the project book you gave us and are very interested in your experiment. Can you explain it to us in detail?" Royce asked.
Because the CEO was American, he had a particularly good attitude towards this American professor working at Stav University. Although his proposal was written in a mess that no one could understand. Everyone said that if he couldn't even write a project book, there must be something wrong with this professor. But Royce felt that if he visited him in person, this professor might be able to explain it more clearly. He did not mind giving this professor a chance. Wayne did not understand this. He had always been a research-type player. He was not good at making proposals, and he was not good at twisting and turning these things around. Otherwise, with his connections, he would not have kept the company Yvette stayed in so small. Wayne did not know that his performance was not up to standard. He was even worse at talking about the main points in front of these people. He showed his long-winded nature. "Mr. Royce, it's really good that you came. I can tell you that my project is definitely the best. You would have no worries about investing at all." Royce wasn't convinced yet. This professor was clearly not suitable for business. The corners of his mouth twitched. He looked at the people behind and finally said, "Professor Myers, may I ask where your assistants are?" He wanted to find a person who could speak concisely and get straight to the point. When Wayne heard this, he choked. His laboratory was empty. He smiled awkwardly and explained, "So far, I'm the only one in the laboratory." But right when he said that, he suddenly realized that there was another person. He paused and thought about her name hard before saying, "With Lisa. Yes, there's also Lisa. Wait a minute, I'll call her counselor and get her to come over immediately to meet you. Say, this Lisa is really... How can she be late at such an important time?" Wayne took out his phone and called the counselor. Wayne took his phone and went out to make a call. He was afraid that Royce would leave. When he went out, he even turned back to look at Royce. After he went out, someone asked, "Mr. Royce, we don't think highly of this project in the first place. Look at this professor. He's not competent either. When you asked about the members of the laboratory, he said that there were only 2 of them. Are we really going to invest in such an experiment?" Royce sighed gently too. He actually knew Wayne. It was very unusual for him to be famous as an American professor in a place like Stav. So when he saw his project, he thought that as long as it was even a little viable to invest, he would try. The boss perhaps had too much money to spend. He would treat it as patriotism and help his fellow countrymen. But even he did not expect Wayne to be so unreliable. From the looks of it, he had only recruited 1 student. How was he going to do the project? Investing in him was no different than throwing away money, right? Royce touched his forehead. Forget it. He would not invest in this project. Nora followed Royce over and wanted to see what he was here for. As soon as she entered the building, before she could go upstairs and enter the elevator, she received a call from the counselor. Nora picked up the call and the counselor said, "Lisa, I forgot to tell you when we met earlier. I got you a spot in my laboratory as an assistant. How about this? Your mentor needs you to come over right now. Can you come to room 706 in the laboratory right away?" Laboratory assistant? This was really happening. She was just thinking about how to join a laboratory so that she could get access to the archive room. She replied, "Okay, I'll come over now." After Nora finished speaking, she looked up and realized that this was the laboratory building. 706 was the 7th floor. She pressed the elevator button. The elevator reached the 1st floor quickly. She went up and pressed the button for the 7th floor. The elevator arrived. Nora had just walked out of the elevator when she heard 2 people talking in the corner. Wayne was angrily pulling Wilson back. He was very anxious as he said, "Old boy,
You definitely have bad intentions for coming here. How can I believe you? Let me tell you, don't think of entering my laboratory. I'll never let you in." Wilson sneered. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I can tell you that I've been good friends with NTT's Mr. Royce for many years. I just don't want him to get cheated. You can cheat others, but you can't cheat him." Wayne was even more anxious now. He had finally returned to continue his research. He could finally stop being a manager. However, because of the 20 years of absence, the school and the students no longer trusted him. Social change was fast, and the school had developed a lot. When Wayne was mentioned, the new generation of investors would ask in confusion, "Who is this?" No one would remember that more than 20 years ago, he was influential and successful at Stav University. They would only remember that he was a loser in business. He had gone out to start a business and failed miserably. Although Wayne had been back for a month, the situation here had not been resolved. His old friend saw that he was pitiful and recommended him to NTT. He emphasized that he was an American professor, which was why he had received this opportunity. Wayne definitely could not give it up. If he had no money, then he would have no project. If he had no project, why did he come back? He pulled Wilson back. "Are you just jealous that I'm getting involved with Royce? Wilson, don't pretend to be so kind here. Let me tell you, it's impossible for you to see Wilson speak ill of me. Even if I have to stay out here all day, would I let you in? Get lost." Wilson felt that Wayne was simply unreasonable. He was indeed here to convince Royce not to invest in Wayne. He did not want Wayne's project to be established. What if Wayne succeeded and suppressed him? And he planned to tell Royce how unreliable this person was and owe NTT a favor. He had a good relationship with NTT the past few years. They had invested in a lot of projects. However, Wilson never expected Wayne to be so shameless. When he saw him coming over, he pulled him into the corridor. Wilson was furious and said, "Wayne, you're too much. You and Lisa are the only ones in your laboratory. What kind of project is this? Aren't you scamming the investors? Why do you care? Only with money will we have everything we need. Without anyone to invest in the project, how can we get good students?" Wayne retorted. Wilson was a popular professor. Whenever a project was established, many graduate students would immediately register. With more people, investors would also come. But Wayne was different. Although everyone thought highly of his projects, no one invested in them. The students were not stupid. He had just arrived this year and did not even have a graduate student under him. How could anyone follow him? Only when they saw the investment would their classmates choose to follow him. But why would they invest in a project without enough members? This was a vicious cycle. Wilson laughed angrily. "It's because the field you want to study is wrong. If it really has a future, why didn't anyone come? If they don't see any benefits in the short term, no one will follow you. Even if NTT invests in you, it will be a waste of money. I won't allow that to happen." With that, he pushed Wayne away and walked out. Wayne continued to hold him back. "Don't even think about it." Wilson was really speechless and anxious. He simply said, "It's fine if I don't go, but if you don't return to the room for a long time, Royce and the others will leave. Isn't that the same thing?" Wayne was anxious. He turned around and suddenly saw a student standing outside the staircase. As he was holding Wilson, he could not turn around and could only shout, "Is that Lisa outside?" Nora answered, "Yes." Wayne immediately shouted, "Go in first and stall for time." Nora only uttered the word yes, but Wayne did not hear her voice. Nora slapped her forehead. She did not expect to meet Wayne. This must have been fate. She did not expect Wayne, who had returned to Stav University, to be in such a worrisome state. When Wilson heard this, he was stunned. After a moment, he did not know whether to laugh or cry.
Wayne, you're simply too shameless. Lisa is only an undergraduate. What can she help you with? She doesn't even know what project you're doing. You're making things too difficult for her.
Wayne blocked the door and refused to let Wilson out. He scoffed. She's a student from my laboratory. Why do you care how I treat my students? Hey, Lisa, did you hear me? Wilson interrupted.
You're making me regret this. Lisa, you can come to my laboratory. I'll take you in as one of my students. How about that?
Wayne cursed. Shameless Wilson. Didn't you throw her to me because you thought her results were bad? You're really unethical. Do you even want students with poor grades? When Wilson heard Wayne say this, he blushed. He knew that the counselor had not told Wayne that Lisa had scored full marks for the exam. He replied in a calm manner.
No, Lisa is an excellent student. I definitely want her. Lisa, what do you say?
Wayne could not turn back. He had his back pressed tightly against the door. His head was twisted so much that he could only see an indistinguishable figure in the distance. He could not see the details at all. He shouted, Lisa, don't listen to his nonsense. We're both Americans here. We saw eye to eye when we first met. You can't betray me. Nora's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she heard their conversation. It seemed like Professor Wilson thought that her results were bad, so he had pushed her to Wayne. She smiled and replied, Oh. Wayne became smug. Did you hear that? I didn't despise her when her results were bad. We Americans all have grateful hearts. Wilson, why don't you remember the time I helped you back then? Why did you have to come and ruin my show today? When Wilson heard Lisa's reply, he shrugged. I'm not helping the investors, I'm helping you. Otherwise, if you cheat them and your reputation spreads, no one will invest in you when you start a new project. But I can give you a few of my projects. You can start them first. It's better to look for investors after you have a reputation. Wayne sneered. How many do you want to give me? How generous of you to say that. Don't forget that I was better than you back then. My reputation was greater than yours. Wilson smiled. Is that so? But you also said that it was way back then. In today's Stav University, who still remembers that there was a Professor Wayne in the biomedical faculty? You've been doing business for so many years, you've long ruined your reputation. Wayne's eyes turned red when he heard this. He was doing this to fulfill the promise he had made back then. That woman had died so tragically. How could he leave her all alone? He shook his head and abandoned the thoughts in his mind. I don't care. I have to take down this investor. Wilson, I won't let you meet them. He shouted again. Lisa, hurry up and go into the laboratory to talk to them. There's my business plan on the table. Take a good look and read it for them. Say good things. If they don't invest all of it, investing a part of it would be good enough. As Wayne was explaining, Wilson smiled. Huh. Royce is a professional investor. Do you think he can't tell anything from this? Wilson reached out his hands. All right, Wayne, I'm not going. But do you think Lisa will be of any use to you if she goes into the laboratory? You have no choice because Lisa is only an exchange student. She has no weight in this project. Wayne understood this. However, in order to not let Wilson go out and cause trouble, he had to trap him here. Currently, there were only him and Lisa on the entire project. If he did not let Lisa go, what else could he do? Wayne frowned in anger. He turned around and shouted again, Lisa, hurry up! Don't let the investor wait too long. All right. After Nora agreed, she walked away from the bickering men and started to walk towards Laboratory 706. Wilson looked at Wayne and shook his head. He spread his hands and pretended to look down on her. He pursed his lips and laughed.
Wayne, I'm waiting to see a good show.
Nora stood at the entrance of the laboratory. She knew that the person in the room was Royce, but when she thought of Wayne's current state, she felt that she had to help him. After all, Wayne had fallen to such a state all for Yvette, her mother. She sighed and pushed open the door. Inside the room, the investor was pacing and looking at the door impatiently. Someone piped up, "Hey, Professor Wilson sent me a message. He said that Professor Meyer's laboratory only has him and an undergraduate American exchange student. He doesn't have anyone important on his team. How does he have the audacity to work on a project?" The other person frowned. "Just 2 people? Furthermore, the written plan is a mess. I can tell at a glance that it was rushed. Don't tell me Professor Meyer did this alone." No wonder Professor Meyer hasn't called us over despite being away for so long. He's really rude to leave us here. We shouldn't invest in such a project, right? Wilson just sent a message to suggest that we should invest very carefully. He's our partner and wouldn't lie to us. Since he warned us, he must not be optimistic about this project. Royce took the project book and flipped through it casually before nodding. He looked down at the time and stood up. "I have something going on later. Since Professor Meyer is too busy to meet with us, let's go." "Then about the project, we'll talk about it next time." With that, he opened the door and saw a tall, beautiful American girl. His eyes locked with Nora's, and he stopped dead in his tracks. Looking at this familiar figure, Royce was stunned. He stared at Nora in disbelief, his eyes widened. Ms. Nora? Could it be Ms. Nora? Compared to half a year ago when she was in New York, she seemed to have lost some weight and had become more beautiful. If not for those familiar, soft, almond-shaped eyes, Royce would not have recognized her. But what was Ms. Nora doing here? Royce was stunned. As he stood there, the people behind him thought that Nora had blocked the way. Someone asked, "You are?" Nora glanced over at Liam and yawned. She replied lazily, "Lisa." "Lisa?" Royce frowned. But this was clearly Ms. Nora. Why was she calling herself Lisa? He looked at Nora in confusion, but he saw the woman giving him a cold, warning gaze. Royce gulped. He did not quite understand what this gaze meant, but he had a feeling he shouldn't question her identity in front of his associates. Royce respected Nora a lot. The chairman was not married and did not have children. When he picked Nora up from the countryside back then, he had said that NTT would be handed over to Cherry in the future. Who was Cherry? She was this woman's daughter. He was handing it to Cherry because Ms. Nora wanted to sleep all day and did not want to get involved in the business at all. The chairman had no choice. He had promised that he would hand the company to Cherry, but he was actually giving it to Nora in disguise. As he was thinking about Ms. Nora's intentions, the people behind him misunderstood. One of them confronted Nora. "You're Lisa, the person Professor Meyer was talking about. Why are you here? Where's Professor Meyer?" Nora looked at the stairs. "He might be a little busy?" Everyone rolled their eyes and scoffed. Everyone felt like they had been played. They had come to see his project as investors, but he was acting like a big shot. Did he really think he was some well-known professor? They could forgive treatment like this from a professor like Wilson. After all, Wilson had completed many projects in the past. But Wayne was too unpopular. Royce's first subordinate sneered, "Since Professor Meyer is so insincere, we'll get going now. We don't want to waste our time here." Nora was surprised at his anger. She raised her eyebrows and was about to speak when a bright and careful voice was heard. "Well, since Lisa is here, why don't we listen to her for a minute?" Following the voice, Nora then saw that her neighbour Liam was in this team too. Nora held her forehead. There were a lot of familiar faces today. However, Liam seemed to have received a promotion. It seemed like she had made him level up in the company. After Liam finished speaking, everyone looked at Liam. Royce's subordinate scolded, "You're a newcomer to the department, what are you talking about? How can an undergraduate explain a laboratory project? It's too much for her to handle." Liam was reprimanded and was too afraid to speak. On the other hand, Royce came back to his senses when Liam was interrupted by the two of them. He stared at Nora and asked, "Let the undergraduate talk about, do you want to talk about it?" He looked at Nora. He was nervous to meet her gaze. Nora shrugged. "I don't know what the project is." She would not come to work on a real project. As Athena, she had not done many projects in the past. It took a lot of time to work on a project. At most, she would only be helping with the registration. When Royce heard this, he understood and announced, "Then you don't have to say anything else." When he said this, one of Royce's men misunderstood him. "Yes, there's no need to say anything else. It's useless even if you do. We won't be investing in your project. The project proposal is a mess. There's only the two of you." Royce held up his hand and his subordinate stopped talking. He really wanted to shut his subordinate's mouth. He was usually very good at flattering him. Why couldn't he tell that something was different today? He had finally come back to his senses. Royce realized that Ms. Nora was hiding her identity by saying that she was Lisa. The warning gaze she had given to him earlier was also to tell him not to reveal her disguise. Otherwise, why would she be here if she could expose her true identity? Royce understood. Ms. Nora was asking for an investment, but she could not expose her identity, so he had to make his investment look fair on the surface. But his own subordinate had been undermining him here. How could he still invest fairly? As he was thinking about what to do, Liam tried again. Actually, there are only 2 people involved in the project. This kind of a thing is easy to resolve. Professor Meyer was very famous in the school back then, but he has fallen from grace these past few years. As long as we invest, the number of people would not be a problem." One of Liam's men sneered and retorted, "Not a problem? Well, I think it's a big problem. Have you been bribed by him? What's the difference between this and a scam? Besides, this project proposal is a complete mess. Is there any need to invest?" Liam was lectured. He clenched his jaw and looked at Nora again. Renee had said that it was not easy for Nora to raise the 3 children alone. It was not easy for her to attend school here. They were all neighbours, and he had to help her. Therefore, Liam took a deep breath and continued, "That project. Actually, if you look at it carefully, you can tell that it will be very valuable in the future. Although we won't be able to get any benefits in the short term, we have to look further ahead in the future." Even if Royce was helping Wayne out of friendship, he could not just give him money for no reason. But Wayne's project was promising for the future. But Royce's subordinate continued to scold him. "This idea of yours is very dangerous. We're investors. Of course we look at the long-term benefits. You're a newcomer. What do you know? You still dare to speak nonsense here? Don't tell me you want to speak up for Lisa because she's beautiful. Mr. Royce will definitely not agree. Isn't that so, Mr. Royce? What do you think, sir?" Royce had been walking at the front, so his back was to the people behind him at the moment. As a result, His subordinates couldn't see his expression for this entire time. Liam was a newcomer in the department. After being lectured, he lowered his head in shame. He had selfish motives when he spoke up for Nora, so he didn't dare to stand up to the other men. Inwardly, he thought to himself, I'm done for. I've offended Mr. Royce's favourite subordinate. I won't have an easy time in the company now. The promotion he had just received might even be taken away soon. Despite that, he still muttered, You misunderstand. Lisa's someone I know, that's all. I can vouch for her. She is not an unreliable person, The man beside Royce was still scolding him. You don't look at such factors in a project, but at the project itself. So, Liam, you know Lisa. Then this means you're blind. To think you can't make a distinction between work and private matters. In my opinion, you are not suitable for our department at all. Liam nearly choked. Was he really going to be fired? He wanted to cry. He had only managed to dodge the bullet because of the investigation into Fred. Was he going to face another unemployment crisis now? Liam felt dejected. While Liam was thinking about this, Royce finally turned his head slowly and looked behind him. He stared at his trusted subordinate, his face grim and sullen. Seeing his sullen expression, Royce's subordinate misunderstood even further. He assured his boss, Mr. Royce, don't be angry. I will make sure to keep an eye on newcomers like him in the future. Before he could finish, Royce slammed his briefcase against his head and growled, Newcomer? The way I see it, the newcomer has more business savvy than you do. As soon as he said that, with the exception of Nora, a ton of questions suddenly popped into everyone's heads. Liam's head whipped up and he looked at Royce in disbelief. Royce snapped, You must have gotten old, so your eye for things can't keep up with the youngsters anymore. That newcomer is doing very well in my opinion. Yeah, I think this project is promising. I'm going to invest in this. Royce's subordinate was stunned. He didn't do anything wrong. After all, Wayne's project was too unreliable. It was a good project, but Wayne's project proposal was very badly written. No one who received the proposal would invest in it if they were in the right state of mind. But the man was quick to back down. Yes, you are right, Mr. Royce. In that case, how much should we invest? How much should I invest? Royce looked at Nora again while thinking to himself, Miss Nora, can you please give me some kind of response? But Nora didn't look at him. Unable to receive any signals from her, Royce could only look at Liam. How much do you think we should invest? Liam had revealed that he and Ms. Nora knew each other, so maybe he would be able to suggest a suitable amount. Not expecting Royce to actually ask him for his opinion, Liam was a little taken aback. He replied in a daze. 8? Before he finished speaking, Royce nodded in agreement. $8 million. Okay. The money will be transferred into the account tonight. Is that okay? Liam blinked in shock. He wanted to reply, but he couldn't find the words. What he had meant to say was they could try investing $800,000 first, not $8 million. Seeing that the money was secured, Nora nodded and moved aside. Okay. What is the bank account number? Royce asked. Nora yawned again. This whole interaction had sucked all of her energy away. She pointed to the corridor and shrugged. You can talk to Professor Myers, about it. She turned and walked out. I'll get going then. Everyone's mouths fell open in shock at Nora's reaction. Royce's subordinates felt that she had snubbed his boss, so he pointed at her and cried, What's the matter with you? You're just an undergraduate. You what? Royce slapped his arm, which was rudely outstretched, down, and warned, Shut up.
You know that she's an undergraduate, right? Undergraduates are just assistants in projects, so of course she wouldn't know anything. Go and get Wayne Myers here instead."
Then he looked at Liam with a big smile and patted him on the shoulder.
"You did great today, Liam. Well, come here, let's have a chat. How do you and Lisa know each other?" "Oh, you guys rented houses from the same landlord? Where do you live?"
Liam, who felt highly flattered and as though something awesome had fallen into his lap, told Royce everything he could about him and Nora. Nora continued walking away, glad to finally be able to escape from the investors. When Nora was leaving, she glanced at the corridor. In the corridor, Wayne was still reasoning with Wilson. With a door between them and Nora, the volume of his voice was reduced several times. He droned on and on. "Wilson, you are not loyal to your friends at all. I know you want to work against me so that I won't be able to catch up with you. God damn it. In any case, you can forget about leaving this place today. If I can't get NTT to invest in my project, then I will starve to death here with you." Wilson was speechless.
"Wayne, have you no shame?"
Wayne completely ignored his outburst and continued to nag at him. Nora braced herself for what she was about to walk into. She knocked on the door and announced, "Professor Myers, I'm Lisa." Wayne cried out, "Lisa, have they made their decision? I knew it. NTT is not going to invest in us. Before he could finish, though, Nora's low voice came over. "NTT is asking whether an investment of $8 million is enough." "What?" Wayne suspected that he had misheard. It was not until Nora repeated herself that he let go of Wilson. The man, who had been dejected a moment ago, was suddenly revitalized.
"Oh, yes, it's enough. It's enough."
When he turned around and looked over, Nora had already strode ahead of her. When Wayne opened the door and entered the corridor from the stairwell, all he saw was Lisa's back. He wanted to say something, but he heard footsteps coming from the other side. The people from NTT came up to him and approached him respectfully.
"Professor Myers, let's sign the contract."
Wayne turned around and went off with the people from NTT, leaving behind an utterly confused Wilson. He widened his eyes, finding the turn of events absolutely incredible. Had the world gone insane? NTT was investing $8 million in Wayne. Good God, was NTT doing charity work because they had too much money or what? The extent of Wilson's shock was exactly how triumphant Wayne felt. He mocked him for a while, pissing Wilson off so much that it made his heart rate go out of whack. Nora didn't know all of this, but even if she did, she wouldn't have cared. She strolled around the school again. Soon, it was evening. Nora had to go home because she couldn't leave the 3 children at home all by themselves for too long. As soon as she got home, she saw that Liam was also at his door. Nora raised her eyebrows. Before she could speak, Liam looked up, smiled at her.
"You're welcome. We're neighbors, so it's only right that I give you a hand. It's just that I never thought that our company leader would think so highly of me and even listen to my suggestions."
The corners of Nora's lips spasmed, and she uttered an, "Oh." Liam smiled.
"It's not easy for you to take care of 3 children by yourself, so I will help if you run into trouble. Now that you've secured the investment deal, your professor will definitely value you. Your education journey will become very smooth sailing. You don't have to thank me. But if you really want to, then you can do me a favor?"
Nora kept quiet for a while before she asked, "What kind of a favor?"
"Can you guys keep Renee company a little? I'm always busy with work, so she's all alone at home. Plus, with her personality, please, just take care of her a little. You can think of it as thanking me for helping you out today."
Liam practically felt like he was on top of the world. He had impulsively blurted it out when he spoke up for Nora earlier. At that time, He had been terrified and had really thought he was going to be fired. Unexpectedly, his company leader had spotted his talent. He really was a talent when it came to making investments. Liam looked at Nora again. He knew it wasn't easy for Lisa to take care of her children all by herself. He wanted to help whenever he could. The thought had just formed in his mind when the sound of a car stopping outside the villa reached them. Liam looked behind to see Royce getting out of his limousine. Then he hurried through the gates. Liam was surprised. Then joy came over his face and he strode over. "Mr. Royce, why are you here?" Had Royce come to visit and look at his living conditions, since he had asked earlier in the day where he lived? Did the leaders of NTT value him that much? But Mr. Royce didn't respond to Liam at all, and shouldered right by him, heading straight for Nora.